Welcome to Moonlit Publishing.
Do you crave stories of fated mates, forbidden passion, and the call of the wild? You've found your sanctuary.
Chapter 1. The sound of my own heartbeat was loud enough to get me killed. I froze, watching his chest rise and fall, terrified that the slightest squeak of a floorboard would unleash the monster sleeping next to me. If he woke up now, I wouldn't just be in trouble, I would pay for it in blood. I pulled the covers back, inch by agonizing inch. My legs throbbed, a brutal, aching reminder of yesterday. I slid from the bed, my bare skin hitting the cold air, biting back a wince as my feet touched the floor. Oh God, please don't wake up. I was a ghost in my own home, slipping into the hallway naked and trembling, praying his friends weren't awake to see me. I threw on my jeans, grabbed a juice box, and fled. No goodbye. Just the roar of my engine and the desperate hope that I wouldn't fail this test. I couldn't handle another detention. I couldn't handle another anything. Then I saw her. A splash of color in my gray world. Melissa Porter. The kind of best friend who saved your soul just by existing. Cherry red hair tips, blue eyes, and a smile that didn't know the meaning of fear. Hey, Brookson. She threw her arms around me. I winced as she touched my sore back, but forced a grin onto my face. You stayed at Trey's last night? She noticed the recycled clothes immediately. That obvious, huh? She laughed, linking her arm through mine, pulling me toward a normalcy I didn't deserve. Whatever, loser. Guess what? My brother's best friend is having a party on Saturday. My stomach dropped. I'm not going, Mel. Yes, you are. It's my birthday. You have to. She didn't understand. She saw a party, I saw a death sentence. Trey was possessive. Jealous. If I went to a party without him, the consequences wouldn't be a lecture. They would be physical. I was still recovering from the last time he lost his temper over a shrunken shirt. But Mel gave me the puppy dog eyes. Please, Brookson. I sighed, defeated. Fine. But only if Trey leaves town for business like he planned. She squealed with joy. I just prayed I wouldn't live to regret it. The house was silent when I returned. Too silent. Trey was standing in the kitchen. Waiting. Hey, boyfriend, I tried to smile. Crash. He slammed his cup onto the counter, shards of porcelain skittering across the surface. The air turned jagged. Where have you been? He strode over, his fingers becoming steel traps on my arm, digging into the soft flesh. School, I whispered, eyes on the floor, bracing for impact. I was at school. He jerked me forward, slamming my body against his hard chest. Why didn't you say goodbye? Were you meeting another guy? No. I swear. I clung to him, desperate to de-escalate the bomb that was about to go off. I had a calculus test. I didn't want to wake you. He studied me. A predator assessing his prey. Then, the tension snapped. He smiled, that cocky, rare smile that used to make my knees weak. I'm sorry, baby. I just thought you left me. I wouldn't leave you, I lied. I couldn't leave him. He wouldn't let me. Good. Because I wouldn't let you. His eyes were hard. A promise. A warning. Then, the mood shifted. Darker. He lifted me onto the counter, pushing aside the broken glass. Get on the counter. My heart hammered against my ribs. This wasn't love, it was possession. He kissed me hard, bruising my lips, forcing my head back against the cupboard. It hurt. It all hurt. I gritted my teeth, matching his moans, wearing the mask of pleasure while my mind screamed for it to be over. Arch your back, he ordered. I obeyed. I always obeyed. When he was finished, he kissed my face. God, that was good, baby. Yeah, I lied. You'd better clean this up. He nodded at the smashed cup and spilled coffee. He sat on a stool, watching me like a king on a throne as I scrubbed the floor on my hands and knees. It was humiliating. It was his design. I reached for my jeans. No, leave them off. Do it. He smirked. I swallowed my pride and finished the job, naked and ashamed. When I finally dressed, he pulled me into his lap, his hand drifting down my back. Brookson, why are you wearing this shirt? His voice dripped with disdain. You look awful. You're too fat to wear something this tight. The words cut deeper than any knife. I gulped, fighting the tears. I'm sorry, Trey. It's embarrassing. Everyone is laughing at you, you know that. I felt sick. Everyone? Laughing at me? Now go change. I walked upstairs, the tears finally spilling over. I stood before the mirror. A mess. A repulsive mess. I ripped the shirt off and threw it in the bin. I gripped the skin of my stomach, closing my eyes tight. I hated her. I hated the girl in the reflection. I grabbed a baggy t-shirt and dropped to the floor. 50 sit-ups. Punishment. Penance. Downstairs, the mask went back on. Mom was home, chatting happily with Trey. She adored him. She didn't know he broke my arm when I was 14. She didn't know he threatened to kill her if I ever tried to leave. She put a plate of cheesy chicken and chips in front of me. Too many calories. Trey shook his head slightly. A silent command. I scraped the cheese off. I left the chips. Not hungry. Mom asked. Big lunch, I lied. My stomach cramped with hunger, but I looked at Trey and stopped eating. Later, in the privacy of my room, he demanded a going-away present. I went to take off my top. No, he sneered, turning his nose up. I don't want to see that. It turns me off. Shame, hot and heavy, flooded my veins. I was disgusting. He couldn't even look at me. When he finally left at 11, I didn't sleep. I ran. 10 miles on the treadmill. 100 sit-ups. I taped a newspaper over the mirror so I wouldn't have to see the monster I had become. I climbed into bed, sweaty, sticky, and aching. I cried myself to sleep, asking the darkness the only question that mattered. How the hell did I let myself get like this? Chapter 2. I was staying at Mel's for the weekend since Trey had left for Denver for 3 days. He texted me and told me he'd left, so I went straight to Mel's after school on Friday. I followed behind her in my car to her little house on the edge of the woods. I loved Mel's house. It was so cute and adorable. Her family was awesome too, and her brother, my God, her brother was hot. I used to have a huge crush on Scott. He had blonde hair and big blue eyes like Mel, but he had a bad boy vibe going on. He wasn't a bad boy though. He was never in trouble or anything. He just had this badass attitude about him. I definitely wouldn't want to mess with him. He was a college student, so I hadn't seen him for almost a year, but he was back for the holidays today, apparently, so I was looking forward to seeing him. As I pulled up behind Mel, I could see her waiting there for me excitedly. We were going to watch a movie tonight and have a girls' night. She wanted to paint toenails and do all that type of girly stuff, and was ridiculously eager and excited about it. I skipped up to her, pretending to be excited about it too. Come on then, I think Scott's home now, she said happily. Mel loved her brother and missed him like crazy. We walked inside, and I saw a messy blonde head for a fraction of a second before he scooped Mel into a hug, spinning her around in a circle, making her laugh. Hey Scott, she cried happily, hugging him tight. Hey Mel, missed you, he said just as happily. He glanced over to me and smiled his charming smile that always made me feel a little like I wasn't in control of myself. Well, hello, Brookson. You've grown, he said, smirking at me as he pulled me into a hug. I instantly regretted my choice of clothes. Even he noticed I had put on weight. I hugged him back uncomfortably. Hi Scott, how's college? I asked, smiling. He grinned his charming smile at me. Pretty good. Not very many hot girls up there, though. Maybe I should come back here. What do you think? He asked, looking me over slowly, making me feel so uncomfortable I wish the ground would open up and swallow me. Don't start hitting on my best friend already, Scott. Come on. Mel cried, laughing as she grabbed my hand and pulled me towards the kitchen. Hitting on me? Why would he hit on me? Scott followed us into the kitchen, still looking at me intently. I cleared my throat. So, what courses are you doing, Scott? I asked, trying to get his attention off of me. He smiled and came to lean on the counter next to me, his arm brushing against mine. Psychology and sociology, he said, smiling. I nodded. Yeah, I forgot you wanted to be a psychologist, I said, frowning. Anything that'll get you on my couch, he said flirtatiously, making me laugh. God, I missed him. Go away, I'm not interested, I said teasingly. He pouted at me, faking hurt. You still with that jerk, Trey? He asked, frowning a little, annoyed about it. I nodded. Yep, still with him, I said, trying to show I was happy about it. He shook his head. I don't know what you see in that guy. You could do so much better, he said, looking at me intently. I smiled sadly. Yeah, right? Yeah, like who? I asked jokingly, not really expecting an answer. He laughed. Let me think. How about anyone you set your sights on? Me, maybe, he said flirtatiously. I laughed. Yeah, okay, like he would be interested in me. He's so attractive. Whatever. Want to come have a girly night with us? We're painting toenails, I offered, changing the subject. Hey, why not? Got any pink? He asked jokingly, looking at his nails. Sure, whatever you want, I said, laughing. He was always funny. I would love to have a brother like him. Well, actually, I would just love to have a brother, full stop. Someone to look after me and tell me it was okay. Someone I could turn to for help instead of having to do everything on my own all the time. What if I want you? He whispered in my ear, making me shiver at how close he was. I swallowed, suddenly really nervous. I pushed him away slightly, putting a little distance between us. Well, that's not on offer, sorry, I said, rolling my eyes. He sighed. Right, well then I definitely do not want a girly night, he said, faking hurt as he stormed out of the kitchen dramatically, making me laugh again. Mel rolled her eyes at him. God, I thought he was over it, she said, shaking her head. I frowned. Over what? I asked, confused. She laughed. His little crush on you, she said, nodding to her brother, who was now sitting watching TV with his feet on the coffee table. What is that about? He doesn't have a crush on me. Don't be stupid, Mel, I said, laughing. As if someone like him would have a crush on someone like me. Are you kidding? He's liked you for years. I thought you knew, she said, confused. I gasped and looked at her. She wasn't joking. This was serious. Her brother had a crush on me for years? Mind you, I guess when I used to hang out here a lot, I was thinner and prettier than I am now. There was no way he would still like me even if he used to have a crush on me. She must have got the wrong idea. Scott was just a flirt who liked to make me feel uncomfortable. Whatever, let's get a pizza tonight, I said, starving hungry. I hadn't really eaten properly for days, and I literally had an apple today and nothing else. She nodded eagerly and went to get the phone to order it. For hours later, after a huge amount of pizza, ice cream, popcorn, and soda, I was lying on her bed while she painted my toes. Actually painted my toes, I don't think she was actually getting any on the actual nail. We were both giggling hysterically at nothing in particular. I could hear people downstairs. Scott had some friends over, but we were in Mel's bedroom, so it didn't matter. We need more drinks. I chirped, swigging the last mouthful from the bottle, frowning. Where did all that go? Mel jumped up laughing and pulled me to my feet, dragging me out of the room. Let's go steal the boys' drinks, she said loudly in my ear. I winced as my ears started to ring. She shushed me and crept down the hall, but I couldn't stop laughing at her trying to be all stealthy as she crept along the wall like a spy. I trailed behind her, giggling with my hand over my mouth. If I didn't stop laughing, they were going to hear us. Shoo, I whispered to myself and walked smack into a table, knocking over an ornament. Quick as lightning, Mel spun on the spot and caught it. That was awesome. I cried, impressed at how fast she had moved. She looked at me shocked. I was, she stuttered, looking uncomfortable. I shook my head. You should be on the netball team, Mel. That was fast, I said, impressed. She grinned and put the ornament back, grabbing my hand and pulling me into the kitchen. Her brother and what looked like 3 friends were sitting in the lounge watching football. She grinned and pulled me over to the fridge. If we get caught, I'm gonna run. Scott'll give it to you, but he won't give it to me, she whispered, grabbing 4 bottles and putting them in my hands as she grabbed another 2. Mel, you better not be stealing my drinks, Scott called from the lounge. She looked at me with wide eyes. Flirt, she said as she ran off towards the stairs, just managing to get out of the room as Scott walked in. He looked at me and smiled his charming smile as he leaned up against the door frame. "What's this then, Brookson?" he asked, looking me over. I suddenly became very aware that I was in a pair of short shorts and a vest top, ready for bed. I blushed as he looked me over slowly, making me wish I were smaller. I was wondering if I could have these," I said, grimacing at how pathetic I sounded. He smiled. "Right? And what's in it for me then?" "Why should I give you my drinks?" he asked as he took a couple of steps towards me. I gulped. "Okay, why is he looking at me like that?" "I could pay you." "I've got money in my bag," I offered, looking around for my handbag. He laughed and shook his head. "I don't want your money," he said, taking another step towards me. He was looking at me intently, and it was starting to make me nervous. "Well, what do you want then?" I asked, confused. He smiled as he took the last step, closing the distance so he was right in front of me. "How about a dance tomorrow at the party?" he said, raising one eyebrow. "A dance?" God, I would have danced with him anyway, so now I get the drinks for nothing. "Just a dance?" I asked, checking there was no catch. He smiled and nodded. "Just a dance," he said, nodding amused. "Okay, great, sure," I said happily. He grinned and nodded over his shoulder. "Go on then." "Don't be sick. I'm not clearing up after you," he said, laughing. I smiled. "Thanks, Scott. It really is good to see you, you know," I said honestly. He smiled. "And it was definitely good to see you," he said, looking me over slowly again, making me blush. I gripped the bottles tightly and made my way out of the room, heading towards the stairs. "Sorry, guys, all the drinks are gone," Scott said as he headed back into the lounge. I smiled. "Bless him, he is so sweet." "What? How can they be gone?" I heard a guy say. I stopped dead in my tracks. He had the most attractive voice I had ever heard in my life, and my whole body was tingling with excitement for some reason. I wanted to hear it again. I wanted him to say my name. I turned and was about to head in there to see who this voice belonged to when Mel grabbed the bottles from my arms and laughed. "Come on, let's go," she said, nodding for me to follow her up the stairs. It felt like I snapped out of some sort of trance. I could suddenly think again. What was I about to do? Why would I care who that voice belonged to? I have a boyfriend who has no intention of letting me go. I shook my head and followed Mel up the stairs into her bedroom, flopping on the bed. "Right then, let's watch another movie," she said, jumping up to choose one. I woke in the morning, and my head was pounding. I grimaced and buried my head in the pillow. Oh God, I felt awful. How much did I drink last night? I lifted my head, squinting through the too bright room to the alarm clock. It was almost 9 in the morning. I groaned and rolled over to come face to face with Mel, who was still asleep. I felt a little sick, so I got up quietly and made my way to the bathroom for a shower, grabbing my clothes on the way. After a shower, I felt much better and looked in to see that Mel was still asleep, so I crept downstairs to get something to drink. My tongue felt like sandpaper. "Good morning, sunshine," Scott said, grinning. I grimaced as my ears started to ring. "Scott, you have any painkillers?" I asked, putting my throbbing head on the counter, enjoying the cold of the granite on my forehead. I heard him chuckle. "Here," he said, putting 2 pills and a glass of water on the counter. I sighed as I swallowed them quickly, drinking the whole glass of water. "Suffering after drinking all of my drinks?" he asked teasingly. I nodded and sat on the stool. "Yeah," I muttered, closing my eyes. I heard him move, and suddenly he was behind me, rubbing my temples. I snapped my eyes open and pulled away. "What are you doing?" I asked, confused. He smiled. "Making your headache go." "I learned about head massages in my class," he said, shrugging and reaching for my head again. "Seriously?" "I thought psychology was about what's inside the mind, not outside," I said sarcastically. He rolled his eyes. "Fine, you don't want my help, don't take it." "Suffer for all I care," he said, shrugging. I sighed. My head was killing me. It wouldn't hurt to let him try. Okay, rub my head then," I said, exasperated. He shook his head, amused. "Not if you ask like that," he said teasingly. I smiled. "Okay, I guess I was a little rude." "Scott, will you please rub my head?" I asked, stepping closer to him. He laughed. Maybe I could ask you to return the favor later and rub my head, he said suggestively. Gross, I said, slapping his shoulder. He laughed and reached for me again. I pushed his hands away. No way. I don't want to owe you anything, I said honestly. There was no way I would be doing that later. He grabbed my waist and spun me round to face him and moved his hands to my head, massaging my temples in small circles, making his way across my forehead and back again, going down behind my ears, making me relax at how good that actually felt. Someone cleared their throat behind me and Scott stopped. Finished charming my friend? Mel asked sarcastically. Scott laughed. Actually, no. Can you give me 10 more minutes? He asked teasingly. We all laughed, and I stepped back. My head actually felt fine now. Oh my god, that did make my headache go, I said excitedly. He smiled and did a little bow. Told ya, he said, winking at me. Mel rolled her eyes. Shopping, she said excitedly. I groaned. Oh no, I hated shopping. Do we have to? I asked, grimacing. She nodded. Yes, you need to get something for tonight. You're not wearing jeans, so you need to buy something new, maybe a dress, she said happily. I shook my head. Come on, why can't I wear jeans? I asked, hating the fact that she would make me try on dresses and skirts. She grabbed my bag and put it in my hands. Come on, let's get something to eat on the way. I'm starving, she said, dragging me towards the door. See you later, Scott. Thanks for the message. I called as we headed out the door. After 3 shops of me refusing to try on anything that she picked out for me, she finally had enough. She grabbed a black dress that looked absolutely killer on the hanger, but on me would look absolutely hideous. It was tight and short and small. Try this on Brookson, or I swear I'm gonna embarrass you in front of this whole store, she said warningly as she shook the dress in front of me. I raised my eyebrows at her. What is she gonna do to embarrass me? Yeah, I asked teasingly. She nodded. Yeah, I'm gonna start screaming and tell everyone that you just grabbed me, she said, grinning happily. I laughed. Yeah, okay, you do that, I said, shaking my head at her, amused. She opened her mouth and screamed. Shock shot through me, and I jumped forward, putting my hand over her mouth, looking around to see everyone staring at us, shocked and scared. Shit, okay, give me the damn dress, I said angrily, snatching it out of her hand. She laughed. It's okay, everyone, I'm sorry. I thought I saw a spider. That's all, she said, waving apologetically. I laughed as she pushed me towards the fitting rooms. You are crazy, I said as I stepped into the little curtain and started to strip out of my clothes, being careful not to look at my almost naked body in the mirror. I grabbed the dress, realizing too late that she had picked up a size 4. Mel, damn it, you got me a 4. Can you get me an 8 or a 10? I asked, holding it outside the curtain. She laughed. A 10? Come on, geez, try the damn thing on. A 10, yeah right, she said, laughing. Oh, for goodness sake. I pulled the dress over my head, pulling it down to see if it literally fitted where it touched. It was tight all over, literally like a second skin. I looked terrible. The dress itself was beautiful, though it was made of silk with thin straps. It was beautiful, well, it would look beautiful on someone other than me. You have it on? Mel called. I crossed my arms across my body. Mel, it's too tight. Can you get me a bigger one? I asked uncomfortably. She wrenched the curtain open and gasped, making me feel even worse. I closed my eyes, not wanting to see the disgust at how hideous I was. Oh God, Brookson, this dress was made for you. You look so hot. I swear you're gonna be fighting them off tonight, she said, sounding a little jealous. I opened my eyes to see her looking me over proudly. I frowned. It's awful, Mel. Seriously, I look like a mess. I hissed angrily. She gasped again. What? I would kill someone to have your body, Brookson. You look amazing, she said, throwing her hair over her shoulder. I laughed and looked back in the mirror. I suppose it did make me look okay. I dropped my hands slightly so I could look at my bust, but still cover up my stomach. She wrenched my arms down to my sides. You're getting this dress, she said, looking at me sternly. I grimaced. I can't wear this. Seriously, Mel, come on, get real, I said, turning my nose up at myself. She shook her head. You're getting it. Take it off. Let's go get some new underwear to go with it. That dress deserves pretty underwear. Oh, and new shoes, she said, clapping her hands. I'm not some damn Barbie doll. I snapped, making her laugh as she closed the curtain behind her. After another hour and a half of shopping, we made our way back to hers. I had bought some black lace underwear and a killer pair of heels to go with the way too tight, way too short dress that she made me buy. God, I hated my life, but at least this party was at a friend of her brother's. I wouldn't know anyone there, and they wouldn't be able to see me again to talk about my embarrassing show in a dress designed for some runway model. I showered and let her do my hair, blow-drying it straight and shaping it into a perfect bob. I applied my own makeup much to her disgust. I added a little mascara and some clear lip gloss. I never wore much makeup. Trey said it made me look cheap, so I didn't even wear any when I was out with him. When I couldn't stall anymore, she made me pull on the dress over the top of the lacy black underwear. She was watching me the whole time with a proud little smile. I'm glad I've told Scott we'll meet him there. He is so gonna be amazed by you tonight. I bet he wouldn't let you leave the house, she said, smirking at me. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, as if. The only one that would be amazed right now is Trey, and he would be amazed with anger at how embarrassing I looked right now. Mel, as usual, looked beautiful. She added some soft curls to her poker straight hair and pulled on a gorgeous red dress that made her look super skinny and graceful. I was so jealous of her. God, why can't I look like that? I pulled on my shoes, and she wrapped her arm around me. Let's go break some hearts, she said, winking at me, making me chuckle. We walked to the car and made our way over to Scott's friend's house on the other side of the woods. As we approached, I gasped. This place was gorgeous, like a log cabin with big green windows. It was so cute. Mel laughed and pulled me towards the loud music. Right, let's have fun, she said happily as we got to the front door. Whose party is this anyway? I shouted over the music as she led me through the house. It was really cute on the inside too, and much bigger than it seemed from the outside, all open plan. The walls were all wood and looked really homey. It's Scott's best friend, Jaylar's. It's his birthday today, she shouted back, pulling me over to the kitchen area. She grabbed 2 cups and went straight for the punch, raising an eyebrow at me. Oh crap, there could be anything in there. Maybe we should stick to bottles? I said, but it sounded more like a question. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Scott will look after us, she said, ladling out 2 big cups of punch. I could feel everyone staring at me, so I wrapped my arms around myself, wishing I had on a pair of jeans and a hoodie to hide under. Mel handed me a cup. Cheers, she said, knocking our cups together. I took a big swig and almost spat it straight back out. It was awful. There was so much alcohol in there that it was just crazy. Ew, I said, turning my nose up. This needs something, I said, looking around for anything to put in the punch to take the kick away. I grabbed some orange juice and poured in half a carton before grabbing 2 apples and 2 oranges. Find a knife. The fruit will soak up some of the alcohol, I said, opening the nearest drawer. Here, Mel said, sliding a knife across the counter. I chopped up the fruit and threw it in, giving it a big stir with the ladle before serving up a little more into a fresh cup. I took another mouthful, and it was actually quite nice now. Much better, I said, handing my cup to Mel. She smiled and drank the cup, nodding for some more. With our drinks in hand, we made our way to the dance floor to find Scott. Hey. Wow, Scott said with wide eyes as he looked me over. Why is he looking at me like that? I blushed and dropped my eyes to the floor. I knew I shouldn't have worn this stupid dress. Chapter 3. Jaylar's POV. I dumped the last of the alcohol onto the kitchen counter, looking it over to make sure we had enough. This party was going to be awesome. I grinned as I counted the bottles, 8 bottles of every single drink you could think of. People were supposed to bring something too, so we should be fine. I grabbed the punch bowl and started mixing in shots of stuff. I had no idea how to make a cocktail or anything, so I just threw in whatever I could get hold of first, added some orange, apple, and cranberry juices, and mixed it up with the ladle. I spooned out a cup and took a big mouthful. Damn, that was awful. I swallowed it, grimacing as the alcohol burned its way down my throat. I grabbed some lemonade and poured some of that in too. After another test, it still tasted terrible, but the burn was gone, so I downed the rest of the cup. I opened all of the snacks, pouring them into big plastic bowls before heading upstairs to change. It would be hot tonight, and I was already running a temperature because of the moon, so I pulled on a pair of low-slung ripped jeans and a plain white t-shirt. Screw it, I'm not dressing up to go to a party in my own house. This party was arranged to celebrate my birthday. Well, that's what most people thought anyway. To my pack and family, this was a coming-of-age party. It's kind of like a birthday party, but it was special. Today I was 20, which meant that I was now officially a full-grown male shifter. It also meant that I had the right to challenge my father for alpha of the pack, seeing as I was the next eldest male in the family. My father had made it clear to me that he would not reject my challenge should I feel ready to face him. A challenge was not to be taken lightly, though. If neither of us were willing to submit, it would be a fight to the end. There was no way I was doing that. I didn't like my father. He was never really a father to me, taking off just after my mom died when I was 5, leaving me to be raised by my aunt. But he was still my father, and I wouldn't fight him for something that I had no desire to be anyway. Why would I want to be alpha? I was 20, in college, having fun, and generally having a good old time out of life. Who would want to trade that for the responsibility of heading a pack of shifters? Not me. Certainly not yet, anyway. I hadn't ruled out challenging one day, but not until it would suit me to do it. I was the only one who had the right to challenge at the moment. It went on bloodlines, and the alpha had been in my bloodline for over 200 years. The only time someone can challenge who is not of the bloodline is when the alpha is either killed or wishes to resign, in which case there is a fight amongst all male shifters over the age of 20 that want to compete. It's a fight to the death depending on how far you're willing to go for it. Basically, it's a huge contest with the one left standing at the end being made the new alpha. But as I said, this hadn't happened for over 200 years, as the alphas had all born sons to take over from them. My father wouldn't give it to me easily. He would make me work for it and probably force me to hurt him just to test how far I would go. It seemed to me like I was always a disappointment to him. Nothing I ever did was good enough, so to be honest, I just stopped trying to impress him. When my aunt died last year, she left me the house and a tidy sum to see me through college, so I have been taking care of myself since then. Once I was dressed, I heard people arriving, pulling off the road about a mile away, so I made my way downstairs. Scott, Andy, and Polio all let themselves in, heading straight for the kitchen to dump the booze they had brought before giving me a high five. Wow, man, coming of age. You excited? Scott asked happily. I shrugged. Same as yesterday, man. Nothing's changed, I said, a little bored with the whole coming of age thing already. I just wanted to party. So you gonna make the challenge? Andy asked, looking at me excitedly. I shook my head, laughing. Nah, what do I want all that responsibility for? Is it gonna get me any more girls? I asked jokingly, making them laugh. No more than you would get anyway, Andy said, rolling his eyes at me. I nudged Scott. Is your sister coming? I asked, smiling, knowing that it would wind him up if I talked about his little sister. He looked at me warningly. Don't even think about it, Jaylar, he said angrily, his blue eyes getting a little darker, making me smile. I was joking. What is she, like 12? I asked, laughing. I hadn't seen Mel for about a year since Scott, and I went off to college. She was a nice girl, but she just wasn't my type. She's almost 17, actually. She's bringing her friend with her tonight, Brookson, he said, smiling. I frowned, watching his face. He liked this girl a lot, his little sister's friend. I could tell. Yeah? The friend hot? I asked, wanting to wind him up again. His eyes darkened immediately as he stepped towards me. I could feel my wolf pushing to the surface. I didn't like to be challenged. Even though I was teasing about the friend, if he was gonna be stepping to me, I needed to show him to back off. I outranked him, even though he would technically be my number 2 if I became alpha, as it was in his bloodline to be my lieutenant. Back off, Scott, I said firmly, clenching my jaw tight. He glared at me for a couple of seconds, assessing my dominance, seeing if he could take me. If he tried, I would put him down. He knew that, which was why he looked down at the floor pretty quickly and stepped back respectfully. I took a deep breath and slapped his shoulder, letting him know everything was okay. I didn't hold grudges. I was kidding, man, seriously. You like the friend, then go for it, I said honestly. I had no interest in fighting over a girl. If he wanted this one, there would be plenty more at the party. This party would be teeming with humans and shifters alike. Personally, I preferred shifters. They were more flexible, had more stamina, and out of respect for me being the alpha son, they were more than happy to spend time with me, hoping I would mate them and make them the alpha female. That wasn't gonna happen, though. I didn't want to mate. Why tie myself down to just one girl? The alpha bloodline ended with me. I was never having kids. I couldn't get anyone pregnant without mating. I was infertile until I chose someone and connected their body to mine. So I had no doubt in my mind whatsoever that there would be no more Phillips alphas. People started arriving, and a bunch of female shifters paraded themselves in front of me, hoping tonight was their lucky night. One girl in a revealing blue dress wrapped her hand around my wrist. "Wanna dance with me, Jaylar?" She purred as she swayed. This was a good party already. "Sure, baby, why not?" I said, winking at my boys and following her to the dance floor. After a couple of hours, I spotted part of my pack brothers all standing around chatting, so I made my way over to them. "Hey, guys," I said, throwing my arm around Ricky's shoulder. "Hey, Jay," he said, grinning. "Good party, huh?" I asked, looking around at the packed house. The music was loud, and everyone was dancing, drinking, and laughing. "Awesome, man," Seaton said, grinning. "Got your eye on anyone?" he asked, looking around and stopping at a group of humans in the corner. I grinned. "Nah, man, I'll take anyone, you know me," I said, shrugging. "Not going for the hottie with Mel Porter?" he asked, a little shocked. I grinned. This must be the girl Scott likes. "No, man, Scott's called dibs." "Where is she anyway?" I asked, looking around for this girl who had my best friend so worked up. He had been crazy about this girl for years. I remember him talking about her. "I don't know, but trust me, you'll know her if you see her. She is beautiful." "Definitely the hottest girl in here," Seaton said. The other boys nodded their agreement. I frowned. She can't be hotter than the shifter girls. They were all beautiful. It was part of our race to be perfect looking, which is why so many of us ended up as models or actors. "Scott didn't say she was a shifter," I said, scanning the room for her again. Seaton shook his head. "She's not. She's human." "Beautiful though," he said, blowing out a sharp breath and running his hand through his hair. I shrugged. Whatever I said to Scott, he could have her anyway. "I'll see you guys," I said, slapping Ricky on the shoulder as I made my way to the kitchen to see Scott and Polio doing shots. "Hey, I'll have one of those," I said, grabbing another cup and holding it out to Polio, who was pouring them another. "Everyone's going on about this mystery girl of yours," I said, laughing as we counted to 3 and down the shots. Polio immediately poured another 3. "Yeah, I know. She's got a boyfriend though, so," he said, shrugging. I laughed. "Come on, that shouldn't stop you. You're Scott Porter," I said, punching his arm maybe a little harder than I thought, as he winced and rubbed his shoulder. "Not used to this extra coming-of-age strength yet. I guess it would take a few days." "I know, I keep trying, but nothing," he said sadly. I smiled reassuringly. "You'll get her, but it's not like she's the one, man. She's human." "You know she's not for you anyway," I said, shrugging. It was no big deal. Shifters could be with humans and could maybe have relationships with them, but they never lasted. A shifter could only mate with another shifter, so we could have our fun with humans, but it would never go any further than that. I had heard about one shifter who apparently fell in love with a human, but the relationship only lasted a couple of years. Love for a shifter faded. It was the mating that created the unbreakable bond that kept them together and in love. This was another reason I didn't ever want to mate. Once mated, you would never want anyone else. A male shifter would do anything for his mate. Anything. She was literally the center of his world, and if anything ever happened to her, he would be alone until the day he died. This was what happened to my father. When his mate died, my mother, he sort of lost his grip on everything, like she was the only thing tying him down. He left me, unable to love now that his mate was dead. I understood how he felt and never blamed him for it, but I just don't get how people could want to put themselves through that. What could be worth risking everything for? I would never take a mate because I would never want to end up like my father. A lonely, bitter, and twisted old man with no love or compassion for anyone, even his own son. After a couple more shots, we went dancing. "You hooked up with anyone yet, Jay?" Polio said, laughing. I shook my head and smiled. "Not yet." "It's only 10, I said, shrugging. I didn't want to choose too early. I'd get stuck with whatever girl I chose for the night, probably, and I wanted to have some fun tonight. 2 girls came over dancing with us, eyeing Scott and me with interest. Scott got a good amount of attention, too, because he would be my number 2. Shifter girls wanted to be mated to powerful males. I smiled and nodded over my shoulder. "I'm gonna go to the bathroom," I shouted over the loud music. They nodded and started dancing with the girls as I weaved my way through the crowd, heading to the bathroom. I tried the one downstairs, but it was locked, so I headed upstairs to my en-suite, desperately needing to go now after downing all this liquid. I crossed my room and went to the bathroom, sighing with relief. As I was washing my hands, I heard someone rattle the door handle. I smiled, someone else who couldn't wait for downstairs. I could smell something that I smelled yesterday at Scott's. It was glorious, and it made my stomach clench up tight. I had no idea what the smell was, but it was intoxicating, and I hadn't been able to stop thinking about that scent all night. I opened the door, and my heart stopped. The most beautiful girl I had ever seen in my life was standing in front of me. She had glossy, chocolate brown hair just above her shoulders. Her skin was pale and flawless. She was wearing a black silk dress that clung to her body, showing off all of her curves underneath. Her legs were long and toned. I opened my mouth to speak, but nothing came out, so I closed it again. She was so perfect. I had never seen anything more beautiful, and I knew I never would. I felt my wolf jump, and I clenched my fists, willing my feet not to close the small distance between us. I dragged my eyes back to her face to see that her beautiful hazel brown eyes were wide and a little bewildered as she stared at me, as I stared at her. I couldn't move. I needed her. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck rise as my canines extended. What on earth? I gritted my teeth and tried again to speak. "Come on, Jaylar, you can do this." "You need the bathroom?" I asked, my voice husky and thick with desire. She gulped, and her eyes dropped to the floor. I wanted so much to lift her chin and look into her eyes again, but instead, I stepped to the side and held the door open for her. She looked at the door and shook her head slightly, looking confused before heading in and locking the door behind her. What was that? I went over to the mirror and opened my mouth, looking at my canines that were just going back to their correct human teeth. What happened then? I rubbed my hand up my arm and looked back at the door. I wanted to see her again. I wanted to touch her and run my fingers through her silky brown hair. As I thought about it, my canines extended again. I slapped my forehead, confused as hell. Suddenly, I heard her speak, and my heart went into overdrive. "You okay?" she asked. Her voice was so beautiful. It was like an angel singing, and I would do anything to hear her speak again. I looked up to see her standing there, looking a little uncomfortable, with her arms crossed over her beautiful body, hugging herself tightly. I nodded and willed my teeth to return to normal. I ran my tongue over them, and they retracted, allowing me to turn to her again. "I'm fine. Are you enjoying the party?" I asked, wanting to hear her speak again. She smiled, and I felt like my world started to spin too fast. Happiness bubbled inside me, and I wanted to see that smile again. "Yeah, it's good." "You?" she asked, looking me over, biting her lips slightly. I took a deep breath, taking in another lungful of that intoxicating scent. I took a step forward and sniffed again. It was her. She was the smell from Scott's. Her beautiful eyes looked a little startled as they came back to mine. My wolf jumped forward, wanting me to take her, wanting me to claim her. I couldn't help but close the distance between us. Her breath seemed to catch in her throat as I reached my hand up and brushed a stray lock of her hair back into place. Her hair felt like silk between my fingers, and my whole body was screaming for me to touch her skin. Our bodies were about a foot apart, and I was just considering if I could close the distance when she did. She pressed herself to me, her perfect body touching every inch of mine. I gritted my teeth as my wolf growled in my chest. He wanted her now. I was fighting it as best I could, but her scent was driving me wild. My body was on fire. I bent my head and touched my lips to hers. My whole body tingled with pleasure as her warm, soft lips pressed against mine lightly. She made a small moan in the back of her throat, and I couldn't hold it any longer. I wrapped my arms around her tight and pulled her closer to my chest as I walked her backwards to the bed. I had to be with her now. Her hands went up around my neck, pulling me closer. As we got to the bed, she lay down. I hovered above her and pulled her up the bed more before lying on top of her gently, keeping all of my weight off of this perfect angel, not wanting to hurt her. I would never hurt her. Her hands went down to the back of my t-shirt, pulling it up over my head and throwing it on the floor, her eyes and hands trailing over my chest, making me shiver. I licked along her bottom lip, wanting to deepen the kiss. She opened her mouth eagerly, and I slipped my tongue into her mouth. She tasted even better than she smelled, and I couldn't think about anything else. She took over everything, her scent, her taste, they were driving me out of my mind. I pulled my head back to look at her. She was so beautiful, like a perfect angel. My wolf jumped forward again, so close to the surface now. I was fighting a losing battle. He wanted her. He wouldn't stop until she was his. I was sweating and panting for breath, fighting with all of my might to get off of her before it was too late, but I couldn't move. I couldn't force even 1 inch of space between us. I was going to claim her, and there was nothing either of us could do about it. She looked at me, her hazel eyes showing concern. She raised her hand and touched my sweating forehead. "Are you okay?" she asked in her angel's voice. That tipped me over the edge. My canines extended again, further than I had ever felt them. "I can't," I choked out. She frowned, confused, and I lost the battle. I felt him take over as I leaned forward to her throat and claimed her, marking her as my own. Chapter 4. As soon as the connection was made, my whole body hummed with a fierce protectiveness. She was my world. She was my everything. My whole life before her had been a lie. Everything that I had found beautiful, everything that I had found interesting or that made me happy was nothing. Nothing could compare to this girl. I pulled away, my teeth retracted, and I looked into her eyes. She was shaking, her whole body trembling as she looked at me in shock. "Sure, it's okay. I'm sorry I hurt you, but I'll never hurt you again. I promise." "Never," I said softly, smoothing her hair from her face. She nodded, and I kissed her forehead gently. She gripped her hands into my hair, pulling me closer as I held her. My angel, my world. I kissed the spot on her neck, soothing the mark I had placed there. She relaxed against me, and I smiled. I helped her with her shoes, kicking mine off at the same time. The air shifted, heavy with a new bond between us. I wanted to be close to her, skin to skin, but she suddenly seemed shy. She gasped and blushed, covering herself with her arms as I looked at her. I frowned. "Could we turn the light off?" she asked uncomfortably. "Why?" I asked, confused, as I lay back down next to her, memorizing her face. "I don't want you to have to look at me," she said, wincing slightly. I looked at her, even more confused now. "You don't want me to have to look at you?" "I don't understand." "Why wouldn't I want to look at you?" I asked, gently pulling her face to look at me. She was bright red. "Don't. I know what I look like." "We should just turn the light off," she said, sitting up and moving to get up from the bed. My wolf paced within me, refusing to allow her to leave, but I pushed him back. He wouldn't hurt my angel. I grabbed her hand, stopping her from leaving, and moved to sit up too. You are the most beautiful thing I will ever see in my life. You're perfect, I said honestly. I could see her eyes filling with tears as she shook her head. No, I'm not. You don't have to say that, she said, a tear falling down her face. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her small frame into my lap as I wiped the tear from her face. I swear on my life, you take my breath away. You're incredible. You're so beautiful, I said as I kissed her. She wrapped her arms around my neck, pulling me closer. I held her close. As she moved, I noticed she had a large bruise on her side. I lifted her arm to look at it. It looked a couple of days old. How did you get this? I asked, trailing my fingers over it tenderly, wishing I could make it disappear. I fell, she said. Wow, okay. I need to watch out for her even more than I thought if she's a little clumsy. I even had to protect her from herself. I kissed the bruise gently. She held onto me tightly, her breathing uneven. I was scared to touch her in case she disappeared. What if this were a dream? What if I woke up and she was just a dream? How would I cope with the loss? I don't think I would. I smiled and looked at the mark on her neck. It was incredible. It looked a little sore, but it was fascinating. She looked at me, her hazel eyes meeting mine, filled with emotion. I smiled at her and got a heart-stopping smile in return. Do you really think I'm beautiful? She asked quietly. She looked so nervous and insecure. What had happened to this girl for her to think that she was anything less than perfection? I looked deep into her hazel eyes that I hoped she would pass on to our children. I don't think you're beautiful. I know you're beautiful. The most special and precious thing I have ever seen. You're just perfect, I said honestly. A tear fell down her face, and I kissed it away. Thank you, she said gratefully. Anytime, I whispered. I was memorizing every expression, every line of her face, every fleck of darker brown that was in her hazel eyes. I memorized the beautiful scent of her breath as it blew across my face, the way her chest was rising as she took a breath. I wanted to be able to picture this moment with crystal clarity. She pulled me closer, and I couldn't refuse her. My now mated body needed to give her anything she asked for. I kissed her, promising silently to always protect her. Afterwards, we settled down, holding each other close. She closed her eyes. God, I'm tired, she mumbled. I smiled and wrapped my arms around her, pulling her to me. You can sleep now, shorty, I said, smiling and loving the feel of her in my arms. I'm not short, she mumbled sleepily against my chest, making me laugh. Within a minute, she was asleep, so I pulled back to look at her. She was so beautiful, and she was mine. I smiled happily, watching the rise and fall of her chest, her breathing being the most important thing in the world to me. Wow, I was mated. And I didn't even know my mate's name, for Christ's sake. That was just crazy, though. What was that? I couldn't mate her. It was like she was supposed to be mine. From the first second I saw her, I needed her. Is that how it usually happened? I thought you talked about becoming mates, then did it. I didn't know it was just pure need like that. I kissed her forehead and closed my eyes, drifting off into a peaceful sleep next to the most perfect girl in the world. My girl. My mate. Chapter 5. Brookson's POV. I woke up feeling safe and warm and so comfortable. Where was I? I raised my head from the comfy spot I had found to see that I was lying on a boy's chest. My eyes went wide as I remembered what had happened. Wait, what did happen? I came up to use the bathroom, and the most beautiful boy in the world was already in there. The second my eyes met his, I felt strange. My heart had started beating way too fast, my fingertips starting to tingle. I had wanted him so badly. So badly it was almost painful. The need for him had almost overwhelmed me. I bit my lip and raised my head to look at him. He was incredible. His brown hair was messy and sticking up everywhere. He was asleep and looked so peaceful. He was pure perfection, actually beauty personified, and I could feel my feelings stirring for him again. My hand moved to brush his hair from his forehead, but I caught myself before I touched him. I didn't want to wake him. I dragged my eyes down his chest and sculpted abs. His body was tanned, toned, and perfect. I bit my lip and pushed back off the bed slowly, trying not to wake him. I grimaced thinking about the fact that he had seen me, but he didn't seem to mind earlier, and he said he thought I was beautiful. I climbed slowly out of the bed and grabbed my clothes, pulling them on, not taking my eyes from his face. Oh God, please don't wake up. I pulled my dress over my head and grabbed my shoes from the floor. I tiptoed over to the door and held my breath as I opened it and crept out, closing it behind me. I could hear the music banging downstairs. I leaned against the wall, trying to calm myself. How could I have done that? If Trey found out, he would be furious, and then he would hurt my mom. I gulped and smoothed my hair and dress before heading back downstairs. I didn't want to do this. I wanted to go back into the bedroom and have him wrap his arms around me again, but I had to leave. I couldn't let Trey hurt my mom. I weaved my way through the throng of people looking for Mel. I spotted her chatting and laughing on the other side with her brother and a group of boys. As I walked up, she grabbed me into a hug. Where have you been? I've been looking for you for like 2 hours, she cried, hugging me fiercely. I opened my mouth to speak, but she cut me off, looking at me confused. You smell different, she said, shaking her head. I smiled. She was always crazy. I smell different? Are you drunk? I asked, laughing as I took her cup and downed the contents. Scott was looking at me a little weird, too. You do smell different. Where have you been? He asked, looking at my hand where I held my shoes. I blushed and dropped my eyes to the floor. Nowhere, I was dancing. Look, Mel, can we go? I asked, embarrassed as to why everyone was staring at me again. She frowned. Go? It's only just after 12, she said, pouting. I looked at her pleadingly. Please? I need to go, please, I said. She sighed and nodded. Yeah, okay, but you'll tell me what this is about, right? She asked curiously. I nodded and looked around at the boys who were all staring at me, looking me over, but all looked slightly bewildered for some reason. I'll come too, Scott said, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. His hand brushed my neck, and I shuddered. It felt so wrong. I shrugged his arm off quickly, feeling a little sick. He looked at me strangely, but didn't say anything as we walked to his car. I slipped into the back and gulped, knowing the interrogation was about to start. So why did we have to leave? What happened? Mel asked, taking my hand as she slipped into the back next to me. I glanced at Scott, who was driving, not paying attention or pretending not to be paying attention anyway. I took a deep breath and looked at my best friend in the world. I cheated on Trey, I said, wincing at how bad that sounded. She gasped and gripped my hand tighter. You're kidding. With who? She cried, looking slightly excited. I smiled and shook my head. I don't even know his name. I didn't ask. Can you believe that? Damn it, I'm awful, I said, shaking my head disapprovingly. She laughed. You don't know his name? Oh my God, Brookson, she said, laughing. I giggled. It's not really funny. If Trey finds out, he'll go crazy, I said, my laughter stopping immediately, thinking of all the pain he would cause to me, or worse, to my mom, or even the beautiful boy I had just been with. He won't find out. How can he? He's in Denver, and he wouldn't know anyone here anyway, she said reassuringly. I nodded. She was right. There shouldn't be anything tying me to this at all. So, what did he look like? She asked excitedly. I sighed and closed my eyes, picturing his perfect face. He's got brown hair, kinda messy, and dark green eyes. My God, he is so attractive it's unreal, and his voice is the sexiest thing I have ever heard in my life, I said, a slight shiver running through me. She frowned. What was he wearing? She asked curiously. Jeans and a t-shirt. A white t-shirt, I said, nodding. She shrugged. I didn't see him. Was he good? She whispered. I giggled and nodded, biting my lip, trying not to think about just how good he was. Oh God, Mel, it was unbelievable. Seriously amazing, I admitted. She looked at me jealously and smiled. I told you that dress was made for you, she said, raising an eyebrow. I still don't like the dress, I said, pulling it down slightly, trying to cover my legs more. She laughed. But it got you amazing sex. You so owe me, she said, laughing again. I nodded. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that one, I said, grinning at her. So I can't believe you didn't even ask his name. What happened? She asked as we pulled up outside her house. I climbed out and waited for her to walk around to my side. God, I have no idea. I went to use the bathroom, and he was in there. When he opened the door, it was like bam, and that was it. He must have felt it too, because he looked like he was having trouble speaking, I said, smiling, remembering how he opened his mouth and closed it, struggling to get his words out. She smiled. That's so romantic. Are you seeing him again? She asked happily as she skipped over to the freezer, pulling out a carton of ice cream and 2 spoons. I shook my head. No, I'm with Trey, I said sternly as I dug into the chocolate ice cream hungrily. He was okay with that, she asked curiously. I shrugged. I have no idea. I didn't tell him I had a boyfriend. We fell asleep after. When I woke up, he was still asleep, so I snuck out and came to find you, I admitted a little sheepishly. She burst out laughing again and shook her head. Wow, you are bad, she teased, making me laugh. I nodded, eating another spoonful of ice cream. I know. I just pray that Trey doesn't find out, I said, feeling slightly sick at the thought. Scott was watching me curiously from the doorframe, looking like he was trying to work out a complicated puzzle. Let's go watch a movie. Finish this ice cream off, Mel suggested, nodding towards the lounge. Okay, I'm just gonna go change first. I don't feel comfortable in this, I said, waving my hand over my dress. She nodded and headed off to the lounge to choose the movie. I went upstairs, pulling the dress off and grabbing a loose-fitting t-shirt and sweats and pulling them on instead. As I walked past the mirror, I noticed my hair was all messed up and tangled, so I grabbed a brush and brushed out the snarls, pulling my hair back into a loose ponytail. I frowned as I saw a red mark on my neck and bent closer to look at it, pulling the edge of my top down so I could see. Just at the base of my neck where it meets my shoulder, there was a big red bite mark. I gasped as I tilted my neck to look at it better. It looked deep, but it didn't hurt. I could clearly see 4 perfectly round puncture holes, 2 on each side, surrounded by normal-looking teeth marks forming 2 crescents. It was healing and looked like it had happened a couple of weeks ago, not something that happened tonight. I poked at it and rubbed it, but it didn't fade or change. I closed my eyes, thinking back to him biting me. I remembered him looking like he was in pain, then he said something about not being in control, and then his eyes changed from green to an almost black color, and he bent forward and bit me. No, his eyes didn't change color. That's just stupid. Must have been a trick of the light or probably a trick of the alcohol, more like it. It didn't hurt when he bit me. It actually felt nice. If he had bitten me hard enough to leave a mark like this, it would have really hurt me, wouldn't it? Maybe I had a reaction to it or something. I rubbed it again, but it wouldn't go. The teeth marks actually felt a little raised. It was definitely a reaction. I hope he didn't give me anything. I thought back to what happened. We didn't use protection either. I grimaced. I was on the pill, so I knew I wouldn't get pregnant, but what if he had something? Oh, great, Brookson, just great. I heard shouting from downstairs. I let my hair back down, not wanting to have to explain the bite to Mel tonight, and made my way downstairs. Scott, I don't know what happened. Honestly, I needed to. I couldn't help it. A voice shouted angrily. I gasped. It was him. The boy I slept with was here. I sat on the bottom step, not wanting to go and face him. Maybe he was just here to see Scott. He couldn't even know I was here. No, he definitely didn't know who I was. There was no way he could. I wrapped my arms around myself, praying he would just leave. This was just a one-night stand. I had a boyfriend. A boyfriend who would hurt me, my mom, and him if he ever found out. I felt sick. The thought of Trey hurting him was worse than the thought of him hurting my mom. My heart was crashing in my chest. Oh God, Trey's gonna find out. How could I have been so stupid? Jaylar's POV. I woke up and instantly noticed she wasn't in my arms. I raised my head, looking for her. Maybe she'd rolled away or something. But the bed was empty. I sat up quickly and looked around my room. Her clothes and shoes were gone too. I jumped out of the bed, pulling on my jeans and t-shirt, slipping on my sneakers, and ran to the ensuite. But I knew she wasn't there. I couldn't smell her anymore. She had left the room. I ran down the stairs and scanned the room quickly. Where is she? I pushed past people into the kitchen, but she wasn't there either. My wolf was pacing. He wanted her near him. He didn't like the fact that she had snuck away. I turned and went to the bathroom. Someone was in there and I relaxed. Calm down, Jaylar, she's in the bathroom. I waited a couple of minutes and the girl in the blue dress that I had danced with earlier came out. Shit. I cried angrily. Did she leave the house? Polio was walking past me, so I grabbed his arm. Polio, have you seen a really beautiful girl with brown hair? She's wearing a black dress, I asked desperately. He shrugged. Don't think so, man. Why, what's up? He asked, looking at me curiously. I made it, I said, scanning the room again. He gasped and grabbed me. You made it? What the hell, Jaylar? Who? He cried, shocked. I shook my head. I don't know where she went. We fell asleep. I just woke up and she was gone, I said, pushing past him, needing to find her. I didn't even know her name, for Christ's sake. I could feel him following me close on my heels as I walked around the room. I spotted a brown head, and my wolf rejoiced as I ran over, pushing past people, and took her hand. She turned and smiled. My heart sank. It wasn't her. Hi, Jaylar, the girl purred. I let go of her hand. Sorry, I thought you were someone else, I said, turning away quickly. I looked back over my shoulder to see that Polio had grabbed Seaton, Ricky, and a couple of other boys from my pack who were all trailing along behind me, wanting to meet my mate. She would be the alpha female when I made the challenge, so they would need to show their respect to her. I walked over to them. I can't find her. Have you seen her? I asked desperately. Oh God, what if she were in trouble or something? I felt my wolf ready to come out at the thought of her being in trouble, and I forced him back down. I couldn't shift in front of all of these people. Some of them were humans. We don't even know who she is, man. What's her name? We could ask around, Seaton suggested. I shook my head. I don't know her name. She's beautiful, about 5, 6, or 7, with brown hair just above her shoulders, brown eyes, and an amazing body. She's wearing a little black silk dress, black shoes, I said, looking at them pleadingly. Seaton frowned. The only girl I've seen like that dude was Mel Porter's friend. She left with Mel and Scott a little while ago, Seaton said, shrugging. I breathed a sigh of relief. That was her. I smelled her last night at Scott's. Oh shit, that means I've mated the girl he wanted. He was gonna be upset. I took off at a run to my car and jumped in, heading over to Scott's as quickly as I could. Why did she leave me? How could she leave me? I was her mate. She should have wanted to stay in bed with me and not leave without saying goodbye. After 5 minutes of frantic driving, I skidded to a halt outside their house. I could smell her as soon as I stepped out of the car, and my wolf rejoiced inside that I was so close to her. She was safe. Scott had looked after her for me. I ran to the door, knocking quickly. God, please be awake. I looked at my watch. It was just after 1 in the morning. The door opened, and a surprised-looking Scott opened it. Hey, Jay, what are you doing here? He asked, smiling as he stepped to the side to let me in. Shit, this is gonna be hard. Scott man, I need to talk to you, I said uncomfortably. It wasn't my fault. I know I said he could have her, but I just couldn't help myself. He tensed immediately and looked behind me for trouble. I shook my head and closed the door. Scott man, something's happened. I'm afraid, I said, swallowing my guilt. I can't believe I've done this to him. Shit, what if he had actually wanted to mate her? My wolf growled at the thought of him wanting her, so I closed my eyes, calming myself. He gasped. Jaylar, you made it? I thought you said you didn't ever want to mate, he said, watching me, looking shocked, proud, and a little jealous too. Most shifters wanted to be mated. It was an unbreakable bond between two shifters that was stronger than anything. Most of us wanted that strength and closeness, but I had always shied away from it. God, I was so stupid. The feeling was incredible, to love someone more than anything else in the world, to be willing to give your life for them in an instant. It was overwhelming. The joy of having a mate. I can't believe I didn't want this. I nodded. I know. I didn't want one. It just kind of happened. I couldn't control myself. As soon as I saw her, I had to have her. I just couldn't stop, I said, frowning at the feeling of losing control. I would never lose control of her again. Ever. He pulled me into a hug and slapped my back happily. I'm so pleased for you. Who is she? What's she like? He asked excitedly. I smiled sadly. Okay, here it goes. I opened my mouth to say something when Mel walked into the hallway. Hey Jaylar, how's it going? Great party, she said, grinning. I smiled. It was an awesome party. I nodded. Yeah, it was, I said. Scott turned to her, excited. Jaylar's mated, he said happily. She clapped her hands, excited, and jumped a little on the spot. Oh God, that's incredible. Congratulations, she said happily. I nodded to the lounge. Can we go in there? I asked, uncomfortably, rather than standing in the hallway. Scott nodded, and we went in. He sat down on the sofa, and I sat on the armchair. Scott, man, I'm really sorry. I didn't know who she was. Honestly, I just couldn't stop. I tried not mark her, but my wolf. He wanted her, I said, grimacing, waiting for him to explode at me. He looked at me confused. What? He asked, giving me a bewildered look. Okay, did she not tell them she had mated? I heard her moving around upstairs, and I wanted to go to her and wrap her in my arms. Mel's friend. I don't even know her name, I said, frowning. Scott laughed. That's funny, dude. Seriously, who did you mate with? He asked, laughing. Why is that funny? What's her name? I asked curiously. I just couldn't remember it. I know he told me before, but I just never paid that much attention to it. She was just Mel's friend then. Who, Brookson? He asked, still chuckling. That was a beautiful name. Jaylar Phillips. I smiled. That would sound awesome. Maybe we could get married soon. I loved the thought of her being Mrs. Phillips. Is she upstairs? I asked, standing to go to her. Scott looked at me, confused, until understanding shot across his face. His eyes darkened, and he jumped up in front of me. I clenched my fists, controlling my wolf. I didn't want to hurt my best friend, but I would not allow him to challenge me. You didn't, he shouted angrily. Mel gasped. You can't mate her. She's human, she said, horrified. My eyes snapped to hers. Human? She can't be a human. I had definitely mated her. She was mine. She was supposed to be mine. That's why I couldn't help but claim her. She can't be human. I marked her, I said sternly. Mel shook her head. No. She's human, she is. Scott, she's human. He can't have, she cried, looking at him, confused. Scott stepped forward to me. You better not have, Jaylar. You know I like her, he growled angrily. I stepped forward, looking straight into his angry black eyes. Don't you dare challenge me, Scott. Sit down now, I ordered. He took a deep breath, stepped back, and sat down, his posture still alert, his eyes still black, his wolf still wanting to challenge me, but he was showing me respect by backing off. I didn't mean to. I couldn't stop. The first time I saw her, my teeth extended. My wolf wanted her. She's mine, I said sternly. But you can't mate her, she's human, Mel said again, sounding like she was trying not to cry. I shook my head. She can't be human. I need to speak to her. She's probably from another pack and hasn't told you, I said confidently. Shifters couldn't mark humans, so there had to be something else. Some other explanation. Scott was glaring at me. She was supposed to be with me. You know I liked her. If she's a shifter, I would have mated her, he growled angrily. I stepped forward towards him. He wanted to mark my mate? My wolf wanted to show him I was in charge. He wanted to hurt him for even thinking of my angel in that way. It's done. She's mine now, I growled warningly. He shook his head. How could you do this to me? He shouted, looking at me angrily. Shit, I didn't do this to hurt him. Scott, I don't know what happened. Honestly, I needed to. I couldn't help it. I shouted angrily, trying to make him understand. She was coming downstairs now. I could hear her. I looked at the hallway, waiting for her to come around the corner. She didn't. She'd stopped on the stairs. I stepped around the chair to go to her, and Scott grabbed my arm. How dare he touch me? I snapped my eyes round to his, so angry my hands were shaking, my wolf trying to force me to shift. He must have seen this in my eyes as he let go immediately and dropped his hand to his side, his eyes turning back to their usual blue. I took a deep breath, willing mine to do the same before I walked to the bottom of the stairs. Chapter 6. Brookson's POV. I sat there, uncomfortable on the stairs, pulling my t-shirt down over my knees. Oh God, just go. Why wasn't he leaving? They had stopped shouting at each other now, so he should be leaving any minute. I closed my eyes and put my chin on my knees, waiting for the sound of the front door. Hi. I snapped my eyes open and looked up to see him standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking like a Greek god or something. His green eyes bored into mine, making me feel weightless. Shit, what the hell do I say? Hi, I said uncomfortably as I stood up. He smiled, making my heart try to break its way out of my chest. I didn't get your name. I'm Jaylar, or Jay, whatever you want, he said, grinning as he looked me over. Brookson, or Brookson for short, I said, swallowing loudly. He nodded and stepped up a step so our faces were level. I could feel the heat rising in me. God, I wanted him to touch me so badly, my whole body was aching for him again. Why did you leave? He asked quietly as his eyes tried to drag the answer straight from mine. I blushed at the close proximity and stepped back another step to put some distance between our bodies. He frowned and looked a little hurt. I just thought, I'd leave before it got awkward, kind of like it is now, Jaylar, I said, uncomfortable. His eyes flashed with excitement as I said his name. I would imagine mine did, too. His name rolled off my tongue like chocolate, making me shiver slightly. It's not awkward. We need to talk, though, I guess. Get to know each other, he said, smiling happily. I shook my head. That couldn't happen. I couldn't get to know him. I could barely be around him. My body was screaming at me to grab him and hold him, and I couldn't do that. I had a boyfriend. No, I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong impression. Well, I guess I definitely gave you the wrong impression. I mean, we had sex, but I can't do this. I have a boyfriend, I said, blushing as I rambled on, making myself sound like a complete idiot. He frowned angrily. No, you're mine, he said as he stepped up to the step I had just vacated. His? What is he talking about? Wow, he's some kind of super possessive guy. I only slept with him once. His face was so close to mine. I could smell his sweet breath blowing across my face, making me want him so badly it hurt. No, I'm not. Look, this was a mistake, I said, stepping to the side and moving quickly down the stairs to find Mel. Hopefully, the possessive hot guy would leave then. Mistake? We're mated. That's it. You can't have a boyfriend, you're mine, he said, sounding angry. Mated? What's that? Mated like a dog? Mated? What the hell? I'm not some kind of dog. I don't mate. Are you crazy? That's just great. All those people at the party, and I have to sleep with a crazy guy, I said, laughing even though this really wasn't funny. He looked at me a little shocked. We're mated, he said again. I looked at Mel and Scott for help. They were just watching, speechless. Look, Jaylar, is it? You're a really good-looking guy, and wow, you were good in bed, but seriously, you need to get some help, I said, shaking my head. He moved so quickly I didn't even see him move. He wrapped me in his arms. Tingles were spreading through my body, my core was throbbing with need, and I was more turned on than I had ever been in my life. His nose skimmed across my jaw, making me whimper with desire. We're mated. I can smell me on you. You have my mark, you're definitely mine, I can tell, he whispered in my ear, making me shiver. You know you're mine. I can smell how aroused you are. You want me right now just as much as I want you, he whispered. I bit my lip to stifle my moan of desire. He was right, I did want him. I couldn't speak. What was there to say? I could barely even think about anything other than his glorious body pressed against mine. "Maybe you should go, Jay," Scott said from behind him. "Oh God, thank you." He shook his head, pressing me closer to him possessively. He kissed my neck, and I unconsciously tipped my head back, wanting him to kiss lower where he bit me earlier. He smiled against my neck and pulled my t-shirt aside and ran his tongue across the bite mark. A shot of pleasure shot straight to my core, and I moaned, bringing my hands up to grip the back of his head, holding it there as my body set on fire with passion. He pulled back to look at me, and I whimpered. I didn't want him to stop. I didn't want him to ever stop. He chuckled. "See," he said happily. I still didn't understand. What does that prove other than the fact that he was incredible and his mouth could set me on fire? I shook my head. "I have a boyfriend. This was just a one-night stand." "I'm sorry," I said honestly. I was sorry. I wanted this. I wanted him for some reason, even though I didn't even know him. I didn't want to be with Trey anymore. I hadn't wanted to be with him for almost 3 years after the second time he hit me when I was 14. I wanted to leave him then, but it was too late. He wouldn't let me go. "We're mated," he shouted angrily, making me flinch back from him. He immediately calmed down, looking at me apologetically. "Don't be scared. I wouldn't hurt you ever," he said, stepping back to me, brushing his hand across my cheek gently. I looked at Mel for help. She looked from me to JLR. "She's not what you think she is. Look at her. She has no idea what you're talking about, Jay," she said sternly. He looked at me closely, trying to drag the answers from my eyes again, and suddenly he stepped back, looking at me, shocked. "Shit," he gasped, running a hand through his messy hair. I smiled. Okay, now he's getting the idea that he's crazy. Finally, I mumbled as I stepped to Scott's side. Jaylar's eyes flashed and went darker just like when he bit me. They were almost black and looked scary as hell. He stepped up to me and took my hand, pulling me away from Scott. "Okay, wow, what is going on?" I wrenched my hand out of his. "What is this about? And what is going on with your eyes? Your eyes have changed color." "I thought I imagined it before," I cried angrily. I wasn't scared. I felt no fear whatsoever. I believed him when he said he would never hurt me. He took a deep breath, and his eyes changed back to the beautiful shade of green, and I felt my heart throb. "Come for a walk with me." "I'll explain," he asked, almost pleadingly, holding out his hand for me to take. I watched his face turn from hope to disappointment when I didn't take his hand. I felt sick. He looked so sad. I couldn't make him sad. I put my hand in his, and he grinned happily. "Thanks, Shorty," he said, smirking at me. I laughed. "I'm not short," I said, shaking my head. "You're shorter than me," he said teasingly. I laughed. Of course, I was shorter than him. He was probably about 6'2" of total perfection. "I expect most people are shorter than you, Jaylar." "You're built like a freaking god," I said, shaking my head in amusement. He laughed a beautiful laugh and pulled me towards the front door. "We'll be back in a bit," he called over my shoulder. I glanced back at Mel. She looked strangely excited but shocked and scared at the same time. Scott looked sad and murderously angry. "Okay, what is this about?" He walked me out of the house and towards the woods, still holding my hand. As we got to the edge of the tree line, I stopped. I didn't want to go in there. Mel had told me stories about things that lived in the woods when I was a kid, and it had scared the crap out of me. He stopped and looked at me before nodding into the trees, wondering why I had stopped. "I can't go in there." "I don't like it," I said, feeling slightly sick. He stepped closer to me and cupped my face in his hands, his face less than an inch from mine. "You have nothing to be scared of, Shorty. I'll never let anything hurt you, I swear," he said tenderly. I could hear the truth in his voice, and thinking about his eyes earlier, I knew he was scared himself. "There are animals in there." Mel told me when I was a kid, I said, frowning, looking into the trees, scanning for some type of killer animal. He chuckled. "Brookson, it's fine, I promise." "You trust me?" he asked, raising his eyebrows at me. I nodded. I did trust him. He was crazy and possessive, but I trusted him, definitely, even though I had nothing to base that trust on at all. He smiled and stepped towards the trees again, giving me a little tug. I took a deep breath and stepped into the trees with him. He smiled happily as he led us forward, going deeper and deeper into the woods. It was so dark. How could he see where he was going? "Jaylar, that's enough, please," I begged, looking back the way we had come longingly. He stopped and pulled me over to a tree that had fallen over. He brushed the moss off of it and motioned for me to sit down. He crouched down in front of me. "Do you have any idea what I am?" he asked curiously. "What is he? What does that mean?" "Sagittarius," I offered, shrugging, making him laugh. He shook his head. "Okay, you have no idea. This is crazy. I don't know how this happened." "It shouldn't have happened," he said, frowning, confused. When he didn't continue, I cupped his cheek. "Jaylar, please tell me what the hell this is about." "It's cold," I said, hugging myself against the cold night. He stood and immediately pulled off his t-shirt, standing there with a bare chest, making me so hot I could catch fire. Well, that definitely warmed me up. He bent down, wrapping the shirt around my shoulders. "Sorry, that's all I've got." "I could give you my jeans too, but I've not got any boxers on," he said, looking at me playfully. I laughed and shook my head, pulling his t-shirt around my shoulders tighter. He knelt down in front of me, rubbing his hands up my arms, trying to warm me. "So, I'm not like you. Please don't freak out, okay?" he asked, making me instantly wary. When people say, "don't freak out," that usually pretty much guarantees a freak out. I nodded, biting my tongue, trying to keep myself focused. "I'm a shifter. The animals Mel warned you about in the woods when you were a kid. That's me," he said, cocking his head to the side, watching me intently. I smiled. "Okay, great. Possessive, crazy, and now delusional. Just great, and I'm in the middle of the dark woods with him and actually have no idea which direction we even came in from." He smiled. "You okay with that?" he asked curiously. I nodded, playing along. "Sure. What kind of animal are you?" I asked, trying to hide my amusement. He seemed to relax and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm a wolf. My father is the alpha of the pack. I'll be alpha one day," he said, still trying to warm me up. I nodded. "Okay, great. Now I know. Can we go back to the house?" "Son of Alpha, it's cold," I said, trying not to show my sarcasm too much. He laughed. "You don't believe me." "Okay, I thought that was too easy," he said, standing up and unbuttoning his jeans. My smile faded as I watched him pull them off, standing there naked in front of me, making my body yearn for his. "Don't run, Brookson. My instincts are to chase you," he said warningly. "Chase me?" I gulped, and he suddenly shifted into a huge brown wolf. I screamed and jumped up, clamping my hand over my mouth to stifle the piercing scream that was coming out of me. I felt sick. My whole body was shaking with fear. I closed my eyes and prayed for this to be over quickly. "Oh shit, please don't maul me. Kill me before you eat me, please." I was jostled, and I screamed again, struggling against something hard. I opened my eyes to see Jaylar there with his arms tight around me. "Shh, it's okay. I won't hurt you, I swear." "It's okay, shorty," he cooed, stroking my hair. Holy hell. Did he really just turn into a wolf? Am I still asleep? Is this a dream? Am I that creative that I would dream up this beautiful boy, then have him turn into a wolf in the middle of the dark woods? I don't think I am. He pulled back to look at me. "It's okay, Brookson. It's okay," he said, pressing his forehead to mine. I could barely breathe. "Calm down, please," he begged, holding me tight. I pushed him away and looked at his face. Was this some sort of joke? How could he fake something like that? "How did you do that?" I asked, barely recognizing my own voice. He shrugged. "I was born like this. My whole family is shifters," he said casually, as if we were discussing the weather. I nodded and sat back down on the tree, my legs feeling a little weak. He pulled his jeans back on, watching me curiously. He bent back down in front of me. "There are lots of us. The Porters, they're shifters too," he said. "What? No way. I've known Mel and Scott for years." "Seriously, no, she isn't whatever you said," I said sternly. He smiled. "A shifter," he said casually. "Shit. Will you stop saying that? I cried. God, that word was crazy. Maybe I was crazy. Maybe that's what this was. It wasn't a dream. This is some sort of psychotic episode or something. I'm really in some padded cell, in a white jacket, dribbling. Okay, I need to tell you about mating, he said quietly, looking a little unsure. My hand shot up to my neck. He said I had his mark, that I was his. I traced the teeth marks on my neck, and he looked at me apologetically. Did that hurt? He asked, grimacing. I shook my head. No, not really. It felt a little weird, but it was nice actually, I admitted. He smiled and reached out a hand to touch it. As soon as his fingertip touched it, my core throbbed, and I moaned breathily as my body pulsed with excitement. He smiled his charming smile and pulled his hand away. That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen. My mark on your skin. It's driving me crazy, he said, looking at it lustfully. I gulped and dropped my eyes to the floor. Okay, tell me about mating, I said, wanting to make him stop looking at me like that. Okay, well, shifters. They can date and stuff like humans can, but when they find the shifter they want to be with, the male will mark the female, creating a bond between them, claiming her as his. Other shifters won't go near a female once she's been mated, he said, running his hands up my arms again, trying to warm me as I started to shiver again. But to be honest, it wasn't the cold that was making me shiver, it was the casual use of the words shifter and humans. So you claimed me? I asked, shocked. He nodded, looking at me apologetically. But why? Why would you do that? You don't even know me. Look at me. Why would you want to claim me? I asked, confused, looking down at myself. He gasped and moved my legs apart, moving his body in between them and pressing his chest to mine. Why wouldn't I want to claim you? You are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Every single guy in that party was talking about you tonight, he said, wrapping his arms around me. I laughed and shook my head. Wow, okay, add blind to the list too. What has happened to you? Why do you think you're so hideous? Honestly, Brookson, you are stunningly beautiful. If I could only see one thing for the rest of my life, it would be you. Without question, he said, looking deep into my eyes. Oh my God, he is so sweet. Okay, we'll agree to disagree. But anyway, why did you claim me? You don't know me, I said, watching his face turn angry. God, stop that. You don't see yourself the way other people see you, he said fiercely. I sighed. Please answer the question, Jaylar, I said. He sighed and pressed his face into my neck, breathing deeply. I don't know. When I saw you, my body wanted you, my wolf wanted you. I knew you were supposed to be mine. I couldn't help it. I tried not to, but I lost control and claimed you, he said, shaking his head as if this was some sort of weakness he had. That's when you said you couldn't control it. That's when you bit me. Your eyes changed color to black just before you did it, but when you pulled back, they were green again. I thought I imagined it, I said, shaking my head. He nodded. That was my wolf. He took over. He claimed you, he said. I pulled back. So your wolf claimed me? That means you don't want me. I asked, frowning. He gasped and shook his head fiercely. Of course I want you. My wolf is part of me, but it's the dominant part that comes out when something needs to happen. It's not some other person that's inside me. I am my wolf. That was just how I explained it. I should have said I claimed you, but it was my wolf instincts that made me sink my teeth into your skin, he explained. I don't know how this happened. You're human. I shouldn't have been able to claim you, he said, looking at me, confused again. Shifters don't claim humans? I asked, frowning, confused. He shook his head. Never, he said positively. Okay, this is just getting weirder and weirder. Never. I asked, watching his face. He shook his head again. Never. I didn't even think it was possible. Your body is different from mine. Your genes are different. I shouldn't be able to claim you. I can only claim another shifter. You sure you're not? He asked, looking at me hopefully. I laughed. I think I'd remember something like that, Jaylar, I said sarcastically, making him laugh. Hey, I had to check, he said innocently. Okay, so what do we do about this then? How do we get unmated? I asked. He looked at me, horrified. What? You can't get unmated. You're mine now. I'm yours. I'll never want anyone else. If you were a shifter, you'd feel the same about me, but obviously you don't, which I guess is a big problem for me, he said, looking at me sadly. I wrapped my arms around him and pulled him close to me. I'm sorry. I have a boyfriend, I said quietly, wishing I didn't. You know, you haven't once told me that you're in love with him. You've just said you had a boyfriend, not that you loved him or that you didn't actually want me, he said, pulling back, looking at me hopefully. Oh God, I didn't love Trey, but that had nothing to do with it. I needed to protect my mom, and now I needed to protect Jaylar. Trey would go crazy if he found out any of this. But could I tell Jaylar I didn't want him? I only met him a couple of hours ago, but I could feel the bond that he was talking about. I trusted him. I wanted him. But I couldn't have him. I needed to get this sorted and go back home and wait for Trey to come back. Hopefully, he wouldn't notice the huge bite mark I have on my neck. Wow, okay, that's gonna be hard, but I guess he doesn't actually like to look at me too closely because of how I look, so maybe I could get away with it if it faded soon. I'm in love with him, Jaylar, I lied, watching his face fall. He looked so sad, my heart started to break. Oh God, I can't do this. His eyes flashed to black again, and he shook his head fiercely. You can't. You're mine. We're mated. You need to be with me, he growled. I'm sorry. I didn't choose this. You forced this on me. I can't be with a shifter, Jaylar. I love my boyfriend. We've been together a long time, I said. He closed his eyes, taking a couple of deep breaths. When he opened them, they were beautiful and green again. How long, he asked, taking my hand. I smiled sadly. For years, I said, trying not to grimace. He nodded. That's a long time. So I guess I don't know anything about you, he said, faking a smile. I guess not, I said, squeezing his hand gently. Well, how old are you? He asked curiously. I just turned 17 3 weeks ago. You, I said, looking at his beautiful face, feeling myself being drawn to him. I turned 20 today, he said. I gasped. It's your birthday? Wait, was that your party we were at? I asked, shocked. He nodded, smiling. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. Well, happy birthday, I said, frowning. Okay, wow, I so screwed up his birthday. Yeah, it is, he said, rubbing small circles in the back of my hand. I shivered again. You think maybe I could come back to Scott's and we could talk some more? He asked hopefully. Do you think that's a good idea? I mean, shouldn't you just go home and mate someone else or something? I asked. Surely getting to know me would just make this worse. I know it would make it harder for me. Being around him was hard work. All the time I needed to watch myself so I didn't jump at him. But then again, it was probably different for him. He's so attractive and I'm not. He shook his head. I need to be in your life, Brookson. If you don't want to be with me, I still need to be around you, he said, shaking his head, looking pained. Well, how is that gonna work? I asked, rolling my eyes. He smiled sadly. I don't know, but we can try, right? I can be your friend. I just need to make you happy, so I'll be whatever you need me to be, he said, looking at me pleadingly. Oh God, he was so sweet. Damn, stupid Trey. Jaylar, why torture yourself like that? Just go sleep with a bunch of girls and mate someone else, I suggested. He looked at me, horrified, and shook his head. Maybe later on I will, but for now I just want to get to know you. Please, he asked, looking at me pleadingly. My God, I can't say no to that face. I nodded slightly, and his face exploded into happiness as he jumped up, holding out a hand for me again. Chapter 7. I let him pull me to my feet and took his t-shirt from around my shoulders, holding it out to him. He smiled and took it, wrapping it back around my shoulders again. You need it more than I. My body runs hotter than yours, he said, taking my hand and putting it on his chest. God, he was so warm. I was standing so close, my whole body was tingling for him. Come on then, shorty, let's get you in the warm, he said, wrapping his arm around my waist where it seemed to fit perfectly and helping me walk along in the dark, lifting me gently when there was something in my way or when I stumbled on something I couldn't see. Can you see where you're going? I asked curiously, squinting through the blackness in front of me. He chuckled. Yeah, I can see fine, he said, guiding me around a big rock that I only saw when I was practically on top of it. Finally, we made it out of the woods, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I hate the woods, I said, shuddering. He laughed. The woods aren't too bad. It's only because you can't see where you're going, he said, giving me a little squeeze. He let me go as we walked up to the house. I gave him back his t-shirt and took my last look at his glorious body as he pulled it on. As soon as I was through the door, Mel almost jumped on me. What the hell hap? Oh, hey, Jay, she said, stopping as she spotted him over my shoulder. He smiled. Hey, Mel, do you think maybe I could stay for a while so Brookson and I can talk for a bit? He asked curiously. Mel looked over her shoulder and I saw Scott sitting on the sofa. He nodded and Mel turned back to Jaylar. Sure, okay, she said a little uncomfortably. So, I'm gonna go to bed, I guess. Give you two some time to talk, then, Mel said, smirking at me. Okay, she obviously thought we were together and would be doing more than talking. Thanks, I'll be up in a bit, I said, hugging her. She skipped up the stairs. Okay, well, could you relock the door once Jaylar leaves? Scott asked, looking at me. I nodded. You okay? I asked. He looked so sad about something. He smiled. Yeah, I'm fine, Brookson. See you in the morning, okay, he said, hugging me and nodding at Jaylar before heading off towards the stairs. Okay, what was that about? He doesn't look too pleased with me, I said, grimacing. Jaylar chuckled. It's not you he's upset with, it's me. He liked you. I think he wanted to date you. If he knew you could be mated, I think he would have mated you, he said, shaking his head, looking uncomfortable. I looked at him with wide eyes. Scott really did like me? This was just too crazy. Don't be stupid. God, what is it with you and Mel? Scott's not interested in me. I've known him since I was 3 years old. He used to push me over and throw water balloons at me. He even stole my first bra and hung it from that tree out front so everyone could see it. I said, frowning. Jaylar burst out laughing. Well, if that doesn't tell you he likes you, nothing will, he said, laughing. Okay, what the hell? What will? I asked curiously. What was I missing from him being a pain when I was younger? It's standard behavior for telling a girl how you feel. 1. Touch her as much as you can, so pushing you over would be where that fitted in. 2. Make her clothes see-through so you can look, hence the water balloons. But I got nothing for him stealing your bra. That's going a little too far, maybe bordering on obsessive, he said teasingly. I laughed and rolled my eyes. He was a really funny guy. Right, okay. Well, want a coffee or something? I asked, heading to the kitchen and flicking on the kettle. He came and sat on the counter next to me, smiling at me happily as I made coffee. How do you take it? I asked, grabbing the sugar and putting 2 in mine with extra milk. He smiled. Not like yours. Wow, I'm surprised you have any teeth left, he said, looking at me with fake horror. I rolled my eyes and flashed him my teeth. All mine. I like sugar. I shouldn't have it though, I said, grimacing. Why? You're not diabetic or anything, are you? He asked, looking a little concerned. I smiled. No, nothing like that. Sugar's not good for you, that's all, I said, not wanting to get into the whole "you're beautiful" thing if I told him I shouldn't be eating the calories. Well, I just take milk in mine, just a little, he said, nodding at the cup. What's your boyfriend's name? He asked, faking a smile as he asked, but I could see that this was hurting him. Trey, I said, almost apologetically. He seemed like a really nice guy, and I was hurting him. God, I felt terrible. Is he in your school? He asked, taking the 2 cups and leading us to the lounge, plopping down on the sofa. I sat next to him. No, Trey's older than me, I said, not really wanting to talk about this. He looked at me with interest. Yeah, how old is he? Where did you 2 meet? He asked. I grimaced. Well, Trey's 24 and we met when I was out shopping with some friends, I said. His mouth dropped open, and he looked at me, shocked. He's 7 years older than you? Wow, that's a big age gap. You've been with him for 4 years, which means you met him when you were 13 and he was 20, right? He asked, turning his nose up slightly. I nodded. What kind of 20-year-old would approach a 13-year-old when she was out shopping with her friends? That's weird, he said, looking a little disgusted. I smiled and rolled my eyes. Okay, like I haven't heard that before, I said, chuckling. He laughed. Yeah, I guess you got that lecture from your mom and dad, huh? He said, grinning a little smugly. I nodded. Yeah, from my mom. I never knew my dad, I said, shrugging. He watched me, looking interested. No? You mind if I ask what happened? He asked curiously. No, I don't mind. It was a long time ago. My mom was with someone briefly and got pregnant. When she told him, he gave her money and told her not to keep me. She didn't listen. He left town. That's that, I said, shrugging. Okay, why did I just tell him all that? He frowned. Your mom raised you on her own then, or do you have a stepdad or something? He asked, taking my hand and playing with my fingers. I shook my head. Just me and my mom. She's awesome. She put herself through college while I was at school, worked in the evenings to pay the rent, and still managed to be the best mom in the world. She's a doctor now, I said proudly. He looked at me, smiling happily. She sounds great, he said honestly. I nodded. What about you? I asked. He shrugged, looking a little sad as he weaved his fingers through mine. My mom died when I was 5. My father left just after. I was raised by my aunt. She was my legal guardian, but she died last year, he said sadly. I gasped. God, he sounds like he had a really hard life. Oh God, Jaylar, I'm sorry, I said, squeezing his fingers tightly. He smiled. It's okay. My aunt was great, a little crazy, but great. She would have really liked you, he said, smiling fondly. She must have been nice to take on a 5-year-old, I said honestly. He nodded, smiling fondly. I guess I need to talk about the whole shifter thing now. We seem to have avoided it pretty well up until now. So your father's alpha of the shifters? I asked, grabbing my coffee and wrapping my hands around it, trying to warm myself up. He nodded, looking a little annoyed. I got a sense that he didn't like his father at all. Yeah, he's pack alpha, he said, frowning. How many shifters are in your pack then? I asked curiously as I pulled my knees up to my chin. Well, there's probably about 50 or 60 families across the towns, he said, shrugging. Seriously? 60 families? And your father is in charge of all of them? I asked, a little shocked. He nodded. Yeah, the alpha passes down through bloodlines. There's been a Phillips alpha for the last 200 years, he said casually. I smiled. So that's your last name? Jaylar Phillips. Got any middle names? I asked curiously. He grinned. Yeah, Richard, he said, rolling my eyes. You don't like your middle name? I asked, smiling. He shook his head. Nah, it's my father's name. Bit boring, he said, grinning. I laughed. Boring? My middle name's Logan. That's a boy's name, I said, laughing. He grinned. It's nice. What's your surname? He asked happily. Mills, I said, yawning. He smiled sadly. Want me to go so you can sleep? He offered, looking like he really didn't want to leave. I shook my head. I didn't want him to go either, not yet. He grinned. So, what do you like to do in your spare time? Do you have any hobbies or anything? He asked, looking really interested. I smiled. I love to read. I want to be a book editor when I leave college. I like to swim, I like dancing, I love watching scary movies as long as I'm not in the house on my own after, and I love to eat strawberry cheesecake, I said, trailing off a list of my favorite things. He smiled. What about things you hate? He asked curiously. I grimaced. I hate it when people crack their knuckles. Trey does that all the time, drives me nuts. I hate spiders, I hate tequila, and I hate getting bitten by random boys at birthday parties, I said teasingly, making him laugh. God, he was so attractive when he laughed. I rested my head against the back of the sofa. Tell me yours, I said, closing my eyes, listening to his silky voice. I love playing football, eating, I eat a lot, it's part of the shifter thing. I love old classic cars, I like to fix them in my spare time. I'm studying law. My mom always wanted me to be a lawyer, so I decided I'd do that for her, he said casually. I snapped my eyes open to look at him. You don't want to be a lawyer, but you're doing it anyway? I asked, shocked. He shook his head, frowning. No way, it's so boring. But it's what my mom wanted for me, so, he said, trailing off. Oh God, he is so adorable. He's studying law because of his mom, but actually hates it. That's incredible, Jaylar, seriously. You must have really loved your mom. It's sweet, I said honestly. He grinned. Yeah, or I'm a sucker for a sob story either way, he said, laughing. I smiled. I'm taking a weekend course in cars though. I should just about be a qualified mechanic at the same time as I qualify as a lawyer, he said, laughing. Wow, a car-fixing lawyer. You don't see many of those these days, I said, laughing. He grinned and rolled his eyes at me. God, I was getting cold again. I could feel the heat seeping out of his body, so I scooted closer to him. I'm cold, I said quietly. He smiled and closed the distance between us, wrapping his arm around me tightly. I rested my head on his shoulder and yawned again. So, what about your hates? I asked, closing my eyes again. Well, I don't really hate anything. I dislike rats, but I don't hate them. I don't like flying too much, but I can cope with it. I don't like, he said, but I didn't hear anymore. He was just too comfortable and warm and safe. Chapter 8. Jaylar's POV. I woke up with a really stiff neck. I moved my head up from the funny angle where I had fallen asleep sitting up on the couch and looked down at the angel in my arms. She was still sound asleep, curled into me happily. I smiled at how beautiful she was. She looked so peaceful and perfect. I glanced at my watch. It was just before 6, around the time I usually woke up. It didn't matter what time I went to bed. I only really slept for 5 hours at the most and was always awake by 6 a.m. It was a male shifter thing, like an internal body clock, I guess. We all needed less sleep than humans. Female shifters could sleep for longer. I brushed her hair away from her face. God, how am I gonna pull this off, just being friends with her? My whole body was screaming for her. But if it was either put myself through the agony of watching her with someone else every day just so I could be close to her, or cut her out of my life completely. There was only really one option. And although it would hurt like hell and be the hardest thing I will ever have to do, the other option would kill me, I know it would. I had to be around her. I told her last night I would find someone else later on, but that just wasn't gonna happen. I wouldn't even be able to look at another girl now. She was my everything. It was either her or no one. That's what a mating was, a pairing for life. It's typical of me, though, to choose someone with whom I can't be. I decide never to get mated, then end up mating with a girl I shouldn't even be able to mate with in the first place. The bond turns out to be one-sided, so she doesn't feel anything for me, and on top of that, she has a serious boyfriend. I heard someone coming down the stairs. I glanced over my shoulder to see Scott look over. I smiled sadly and moved so I could grip her tighter. I moved my body off the couch and eased her down onto her back as I slipped my arm out from under her. I stood up and looked at her, hating the fact that I had to leave, but I had left a raging party at my house last night. I dread to think of what the place will look like today. My wolf paced. He didn't want to leave her, especially with Scott now that I knew he wanted her. I bent down and kissed her forehead, ignoring the blast of desire that pulsed over me. I stood up and walked into the kitchen to talk to Scott. Hey, I said a little sheepishly. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. I wasn't forgiven. Hey, he said, putting some toast in the toaster. Scott, man, I'm sorry. I swear I couldn't help it. I didn't know who she was. I literally lost control and mated her, I said, shaking my head, still not able to comprehend the need for her. It's okay. I just don't understand how you say it happened. How could you just need her like that? It's not an urge to mark someone. It's a decision. You must have decided to mark her, he said, shrugging, obviously still really pissed off. I shook my head. Scott, I walked out of the bathroom, and my canines extended. I almost mated her instantly, but I managed to hold off long enough to let her pass me into the bathroom. Then, when she came out, it was twice as bad. The hairs on the back of my neck were standing up, and my teeth were longer than they had ever been before. It was her voice that tipped me over the edge. I was fighting it, I wasn't doing well, but then she spoke, and I snapped. That was it, I swear, I said honestly. He looked at me, a little shocked. I've never heard of that, he said, shaking his head. I've never heard of a shifter mating a human before either, I said, confused. Maybe I should go speak to my father about this, see what he says. Listen, I need to go back to mine. I left the party that was going on last night. I'll be back later once I've cleared up. If she wakes up before I'm back, can you give her my number and ask her to call me? I asked, feeling terrible that I had him doing my dirty work for me when he was totally pissed with me right now. He nodded. Sure. Make sure you're there with her when she dumps that guy she's seeing. Just watch him, okay? Mel said he's a real piece of work. She said he can be mean to her, but she wouldn't elaborate, he said. My wolf jumped, wanting to hurt him just in case he would ever hurt her or anything. I pushed him back. She's not dumping him anyway, so he would have no need to get angry with her. She's not dumping him. She doesn't want to be with me, I said casually, trying to pretend like she wasn't ripping my heart out. He gasped. What? How? He asked, shocked. I smiled sadly. I guess the mating didn't work with her because she's human. It only works for shifters by the look of it. So she wants to stay with her boyfriend, and I'll have to be content with being her friend, I said, trying not to show the pain of the words. Scott slapped my shoulder as a supportive gesture. Shit, Jaylar, that sucks. You really mated with her, like a proper mating? And it has no effect on her, he asked, shaking his head in disbelief. Mine's a proper mating. I'd do anything for her. I'll even watch her make a life with her boyfriend if that's what she wants. Not much else I can do, I said honestly. I'd better go. Keep an eye on her for me. I'll be back, and Scott, I'm really sorry, man, I said apologetically. He smiled sympathetically, obviously deciding that a lifetime of unrequited love is enough punishment for stealing a girl he wanted. It's okay, Jay. I'm sorry, man. I bet you wish you'd not mated her now, huh? He asked, grimacing slightly. I laughed. I'm glad I mated her, Scott. I get to make her happy. That's enough for me, I said honestly. He snorted. Wow, dude, you got it bad. This is terrible, he said. I smiled. She's worth it, man. I'll see ya, I said as I walked out, heading to my car. I drove the 5 minutes to my house, fighting the urge the whole time to go back and lie with her. Maybe she was cold without me there. She didn't have a blanket. I sighed and pulled into my drive. There were still cars parked around, so I knew there were still people inside. I groaned as I made my way up the drive, picking up empty bottles and paper cups as I went. I dumped them all on the porch as I went in. The door was wide open, and the house was a mess. There were drinks bottles, cups, and cans everywhere. People were asleep on the floor. I went to the kitchen and turned on the faucet, flushing the sink before it made me gag. The kitchen was a mess, the punch bowl smashed, leaving a puddle of sticky liquid and fruit all over the side and floor. There were even more empty containers in here and a nice little burn on my carpet, where, by the looks of it, the carpet had caught fire. I laughed. Well, it could have been worse, I guess. The fire could have spread, burning down the house along with everyone at the party and all my stuff. So whatever else is wrong, it could have been a lot worse. I went upstairs to see people asleep in the hallway. Every bedroom was full of couples, in some cases, 3 people. None of my stuff seemed to be missing or broken though, which was a bonus. I went back downstairs, grabbing a frying pan and a wooden spoon. Banging on it as loudly as I could a couple of times, everyone up. Get out of my house or help clean it, the choice is yours, I shouted. I banged it again and heard people groaning and gasping. There was movement everywhere as people got up and got dressed, leaving the house quickly. Not one of those people stayed behind to help. Typical. I got to work. I was pretty fast being a shifter, so it actually didn't take that long. When I was finished, I grabbed a glass of orange juice and sat on the sofa, closing my eyes. The first thing that popped into my head was Brookson. God, was she okay? I glanced at my watch. It was after 10 now. I wonder if she's awake. She hadn't called me. I asked Scott to ask her to call me, but I guess that doesn't mean that she would do it just because I asked her to. I grabbed some food from the fridge, making a sandwich, and grabbed a bag of chips and an apple. I shoved the food down as fast as I could, then went back to my car to go back to see Brookson. I pulled into their drive a few minutes later and practically skipped to their door. I was so excited. I let myself in as usual, being quiet in case she was still asleep. I went straight to the couch, but she was already up. I spotted Scott and Mel in the kitchen. "Hey, morning, where's Brookson?" I asked, grinning. The whole house smelled like her, and it was making me so happy just to think of her. Scott looked at me apologetically. "She went home," he said quietly. "What? When?" I cried angrily. "About an hour ago. She got a text from Trey and packed up her stuff and left. He's home a day early. Apparently, wanted to see her," Mel said, grimacing slightly. I felt so jealous and angry that I wanted to smash something. My wolf wanted to come out and rip the place to shreds at the thought of what he could be doing to her now, his hands on her body, my mate's body. I growled and slammed my hand down on the counter. "What's her address?" I shouted. Mel looked at Scott, a little scared, and he stood up quickly. "Jaylar, calm down, dude. You said yourself she wasn't your mate, she didn't want you. If you go there now, you'll more than likely shift and hurt him," Scott said, trying to calm me down. He was right. I clenched my fists, willing myself to calm. I agreed to be her friend, nothing more. She wanted her boyfriend, the guy who dated her when she was 13. I gripped my hands in my hair. "Okay, I'm okay. I need her address." "I won't do anything. I just need to check she's okay," I said calmly. I must have passed their inspection. Either that or my alpha blood claim was strong today, because Mel grabbed a piece of paper and immediately started writing her address and phone number. I took it. This was about 30 minutes from here. Nice neighborhood. "Thanks," I said, nodding as I left the house at a sprint, jumping over the hood of my car instead of running around, and wrenched the door open. I sped to her house as fast as I could without hurting anyone and pulled up outside the address Mel had written. I didn't want to be too obvious, so I pulled up a couple of houses away. There was a huge, expensive-looking truck in the drive that didn't look like it would be the type of car Brookson or her doctor mother would choose. Shit, he's probably there with her now. I can't just walk up to her house. She'll think I'm some crazy stalker. I took a few calming breaths and grabbed my phone. I could just call her and see if I can come over or something, give her the choice instead of just turning up unannounced. I dialed the phone number Mel had given me and closed my eyes. I felt sick. This was harder than I thought. How was I going to cope with this? Knowing that he's in there with her, touching her, his hands on her body. I could feel the growl trying to rip its way out of my throat as the phone continued to ring. Why isn't she answering? Chapter 9. I woke up and rolled over, jerking back as I felt myself almost fall off the sofa. I snapped my eyes open to see Mel's living room. Oh no, I fell asleep on Jaylar. I sat up quickly, looking around for him, but he wasn't there. I couldn't help but feel disappointed. But another part of me was glad he was gone. My body reacted to his presence and drove me crazy, but my head was still telling me I needed to stay away from him. The more time I spent around him, the more I was going to start to like him. I could feel it seeping in, and in a few weeks, I would be crazy about him, I could tell. I got up, being quiet, hoping he had actually left after I had fallen asleep rather than sitting in the kitchen. This was already too weird for me. I mean, a shifter? How has all of this happened? Did I believe in any of this? I plainly saw him shift into a wolf. There was no way he could fake any of that. I tiptoed to the kitchen, praying he wasn't there. If he were, maybe I could sneak to the stairs, find Mel, and get her to tell him to leave. I glanced around the corner to see Scott sitting there on his own, and I breathed a sigh of relief that I wouldn't have to deal with him today. "Morning," I said quietly as I walked in. He smiled at me a little sadly. "Hey, Brookson, you sleep okay?" he asked. I nodded. Actually, I slept really well even though I was on the sofa. I trudged over and sat on the stool next to him. "Scott, where's Jaylar?" I asked, looking around uncomfortably. He left. He needed to go and sort out his house after the party. He wanted me to give you his number and ask you to call him, he said, pulling out his phone. I shook my head. I don't want his number, Scott. I can't do this, I said, putting my forehead on the counter, trying desperately not to cry. He rubbed my back tenderly. Brookson, everything's gonna be okay. Don't cry, come on, he said softly. How is everything going to be okay? I have a boyfriend who I don't love, who would be furious if he ever found out, and a wolf boy who thinks I'm the only girl in the world for him. I felt the tears start to fall, so I sat up and wrapped my arms around Scott, hugging him tightly as I cried on his shoulder. Sure, it's okay, Brookson. You don't have to be with Jay if you don't want to. He told me this morning you two are gonna try to be friends, he said softly as he stroked my hair. I nodded, squeezing my eyes shut. I needed to stop crying. I hated crying in front of people. I know. I just don't know how this happened. I mean, is this real, Scott? Jaylar said that you and Mel are, I said, trailing off, not really wanting to say the word. He cupped my face in his hands and smiled reassuringly. Mel and I are shifters too, but we're still the same people you grew up with, I promise, he said, kissing my forehead and pulling me back into another hug. Are you really human, Brookson? Scott asked, pulling back and looking at me intently. He looked confused. I sniffed and wiped my face. Yeah, I whispered, not trusting my voice to speak properly. He sighed and shook his head. You know, if I knew you could be mated, I would have asked you out a long time ago, he said, turning away and getting up from the stool, taking his plate to the sink. I gasped. Wow, he really did like me. How could I have not seen this? Why would someone like Scott even be interested in me in the first place? I know I grew up with him, and he is adorable. He could probably see past looks, seeing as he knew me so well. I smiled, thinking about how sweet he was, and I always had a huge crush on him. Looking at him now, though, I could see he was good-looking, but I just didn't feel that attraction anymore. There was no draw for me there. If he were to take his shirt off, I wouldn't be staring at him like I would have done a couple of days ago. You know, Scott, if you'd have asked me out, I would have said yes if I weren't with Trey. I always liked you, I admitted, chuckling. He laughed humorlessly and turned back to me, rolling his eyes. A day too late, Brookson, but thanks for letting me know, he said, shaking his head at me. Why would you want to be mated to me anyway, Scott? You could have any girl you wanted. I mean, look at you, I said, blushing that I had just told him that. Why would I want you? You're smart, kind, funny, adorable, thoughtful, generous, and 1,000 other things I could put in a list. But none of this matters now. You're mated with Jay, he said, shrugging. He is so sweet. I smiled at him. Can people get unmated? Jaylar said no, I said, frowning slightly. I couldn't go through life mated to a wolf while dating someone else. Scott laughed and shook his head. It doesn't work that way, Brookson. When he marked you, he created a bond between the two of you. You're linked now. He's yours, he'll always be yours, and there's nothing you can do about it, he said, looking at me sadly. There really was nothing I could do about it. But I don't want him, I said, tearing up again. He wrapped me in his arms. That's sad, Brookson, and it's gonna be really hard for Jay. But he needs to be friends with you. A shifter has to be near his mate. I've never heard of a mate pair just being friends before, but I'm pretty sure Jay can make this work. He's a really great guy, he said, stroking my face and wiping my tears away. I felt terrible. Poor Jaylar. Scott just held me tightly until I stopped crying. How did this happen then? Jaylar said shifters couldn't mate humans, just other shifters, I said, my voice croaky where I had been crying. He shrugged. I have no idea. He shouldn't have been able to claim you. He said he had to, that he lost control, but it doesn't work like that. It's a decision, like a marriage proposal of sorts, I guess, he said, sounding confused. I smiled sadly. I saw him, Scott. He was sweating and shaking. He looked like he was struggling not to. He definitely lost control. I saw his eyes change, I said, frowning. Scott just looked even more confused. Well, it's done now anyway. However it happened, you're really not leaving Trey, he asked, starting to make me some toast and coffee. I shook my head, trying desperately not to wince at the sound of his name. No, I'm with Trey, and that's it. I guess Jaylar and I can try to be friends if he wants to, but I really think he's better off away from me. I mean, why would he want to torture himself? I asked, shrugging. Scott smiled. I can't explain it to you, and to be honest, I've never felt a mating bond, so I can't be sure. But from what people tell me about it, as soon as he marked you, you should have felt it. Like a rush of love and passion for him. You do anything for them, and your one purpose in life is to make them happy and keep them safe, he said, looking at me in awe. Maybe he wanted to be mated. I didn't feel that. I don't know, he drives me crazy. Literally, his being near me makes me feel overwhelmed, but I didn't feel love. I'm not in love with him, I said honestly. Scott laughed. Yeah, the physical stuff comes with it too. That'll always be there. If you were a shifter, you wouldn't be attracted to anyone else now. As you said, you liked me, you still look at me like that now you're mated. He asked curiously. I narrowed my eyes and looked him over playfully. Honestly, no. I just don't feel that way anymore, I said, laughing. He pushed me playfully, setting my food in front of me. Well, I'm not dressed to impress today. Maybe I should go change, see what you think then, he said, faking hurt. I slapped his arm and rolled my eyes. I think the mating has worked to a certain extent then. Obviously, the physical side is there. Can I see your mark? He asked, nodding at my neck. I grimaced and pulled my t-shirt to the side, watching his face as he tried not to react to it. I rubbed it. It was still slightly raised. Will it fade? It feels raised. Will it leave a scar? I asked. He reached out a hand and touched it. The second his fingertip touched it, I started to feel sick. It felt wrong. I flinched away from his hand, and he smiled. You don't like me touching it, he said, laughing. I shook my head, grimacing. It makes me feel sick. Is that normal, too? I asked. He nodded. Yeah, it's part of the bond thing. It'll be sensitive for Jay, and for everyone else, it'll feel a little weird. It won't fade, though, Brookson. It'll go like a scar. It won't always be red like now, he said almost apologetically. How am I going to explain a bite mark on my neck to Trey and my mom? I asked, panicking slightly. He took hold of my hand. I don't know. You could say you got attacked at the party or something. You could tell your mom I did it if it helps, he said, shrugging. I laughed. My mom would kick you, Scott, and you know it, I said, chuckling. He nodded, grimacing. I know, he said, faking horror, making me laugh harder. He really is adorable, and I was really sad that I didn't mate with him. When I was a kid, I always dreamed that one day he would want me. He was always my fantasy husband. But then I got stuck with Trey, and all my dreams disappeared. If only he had asked me out before I met Trey, and mated with me before I met Jaylar, he would have made me really happy. I ate in silence after that. He just kept his hand on the small of my back, rubbing gently, until Mel came down about half an hour later. She was so excited to talk to me as she skipped over, looking around. Where's Jay? She asked, confused. He went to sort out his house early this morning, Scott said, kissing the top of both of our heads as he went to walk off. I'll let you two talk then. If you need to talk about anything, Brookson, then I'm here, okay, he said, winking at me as he walked out. Show me, Mel chirped as soon as he left the room. I looked at her and gave her a confused face. She rolled her eyes and pulled my t-shirt off my shoulder, looking at my mark. Wow, this is amazing. It's an alpha mark. Did you see how the teeth next to the canines are slightly bigger than the other teeth? That's an alpha trait. You're so lucky. Jay is attractive. And he's really nice, such a player though, but you won't ever have to worry about that, she said happily. Why is she so excited? Mel, babe, I'm not with Jaylar. I'm with Trey, I said. She gasped, looking at me, horrified. But you can't. You're mated. You're mated, right? She asked, suddenly looking at me, unsure. I nodded. Apparently, I said, watching her face change back to happy again. I can't believe you made it an alpha. Well, he's not alpha yet, but he will be, she said, bouncing in her seat and looking at me a little jealously. Mel, calm down. I'm with Trey. Jaylar and I are gonna be friends. I'm not like you, I said quietly, watching the smile fade from her face. You really are human? "You're not from another pack?" she asked quietly. I shook my head. I didn't even know what a shifter was, Mel, and to be honest, I'm pretty annoyed with you that you didn't tell me, I said honestly. She looked at me apologetically. I couldn't tell you. We're not allowed to tell people, otherwise I would have done. You're my best friend, she said pleadingly. I rolled my eyes. I get it, don't worry, I said, nodding. I understood, and to be honest, I would have thought she was tricking me anyway. I'm gonna grab a shower, okay? I said as I stood up. Sure. Are you seeing Jay today? She asked curiously. I shook my head. I don't think so, Mel. He wants to be friends, but I don't know if I can. I'm with Trey, and I don't think he'd like it. He gets jealous, you know that, I said honestly. She nodded. If Jay finds out Trey hit you that time, he'll flip out, she said, grimacing. I gasped. Don't tell him. Don't say anything to Scott either, you promised me, I said, feeling sick. God, if Jaylar got angry and started a fight or something, then Trey would end up finding out I slept with him. He would hurt my mom, then me, and probably Jaylar too. She shook her head. I won't, don't worry. Jay would literally go crazy. He's tough anyway, but now he's mated, he would do anything for you in a heartbeat, she said with wide eyes. I frowned. I couldn't bear the thought of him in a fight or anything. What if he got hurt? I'm going for a shower then, I said, leaving before she asked me anything else. I couldn't talk about this anymore. I just needed to go home and pretend that none of this happened. After a shower, I felt much better. I packed up my stuff once I was dressed. I was planning on staying here tonight, but I didn't want to see Jaylar again today, so I was going to leave in a couple of hours. Mel was going to stay at mine instead. I grabbed my stuff and placed it by the front door. It was only 9:30, and she wanted to go shopping again. I sat down on the sofa next to Scott. Okay, he asked curiously. I nodded and plastered on a fake smile so they couldn't see how hard this was for me. I'm great. Mel wants to go shopping again. Woohoo, I said sarcastically, rolling my eyes. He laughed. I honestly have never met another girl who didn't like shopping. Something else that would have been on the list, he said, winking at me. I sighed and leaned against him, allowing him to put his arm around me while we watched TV. My phone buzzed, and I grabbed it, opening a new message from Trey. My heart was beating out of my chest, as if he would somehow be able to tell I had cheated just by reading a text. Hey baby, I'm back early. I'll be over in half an hour, he wrote. I jumped out of the seat. Oh no. I cried before I could stop myself. Scott jumped up and pulled me behind him protectively, looking towards the door. I couldn't help but laugh. Bless him, what was he expecting? I grabbed his hand, laughing at him. He looked at me shocked. What? What's wrong? He asked, his body relaxing slightly. Trey's home, that's all, I said, still giggling. He blew out a big breath and ran his hand through his hair. You scared the life out of me, he said, shaking his head, laughing now too. I went to the kitchen to see Mel. Mel, babe, I gotta go. Trey's home a day early. He wants to see me. He just texted me and said he'll be round in half an hour. I'm sorry, hon. I'll make it up to you, I promise. Come stay tomorrow instead, I said apologetically. She smiled. It's okay. I got bucket loads of homework to do tonight anyway, so I wouldn't have been much fun. I'll see you tomorrow at school. Be cool. There's no way he'd know, okay? She said, hugging me tightly. I nodded, but I felt so scared. If he found out, this was gonna hurt bad. I grabbed my bags from the front door and headed out to my car, feeling the dread settle in. Chapter 10. I pulled up outside my house. His car wasn't in the drive, so I breathed a sigh of relief as I ran to the house, quickly wanting to hide the dress that I wore to the party in case Trey saw it. He would be furious if he knew I went out looking like that. I screwed the dress up and threw it to the back of my wardrobe, putting all of my shoes on top of it. I should have just chucked the damn thing out of the window on the way home. I went back downstairs. My mom wasn't home. God, I wish she were here. I was so scared. There was no way he could know, no possibility at all. I kept repeating this to myself as I made a coffee with shaky hands. After about 20 minutes, I heard his car pull up, and I squeezed my eyes shut. Oh God, please help me get through this. He let himself in as usual, and I held my breath. Please be in a good mood. He smiled, and I let the breath out. Hey, baby, he said happily as he came into the kitchen. Hey, boyfriend, I said, smiling and trying not to flinch as he wrapped his arms around me and kissed me. He kissed me hungrily, running his hands down my body. When he pulled away, we were both a little breathless. I missed you, I said, trying to keep him sweet. He grinned happily. Wow, he is in a really good mood today. The deal he went for must have gone well. Well, I missed you too, baby, he said, pulling me towards the lounge. He plopped down on the sofa and pulled me into his lap, stroking my back slowly as he looked at me lovingly. I actually liked this Trey. He could be really sweet when he wanted to. When we first started going out, he was thoughtful and kind, and I fell hard for him. But after about a year, he started getting angry with me and possessive, and finally, he started hurting me. So why are you back early, Trey? Is your business going okay? I asked curiously as I wrapped my arms around his neck tightly. He laughed and ran a hand through his hair. Yep, the deal was awesome, baby. It got wrapped up pretty quick, so I came home to see my girl, he said, kissing me again. I kissed him back, but I felt a little sick, like I really shouldn't be doing this. I hadn't felt attracted to Trey for a long time, but this was something else. I felt guilty. I felt like I was cheating, and I hated it. He pulled out of the kiss and slipped his hand into his jacket pocket, bringing out a small rectangular leather box and offering it to me. Oh God, he bought me something. I smiled sweetly as I took it. What's this for, hon? I asked curiously. He laughed. I saw it, and I thought you'd like it, he said, pulling me closer to his chest, watching me excitedly. I opened the box, wondering what it would be, to see a diamond bracelet nestled against the cream silk. I gasped. It was so beautiful. This must have cost him a fortune. Wow, Trey, this is beautiful, I said honestly. He chuckled. Thought you'd like it, he said, taking the box out of my hands and pulling the bracelet out, holding it out to put it on me. I held my hand out, watching as he snapped the beautiful thing to my wrist. God, Trey, thank you so much. I love it, thank you, I said, running my finger over the diamonds. He lifted my chin and pressed his lips to mine again. Shit, okay, now I need to pay for it, I guess. He moaned in the back of his throat and lay me down on the couch, climbing on top of me, his hands roaming over my body. Suddenly, he pulled away, a little confused. Did you change your perfume or something? He asked curiously. My perfume? No, why? I asked confused. He bent his head and inhaled. You smell a little different, he said, frowning. I laughed. I slept at Mel's last night, hon. I used her shampoo and body wash, I said, shaking my head. His eyes hardened slightly. You slept out while I wasn't here, he asked, looking slightly annoyed. I nodded. Only at Mel's. We watched a movie and painted our toenails, I said, starting to get scared. Any little thing like this could set him off. He was still frowning. Shit, come on Brookson, think of something. We waxed our legs too if you're interested in checking them out, I said, trying to sound playful. His face softened, and a small smile tugged at his lips. Yeah? Now that I'm interested in, he said, waggling his eyebrows at me as he kissed me again. Wow, that was close. I closed my eyes and tried to pretend that I loved him. As he pulled at my clothes, all I could think of was Jaylar and what he would say if he could see me right now. My phone started to ring from the table, but Trey didn't even break stride. At least he was being gentle today. He had obviously missed me. Just as I thought, he didn't take my top off. He never did anymore, but did push it right up so he could see me anyway, so I might as well have taken it off. Thank God he didn't see the bite mark on my neck with my top bunched up there. I wrapped my legs around his waist as he continued, kissing all over my face. He was nearly done. I could tell by his face. I pulled his face to mine and kissed him hard, holding him tightly just how he liked. He grunted and collapsed on top of me, almost crushing me. I trailed my fingers down his back as I pretended to be catching my breath and calming down. He pulled back to smile at me after a minute or so. I really missed you, Brookson. How about you come and stay with me tonight? He asked as he kissed across my cheek. I groaned internally. I hated staying at Trey's. He always wanted to stay up late, and I had school tomorrow. Plus, I hated the guys he hung around with. They were jerks and treated me badly, expecting me to clean up after them and stuff. I can't. I have a lot of homework to do tonight, Han. I didn't know you'd be home today, so I didn't do any yesterday as I was planning on doing it tonight, I said, biting my lip. If he insists and worse comes to worst, I'll just have to ask for an extension. He rolled his eyes and nodded. Okay, wow, if he's letting it go, he really is in a good mood today. You think I can stay here then? He asked hopefully. I laughed. I'll ask, but you know my mom won't let you, I said, shrugging. He groaned and lay his head on my shoulder. She has to let me surely. She knows we have sex. I don't see what the problem is, he said grumpily. I smiled. She just doesn't like to know it goes on under her roof. That's all, I said, chuckling. My mom knew. She had gotten me on birth control when I was 13. She let me stay at Trey's occasionally, but she still wouldn't let him sleep here. He pressed his face into my neck, inhaling. I don't like this body wash, baby. It smells wrong on you, he said, turning his nose up slightly. I gripped my hands on the back of his head and smiled. Okay, I'll be sure not to buy that one then, I said, laughing. He chuckled and pulled himself off of me, pulling me up to sitting. I instantly pulled my top down to cover myself, embarrassed. My phone was still going crazy on the table, and he grabbed it, rejecting the call without even looking at it. Let's go eat. I'm hungry, he said, standing up and pulling on his clothes quickly. I nodded, grabbing my jeans and underwear, pulling them on while he was getting dressed so he wouldn't be watching me. We made our way to the kitchen, and I grabbed stuff to make a sandwich with. He sat on the counter watching me, not even offering to help as usual. The doorbell rang. I kissed his lips as I walked past to get it. He slapped me playfully, chuckling to himself. I wrenched the door open, and my heart stopped as I saw Jaylar standing there looking like a Greek god on my doorstep. My body went crazy with the need for him. He smiled, and I felt my heart skip a beat. Oh, Jesus, he is so attractive. I wanted to jump on him and have him rub his hands down my body. I couldn't take my eyes from his. He was the only thing I could think about. Who is it, baby? Trey called. I instantly snapped out of my own little world. Oh shit. Trey. Chapter 11. Jaylar's POV. I rang again, but she still wasn't answering her damn phone. My wolf was going crazy. He wanted out right now. He wanted to go in there and teach this Trey a lesson for touching my girl. I waited another 5 minutes before calling her again. The call went to voicemail for the 100th time. Right, I can't stand this anymore. I need to see her. I got out of the car and made my way to her house, taking deep breaths, willing myself to be calm. Obviously, she wouldn't want him to know we had slept together, so I'd have to be cool. But I just needed to see she was okay and ask her to call me later. I couldn't go a whole day without speaking to her. I rang the doorbell and heard her footsteps. A guy laughed, and I clenched my fists tight, digging my nails into my palms, concentrating on the small sting to keep myself from bursting through the door. She answered the door, looking so beautiful it was unreal. Her beautiful hazel eyes met mine, and I couldn't help but smile at her. Her face went from shock to happiness as she smiled back at me, and I felt my stomach clench up tight that she was pleased to see me. Neither of us spoke. I just looked over her beautiful face, happiness bubbling up inside me that she looked almost as pleased to see me as I was to see her. Who is it, baby? Her guy called from inside. Her smile faded immediately. A look of horror crossed her face. No one, Trey. She called as she stepped out of the door and closed it behind her. Shit, what are you doing here? You need to go, Jaylar, she whispered frantically. Okay, yeah, great. She thinks I'm a stalker. I'm sorry. I needed to see you. I thought you'd call me. You didn't even leave me your number. I had to get your address from Mel, I said, trying not to show her how much she was hurting me. She glanced back at the door. Go, please. She begged, looking like she was scared or something. My wolf jumped, needing to touch her, and I stepped forward, putting my hand on her cheek. She pressed her face into my hand and closed her eyes. I could feel my body yearning for hers. "Please, Jaylar, go," she begged again. "Okay, I'm sorry. Will you please call me later, just so I know you're okay?" "You should have about 10 missed calls on your phone with my number on," I asked quietly, chuckling at how obsessive that actually made me sound. "Damn it, oh well, I can't take it back now." The door opened, and I stepped back quickly, dropping my hand as he walked out of the house. Damn, I wanted to hurt him so bad. I'd never wanted to hurt anyone before, but this guy had my girl. He was about my height, but was built a little bigger than me, with short brown hair and angry-looking brown eyes. "Okay, Jay, don't get her in trouble, she won't forgive you." "Hey, you don't know an Emmeline Thompson, do you?" "I was just telling heir, sorry, I don't know your name," I said, turning to Brookson. She swallowed, looking at me, shocked and confused. "Brookson," she said quietly. I smiled. "Right, I was just telling Brookson, I'm supposed to pick this girl up for a date today, but I can't find her house, and I've lost the damn address she gave me," I said, looking up and down the street. The guy laughed and wrapped his arm around Brookson, pulling her to his side. "No idea. We're busy though, so run along and tell your life story to someone else," he said, looking me over slowly. My wolf was so close, I couldn't look away from him. My wolf refused to back down. He glared at me for a few seconds before turning to Brookson. "Go finish making lunch, baby," he said, kissing the side of her head. She nodded and turned to walk off instantly. I dug my heels in as my wolf was trying to make me follow her. She turned at the door and mouthed, "I'm sorry," looking at me apologetically before disappearing through the door. As soon as the door shut, he stepped up to me. "You hitting on my girl?" he asked angrily. I couldn't help but laugh. "His girl?" "Yeah, right. I was just looking for Emmeline. I thought she might know her. She's about the same age," I said, trying to keep the aggression out of my voice. If he started a fight, I would have to finish it, and I didn't really want to have to do that. For one thing, Brookson wanted to be with this guy for some reason. I hope so. "Leave now," he said, stepping forward again. I hated to be disrespected. Part of my alpha bloodline made me react to any challenge, and he was definitely pushing my buttons. "Don't talk to me like that," I said angrily. He frowned, and we glared at each other for a couple of seconds. My body was alert, waiting for him to hit me. Brookson opened the door again. "Trey," she said quietly. His eyes snapped to her for a split second. "I'm coming," he said angrily. She didn't leave. She stood there waiting for him, so he backed off and went to her side, wrapping his arm possessively around her and pulling her inside. I stood there glaring at the door for a few seconds before I turned on my heel and went back to my car, so angry I wanted to smash something. He was a jerk. He didn't even deserve her anyway. What did she see in that guy? Because I couldn't see a single thing good about him. I mean, girls probably thought he was good-looking, but I didn't think she was one to go for looks. She didn't strike me as that kind of person. But then again, I only really had one conversation with her. How would I know what she was like and what attracted her to him? I climbed in the car and I slammed the door with so much force that the window shattered, spraying glass into my lap and onto the street. I shouted, gripping my hands into my hair. "This is bad. This is really bad. I can't do this." Brookson's POV. As soon as I shut the door, I pressed my ear against it, listening to them talking. I wouldn't let Trey hurt Jaylar, I couldn't. "I hope so." "Leave now," Trey said, making me flinch. "Oh God, Jaylar, please go before he hurts you." I knew that tone in his voice too well. He was seriously close to losing it. "Don't talk to me like that," Jaylar said, sounding so angry that I cringed. Shit, this was it. Trey was gonna hurt him. I wrenched the door open quickly. They were standing about a foot away from each other, glaring angrily. Trey looked like he wanted to hurt him. Jaylar actually looked just as angry. "Shit, he's gonna get himself hurt." "Trey," I said quietly, trying to break the tension. His eyes snapped to mine. They were hard and angry. I tried desperately not to flinch. "I'm coming," he said angrily. His tone was warning. He had told me to go inside, and I came back out. He wasn't happy with me at all. His eyes flicked to the door, telling me to go back inside, but I just stood there waiting for him. He backed away from Jaylar and wrapped his arm around me tightly, clamping me to his side, and led me inside. I couldn't look at Jaylar again. I didn't want to see the look of hurt in his eyes that I was in here with Trey instead of out there with him. As soon as the door shut, Trey's arm went from around my waist to my upper arm as he dragged me into the kitchen. "Who was that?" he asked, shaking me roughly. His top lip was twitching like it always did when he was trying to control his temper. "I don't know. He just knocked. He was looking for some girl called Emmeline," I lied, wincing as his grip tightened on my arm. "I don't believe you," he said, pulling me to him. "It's true. I promise I don't know who he is." "Trey, please, you're hurting me," I begged, tears filling my eyes. "I'll do more than hurt you if I find out you're lying to me," he said as his other hand grabbed the back of my hair, jerking my head back. I bit my lip hard enough to draw blood and whimpered. "Did you arrange for him to come here because you thought I'd be out of town still? Did my coming back early ruin your plans?" he asked, sneering at me. I gasped as he pulled my head further back. "Oh God, please, Trey." "I swear," I cried, grabbing his hand in both of mine, trying to lessen the pressure on my hair. He shoved me roughly into the kitchen counter, making pain shoot through my hip as I banged it hard. My leg gave way and I sank to the floor. "Please, Trey, please, I love you, please," I begged, sobbing in a pile on the floor. Tingles were shooting down my right leg where I had hit it so hard, and my scalp was burning. Oh shit, this is bad. If he finds out who Jaylar is, he will hurt me badly. I put my arms around my head protectively as I sobbed uncontrollably, pain shooting around my whole bottom half. He gasped. "Sure, it's okay, baby, I love you too," he said as he bent down and picked me up, carrying me into the living room. I was still sobbing. He sat down on the sofa and settled me on his lap, wrapping his arms around me tightly and starting to rock me gently. "I'm sorry, baby, you just make me so angry." "I'm sorry, Sho, it's okay," he said, smoothing my hair from my face and wiping my tears. He lifted my chin to make me look at him. "I'm sorry, forgive me?" he asked tenderly. I nodded quickly, wanting this to be over so I could go and put some ice or something on my leg. "That's my girl," he said, kissing me softly. "My hip and legs hurt," I whispered. He hissed through his teeth and rubbed it gently. "Come on, baby, I'll run you a bath," he said, picking me up again gently. I wrapped my arms around his neck tightly, trying to keep my leg as still as possible as pain shot right down to my toes, making me whimper. He sat me on my bed and went to my ensuite, running the water while I grimaced in pain. I rolled into a ball. It could have been worse. He could have hurt Jaylar. After a couple of minutes, he came back smiling apologetically. "I'm so sorry, baby," he murmured as he unbuttoned my jeans, starting to pull them down. I screamed as his hands brushed across my hip. "Stop, stop." I cried breathless. He winced and took his hands away quickly. "I can do it," I said, gritting my teeth and easing them down to my knees. He pulled them the rest of the way off. I looked down to see a huge red and purple mark on my hip spreading down the top of my thigh. "Oh shit, that looks bad." He trailed his fingers over it tenderly. "Shit, this looks bad, Brookson. You need to see someone?" he asked, looking at me pleadingly. I shook my head. I couldn't face the questions. I couldn't keep up with the lies that I had to tell all the time. "Can you just get me a cold flannel, maybe?" I asked, biting my lip. He nodded and kissed my forehead before running to the ensuite and coming back with the flannel. He held it on gently, just looking at me apologetically. He was always like this. He felt really guilty about it if he hurt me badly. A few bruises here and there were nothing to him, but if he made me cry like that, he knew that he'd gone too far. He was always super sweet, looking after me and stuff for a couple of days afterwards, though. I lay back on the bed and just let him hold the cold flannel in place as I closed my eyes, trying to think of anything but the burning pain in my leg. I felt the bed dip next to me, and he wrapped his arm around me, pressing into my side. I turned my face and pressed it into his chest, praying for the day he would finally leave, and this would all be over. I didn't want a lifetime of this. I couldn't take it. I love you, Brookson. I love you so much. I'm sorry, he whispered, turning the flannel to the cold side. I nodded. I know, Trey, I love you too, I said, knowing he needed reassurance. He always needed reassurance that I wouldn't leave him. I think deep down, he was quite insecure. Want to get in the bath? He asked, stroking my hair. I shook my head. I don't want to move, I admitted. He closed his eyes. I'm sorry, I just thought, shit, forget it. I'm sorry, he said, kissing my face softly. After about half an hour, the pain had faded slightly to be replaced by a dull ache. He helped me off the bed. I went over to the wardrobe and grabbed a pair of baggy sweats so they wouldn't rub or squeeze my bruise that I had coming. He even finished making lunch, bringing it up to me in my room. We sat on the bed watching TV for a while until I heard my mom come home. He held my hand tightly as we went downstairs. My mom was cooking dinner. Hey, Brookson. Hey, Trey, she chirped happily. Hey, Mom, I said, faking a happy smile. She hugged me tight and then went back to making dinner. Ask her if I can stay, Trey whispered in my ear, rubbing his hand up and down on my back, trying to be loving. Mom, do you think Trey could stay over tonight? I asked immediately. She gasped and looked at me a little disapprovingly. I'm sorry, guys, you know I don't like it, she said, shaking her head. I breathed a sigh of relief. Beth, you know I love your daughter. We've been together forever now, and we're always very responsible. This isn't some fling. I know I'm a lot older than her, but I love her more than anything. If you say you don't want us to have sex in the house, then that's fine, but I just want to hold her, I swear. I've missed her so much this weekend, he said, kissing the top of my head softly. She sighed and closed her eyes. I guess you two have been together a long time. I should maybe just get over it, huh? She said, chuckling slightly. I felt my heart sink. Oh God, please don't let him start staying here. They were my nights off. Yeah? Does that mean I can stay? Trey asked excitedly. She sighed and nodded. Yeah, okay, but I don't want to hear anything. I'm serious. We'll see how it goes tonight, like a trial, okay? She asked, winking at me. She obviously thought this was what I wanted since I asked for it. That's great, Mom. Thanks, I muttered, plastering on a fake smile. Shit, I couldn't call Jaylar now. He asked me to call him, but Trey was gonna be here, damn it. Trey and my mom started having a conversation about his trip, so I kissed his cheek. I'm just gonna go to the bathroom, I said as I slipped out almost unnoticed, trying desperately not to limp in case my mom saw. I grabbed my phone and found the 8 missed calls, all from a while ago. I pressed call and went to sit on the toilet. Brookson, he answered almost immediately. I sighed. God, he had such a sexy voice. Hi, I'm sorry about earlier, I said quietly. No, it was my fault. I shouldn't have come over like that. I'm really sorry, he said sadly. Don't worry about it, but you can't do that again, okay? You can't just come over when Trey's here. He can sometimes get a bit jealous, I said, closing my eyes and putting my forehead against the wall. I won't. I just freaked out a bit. I need to get used to it. It's hard, Brookson. I can't explain it to you. He didn't say anything, did he? He said quietly. No, he was fine, I lied, closing my eyes. Look, I know it's gonna be hard, but you need to understand that I didn't choose this, Jaylar. You forced this on me. I can't just change my whole entire life because of what happened at the party, I said, trying to explain how I felt without hurting him too much. To be honest, if I weren't with Trey, this would be easy. I would be there like a shot. I didn't have the instant devotion that Scott was talking about, but there was definitely something there. I couldn't deny it. I'm sorry. Can I come over and we can talk or something? He asked, sounding a little hopeful. Not tonight. Trey's here still, I said, grimacing slightly as I moved, making my legs start to ache again. Oh, well, how about tomorrow daytime? He asked. I have school, Jaylar. We don't all have college holidays, you know, I said teasingly, making him laugh. Lunchtime? Or after school? He asked. I sighed. God, I wanted to see him too. I couldn't keep putting this off. Lunchtime, I guess, I said quietly. Yeah? Awesome. What time? Shall I pick you up from school? He asked excitedly. I nodded. Yeah, okay, about 1? I offered, biting my lip. Definitely. I'll see you then. Can I call you in the morning? He asked, sounding a lot happier now. No, I'll just see you at one at the school, okay? I said quickly. Look, I gotta go. Bye, Jaylar, I said, snapping the phone shut. I'd been in here too long already. I made my way downstairs. They were still talking in the kitchen. They didn't even notice I was gone. I went to the medicine cupboard and grabbed some painkillers for my aching body. Trey wrapped his arms around me from behind and kissed my neck. Oh God, he was so close to Jaylar's mark. I pulled away quickly before he could touch it. Can you get me some water, Trey? I want to take these, I said, holding out the pills. He nodded, looking at me apologetically, and went to get the drink. After dinner, Trey went to watch TV with my mom while I sat at the kitchen table doing my English essay for tomorrow. I strung it out as long as I could. I didn't want to have to get up. It took me a long time to get comfortable. I didn't want to have to start all over again. At 9, I went into the living room. Hey, Trey, I'm pretty tired. Want to go to bed? I asked hopefully. At least I could pretend to be asleep and just lie still. Sure, baby, you sure this is okay, Beth? He asked, smiling happily. She nodded and rolled her eyes. Yeah, okay, I guess, she said, smiling. I kissed her head. Night, Mom. See you in the morning, I said, grabbing Trey's hand and pulling him towards the stairs. Night, Beth, and thanks, he called as he followed me, grinning. Night, guys. Just keep it down, okay? She called, making Trey chuckle behind me. When we got to my room, he was beaming. So this is a first, huh? Me getting to sleep here, he said as he pulled me into a hug. Trey, I'm pretty tired, hon. I don't think I can do anything. My legs hurting really bad, I admitted. He nodded and bent to pull my sweats off for me, being careful of my hip. He stripped out of his clothes, so he was just in his boxers. He pulled me towards the bed. I unclasped my bra, pulling it off so I was in a t-shirt and underwear. He pulled the covers back and nodded for me to get in first before following me in and pulling me close to his side. I love you, Brookson, he said as he kissed me gently. God, I wish he were like this all the time. You too, Trey, I lied quickly. Want me to kiss it better? He asked suggestively. I smiled and rolled my eyes. Honestly? No thanks, I think it'll hurt, I said. He laughed. I'll be careful, he said, running his hand down my body slowly. I stiffened. Oh shit, if he starts, he won't want to stop. I don't want to sleep with him again. Trey, come on, hon, it'll hurt me, please? Besides, you promised my mom you just wanted to hold me. She won't let you stay again if she hears anything, I said teasingly. He sighed and flopped down on the bed next to me. Yeah, you're right. Night, baby, he said as he brushed his lips against mine gently. I closed my eyes and willed myself to fall asleep, but I just couldn't stop thinking about Jaylar. Trey was wrapped around me, breathing in my ear, and I couldn't stop wishing he were Jay. Why was I so excited about seeing him tomorrow? Shit, this was not gonna end well. Chapter 12. I woke to the feeling of being tickled gently. I frowned, confused, before remembering Trey slept over last night. I moved to roll over, and pain shot down my leg, making me gasp and clamp my teeth together tightly. Trey stopped rubbing his hands on my side. Okay, he asked quietly. I nodded and slowly opened my eyes to look at him. He was half propped up on his elbow, watching me. How long have you been awake? I asked, rolling more carefully onto my side to face him. He bent forward and kissed my lips gently. About half an hour, he said, shrugging. So you've just been watching me sleep for half an hour? Weirdo, I joked, making him laugh. He rolled his eyes. You okay today? He asked, his eyes trailing down to my hip. I nodded. Yeah, it just aches a little, it's fine, I said, pressing my face into his chest. What's the time, Trey? I mumbled against his skin. Almost 7, he said, kissing the top of my head. I think I'm gonna go grab a shower, I said, needing to get out of bed. He grinned. I'll come with you, wash your back, he said happily as he climbed out of the other side. Shit, if he sees me naked, he'll see Jaylar's mark. Trey, I started, not knowing how the hell to say I didn't want him anywhere near me. He sighed and wrapped his arms around me. You think it'll hurt you, so you'd rather I didn't, he said matter-of-factly. I bit my lip and nodded. That wasn't exactly the reason, but hey, if it worked. He kissed me gently before pulling back to look in my eyes. You know I love you, right? He asked tenderly. I knew he loved me. He had problems, but I didn't doubt that he loved me. He just had a funny way of showing it sometimes. I know you do. I love you too, I said, forcing a smile. He grinned and kissed my forehead. Good, I'll go make breakfast. You want a fruit salad or something? You're still on a diet, right? He asked, raising his eyebrows. I nodded, dropping my eyes to the floor. Good girl, he said, kissing my lips again gently before heading out of the room. I stripped out of my clothes and jumped in the shower, being careful not to look in the mirror. I hated to look at myself. I stood under the shower and cried, my tears mixing in with the spray. I had to turn my body as the slight pressure from the water was making my leg ache more. I'd have to fake a letter to get out of gym today. My mind went to Jaylar and how adorable he was. Why did he come here yesterday? How can I explain to him that he can't just turn up like that? The more I thought about him, the more excited I got. I was actually really looking forward to seeing him today. I could picture his green eyes and the exact shade of his brown hair, how handsome he was, how his voice sounded. Just the thought of him was exciting. I traced my hand over his mark on my neck. It was still raised. I fingered the little marks of each of his teeth and couldn't help but smile a little. After a while, I got out and went to my bedroom, praying that Trey wasn't in there. He wasn't. I got dressed quickly in jeans and a loose-fitting black round-neck t-shirt, looking in the mirror to check that Jaylar's mark was hidden before heading downstairs. Trey was sitting at the table with my mom, eating bacon sandwiches. In the spot where I usually sat, there was a bowl of chopped apples and bananas. My stomach was hurting at the smell of the bacon. I was so hungry it was painful. I sat down and picked up my fork. Morning, I said, smiling at my mom. She smiled and nodded at the bowl. Trey said you didn't want a sandwich. You're gonna be hungry if you don't eat properly, she scolded. I smiled. I'm having breakfast with Mel, I said, shrugging. Her face brightened. Oh, I didn't realize. Hey, is Scott home from college yet? She asked cheerfully. My mom loved Mel and Scott like crazy. She was good friends with the Porters. Yeah, he came home Friday, I said, smiling. Trey's face snapped round to mine, and I felt my stomach drop. Oh shit, I already told him I stayed at Mel's. Scott's Mel's brother, right? The blonde one, he asked, frowning at me angrily. Okay, I needed to stay near my mom, then he wouldn't be able to hurt me. Yeah, I said, shifting in my seat uncomfortably as he continued to glare at me. How's he getting on in college? Did you speak to him? My mom asked. I shook my head. No, I didn't see him. He stayed at one of his friends, I lied, taking another bite of my banana and trying to ignore the look of pure rage that was stretched across Trey's face. Oh, that's a shame. He's such a nice boy. Maybe we'll invite the Porters round. I haven't seen Raquel or Polio in ages, she said, grabbing her plate and walking off towards the sink. Yeah, good idea, Mom, I said, keeping my eyes on her. If she left the room, I would too. There was no way I was staying in here with Trey while he was looking at me like that. I'll drive you to school today and pick you up, then maybe we could go out tonight, Trey said, his face still hard. I tried to swallow the mouthful of banana, but the damn thing didn't want to go down, so I just nodded instead. Right, guys, I'm off to work. I swapped a shift with Maria, so I'm in today but off tomorrow, my mom chirped as she kissed the top of my head. Okay, bye, I said, watching her, longing to go with her. I didn't want to be on my own with Trey. As soon as the front door closed, he slammed his fist down on the table, making me jump. You stayed with this Scott guy, he demanded angrily. I shook my head fiercely. No, I stayed with Mel in her room. Scott stayed out. I think Mel said he was at a party, I said nervously. He held out his hand for me. I placed my hand in his, willing him to believe me. As soon as my hand was in his, he squeezed it hard, making a sharp pain shoot up my wrist. Oh, Trey, I promise. I lied, squeezing my eyes shut tight. If I find out you're lying to me, he said warningly. I jumped out of the chair and moved around the table to him. He didn't loosen his grip on my hand the whole time. I sat on his lap and wrapped my other arm around his neck, putting my forehead to his. "I swear, Trey," I whispered. He sighed and closed his eyes as he let go of my hand. He cupped my face. "Okay, baby, I believe you," he said, kissing my nose. I breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, kissing him hard, trying to make him forget he was angry with me. Half an hour later, he dropped me off at school. "I'll pick you up after, baby, okay?" he said, kissing my lips gently. I nodded and smiled, happy that I was finally getting away from him, at least for a few hours anyway. I found Mel leaning against the side of her car, waiting for me. "Hey, how'd it go?" she asked, watching Trey drive away. "Okay, he didn't know anything," I said, shrugging. She grinned. "There then, nothing to worry about." "So Scott tells me you're meeting Jay for lunch," she said, looping her arm through mine as we started walking towards the school. I grinned. God, I was so excited about it. "Yeah," I said, trying to squash the ridiculous happiness I felt just thinking about seeing him. She sighed. "Well, I can't stand here gossiping all morning. I need to go speak to my English teacher, so I'll spend all afternoon gossiping instead," she said teasingly. I laughed. "All right, see you later," I called as she turned to skip off. The morning passed unbelievably slowly. Every second seemed like an hour as I was watching the clock, waiting for lunch. Finally, the bell rang and I started to get nervous. I mean, what if we had nothing to talk about and it was just embarrassing? Or even worse, what if I couldn't keep my hands off of him? Oh God, please don't let me cheat on Trey again. I threw all of my stuff in my bag and made my way to the front door. Oh shit, what if he doesn't even come? I'll look like a real idiot standing here if he doesn't turn up. I walked nervously out of the door and spotted him immediately. He was leaning against an old red sports car, looking kind of nervous too. When he spotted me, his face lit up into a beautiful smile, making my heart beat a little faster. As I walked down to him, his eyes didn't leave mine once. "Hi," I said, my voice sounding a little higher where I was excited. "Hi," he said, grinning and pushing my hair behind my ear, his fingers lingering on my cheekbone for a split second, making my body yearn for his. "Ready to go?" he asked, opening the passenger door. I nodded. "Sure. Where do you want to go?" I asked, climbing in and watching him run around to his side, his beautiful smile stretched across his face. He grinned at me as he pulled away. "I don't know, wherever you want," he said casually. Okay, he's easygoing. "I know this little Italian that's quite nice. You like Italian?" he asked, glancing at me. I grinned. "Yeah, I love Italian food," I said happily. "Great, we'll go there then." "You have to be back at 2, right?" he asked curiously. "Yeah, I got double science this afternoon, so if you don't want to come back, that's fine with me." "I'm supposed to be dissecting a frog," I said, grimacing at the thought. He laughed and turned his nose up. "I remember doing that, gross," he said, shaking his head. "So, what have you been doing with yourself this morning?" I asked curiously, turning in my seat so I could look at him while I spoke to him. He grinned, but didn't look at me. "Not much actually, I've been sitting around waiting to come and meet you," he said. My heart started to speed up. He was so damn sweet. And my God, he was so handsome. He was wearing light blue, ripped jeans, and a nice, fitted pale yellow t-shirt. I couldn't keep my eyes off his body. I actually thought I was doing well to keep my hands off of his body, though, as I wanted so badly to kiss him. "What about you? What lessons have you had today?" he asked as he pulled into a little car park. He stopped the car and turned in his seat. A smile stretched across his beautiful face. French, history, and English. "I had gym too, but I got out of that," I said happily. He frowned. "How did you get out of that?" he asked curiously. "Oh shit. Way to go, Brookson." I hurt my leg, fell over yesterday," I said, shrugging and opening my door, needing to get away from his intense gaze. He jumped out and came round to my side, shutting my door for me. "Is your leg okay? How did you manage to fall over?" he asked, looking at me concerned. I sighed dramatically. "Carrying too much stuff, tripped and fell, the end." "Shall we go eat?" I asked, nodding to the restaurant. Sure, he said, taking my hand. I pulled my hand away quickly, looking around. Shit, what if someone who knows me sees and tells Trey? Sorry, he muttered, dropping his gaze to the floor. Shit, this is hard for me. I dread to think what it's like for him. It's okay, I just can't have Trey find out I'm here with you. He wouldn't like it, I said, shrugging. Wow, that's the understatement of the century. He nodded and opened the door for me, letting me go in first. The restaurant was really cute, small, and intimate. We were sitting in the back and were the only people in there. He sat opposite me and just watched me until I started to get uncomfortable, like he seemed content to just look at me, not speaking or anything. Jaylar, stop staring at me. Seriously, I said, laughing. He laughed. Sorry, right? Yeah, not doing a very good job of showing you I'm not some obsessive stalker, am I? He joked happily. No, you're not, I said, still giggling. So how about I tell you 2 things about myself and you do the same, he offered. Okay, this sounded fun. Sure, good juicy stuff though. Something other people don't know, I said, leaning forward excitedly. He grinned, leaning in too. Okay, well, you already know I don't want to be a lawyer. No one else knows that. When I was 3, I stole a packet of sweets from the local shop and ate them under my bed. I was so scared that my dad was going to find out that I flushed the packet down the toilet, but the damn thing wouldn't go, so I had to put my hand down and get it out, he said, grinning. You, I said, laughing. Did you get caught? I asked, shaking my head, chuckling. No, I snuck out when my parents were asleep and buried it in the garden, he said, shrugging. I laughed harder. He really was funny. The waitress came over to take our orders and was totally eyeing Jaylar, but he didn't even notice. Can I get the tomato pasta but without the cheese? I asked, quickly scanning the menu for the thing with the fewest calories. Jaylar frowned. You don't like cheese? He asked, cocking his head to the side. Yeah, I love it, but it's fattening, I said, then bit my lip. Why the hell did I say that? You are kidding me, he said, shaking his head disapprovingly. He turned to the waitress, and she grinned at him seductively. I'll have the lasagna, and can we get some extra fries? And make sure you put the cheese on her pasta, he said, shaking his head, amused. She nodded. Sure thing. Anything else I can get for you? She asked, smiling flirtily. I laughed. Okay, wow, does she not see me sitting here? You want anything else, shorty? He asked, looking at me again, making her scowl. I don't think that offer was directed at me. No thanks, I said, handing her back my menu, a little uncomfortable under her glare. She took it and stalked off, making me chuckle again. Geez, could she be more obvious? Jaylar looked at me curiously. What's funny? He asked, confused. I nodded towards the waitress. You've got a fan. Geez, if looks could kill, I'd be dead already. You are so in there if you're interested, I said, laughing. He didn't laugh. He frowned at me, looking a little pissed off. I'm not interested, he said, looking at me like I should have already known that. It was a joke, Jaylar, geez, will you lighten up? I said, rolling my eyes at him. He sighed. Right, yeah, okay, so tell me your 2, he said, his face brightening again. I shook my head. No way. I already knew the lawyer one, so you need to give me another, I said sternly. He rolled his eyes. Okay, how about it took me 5 attempts to pass my driving test, he said, fighting a smile. I laughed. 5 times? Seriously? I asked, unsure as to whether he was just saying that to get out of telling me something more embarrassing about himself. He nodded, looking a little sheepish. Yeah, I can't park for shit, he said, shrugging. I told everyone I passed the first time and quickly took my test again and again until I passed, he said, chuckling. I laughed and shook my head. Now tell me yours, he said as the food came over. I watched the waitress try unsuccessfully to get his attention from me and shoot me another couple of death glares before walking off. Okay, let me think, I said, racking my brains trying to think of something no one else knew about me. I dug into my pasta. Oh God, this is good, I said, shoveling more in. I was so hungry. I hadn't had anything other than half of the bowl of apples and bananas this morning. He smiled, watching me eat. Want some fries? he offered, pushing the plate towards me. I smiled and munched on a couple while I was thinking. Right, I got one. When I was 12, I wore a white swimsuit on holiday, I said, shrugging. He frowned. A white swimsuit? What's so bad about that? He asked, confused. I laughed. White doesn't hold up so well when it gets wet, so the damn thing went see-through at the beach. Not the thing a young, developing girl needs, I said, laughing. He burst out laughing. Right now, I get it. Hey, you still got it, he asked, raising one eyebrow, looking attractive as hell. I shook my head, smiling. No, but even if I did, it wouldn't fit me now anyway, I said, rolling my eyes. His eyes drifted down slowly. Oh shit, he's checking me out. Jaylar, my eyes are up here, I said, laughing and waving my hand at my face. Just imagining it, he said, smirking at me. Yeah, because that would be such a good image, I said, frowning and pushing the pasta around on my plate, not wanting to eat anymore. He reached across the table and took my hand. It's the best image I could ever think of. Actually, scratch that. Take the swimsuit off. That would be better, he said, winking at me flirtatiously. God, are you a pervert, Jay? I asked, rolling my eyes but fighting a smile. He smiled. Of sorts, I guess. I never used to be, but I just can't get you out of my head, he said, shaking his head as if this was some sort of weakness he had. I didn't know what to say. I wanted to hold him and tell him that everything was gonna be okay, but I couldn't do that because nothing about this was okay. Wanna know my other one? I asked, pulling my hand from his and eating again just for something to do. He nodded, still looking a little embarrassed. That night at your party was the first time I've ever been with anyone other than Trey, I said, watching his face fall at the mention of Trey. He put on a fake smile. I honestly can't say the same. I'm sorry, he said apologetically. I laughed. Yeah, I kinda guessed that, I said, then blushed like crazy as he started to laugh. Mel said you were a player, I said, shrugging and looking at him as I stole a few more of his fries. He smiled sadly. I was, I guess. Not anymore though, he said casually. Jay, Scott said that you won't even fancy girls anymore, is that true? I asked, feeling like shit. He smiled and nodded, but he didn't actually look too bothered. I closed my eyes. This is bad. Will it always be like that for you? I asked without opening my eyes. I couldn't see how much I had screwed up his life. Yep, I'll only ever want you, he said as if this was no big deal that he may not ever get to have sex again. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. I'm so sorry, Jaylar, I said honestly. He put a finger under my chin, lifting my face up. I opened my eyes, and the tear fell down my face. He wiped it away tenderly. Shorty, it's fine, I promise. It's not a problem, he said, stroking my cheek tenderly, sending ripples of desire through my body. God, did he know what he was doing to me? A pained expression crossed his face, and he pulled his hand away quickly, looking like he was trying not to breathe. Tell me another one, he said, changing the subject. I tried to think of anything other than his body and how kissable his lips looked. I can't sleep with my closet door open, I said, glad for the change of subject. He frowned, looking amused. And why's that? He asked curiously. Monsters, I said, shrugging, making him laugh again. Monsters? What kind? He asked, eating his food, but his eyes not leaving my face. Werewolves, I joked. Ha, you're funny, he said sarcastically. Nah, I used to think there was a one-armed man who lived in my closet who could only get out at night if the door was left open. He'd come out and strangle me with my clothes. It just kinda stuck, so I still make sure the door is shut tight before I go to sleep, I said, grimacing slightly. He was laughing so hard he had tears in his eyes. How the hell did you make something like that up? He choked out. I shook my head. I didn't make it up, someone told me, and scared the crap out of me when I was like 5 or 6, I said. Yeah, and who is that? He asked, still amused. Scott, I said, shrugging. He burst out laughing again. It's not funny. For over 10 years, I've had this fear, damn asshole. I said, frowning. When he stopped laughing, he looked at his watch. It's 1:45. You really want to skip this afternoon? We could go catch a movie or something. I'll drive you home after, he suggested hopefully. Oh God, I would love that. This hour seemed to have gone so fast, it just wasn't enough. I didn't want to leave yet, but I had to. Trey was picking me up today, so I needed to be at school. I can't, sorry. Trey's picking me up today, I said, grimacing slightly as he closed his eyes and gulped, nodding slightly. I'm sorry, I said quietly. He nodded. It's okay. Can I maybe take you out tomorrow? He asked sadly. Jay, seriously, is this really a good idea? Is it not better to just try out of sight, out of mind? I asked curiously. He gasped. No, I need to see you. I don't think you realize what this feels like for me. It's hard as hell to sit here and be your friend, but it would kill me to not see you, he said, looking at me pleadingly. I sighed. Okay, well, I could see you for lunch again, I guess, if you want, I said, trying not to show him how excited I was at the thought of seeing him again tomorrow. He grinned. Yeah, great, same time then, he said, standing up and pulling out his wallet, throwing money on the table. Come on then, shorty, let's get you to school so you can dissect that frog, he said teasingly. Oh shit, I forgot about that, I said, grimacing and feeling slightly sick. Maybe I should have gone for something a little lighter in case I throw up. He chuckled and waited for me to get up and move to his side before we walked out. So when do you go back to college? I asked as we got to his car. 2 weeks, he said, looking a little sad about it. He opened my door for me again. Wow, Jay, you really are a gentleman, I joked. He did a little bow, making me giggle as he shut the door. We chatted a bit on the way back to the car. It was nice. He was really easy to talk to and was a really great guy. I could see why Scott liked him. As we pulled up at the school, he looked at me sadly. Okay, so I'll see you here at 1 tomorrow, he said, looking right into my eyes, making me feel a little tingly. Yeah, okay, great, I said, biting my lip. You think maybe I could call you later? He asked. I don't think so. Trey's taking me out tonight, so I don't know what time I'll be home, I admitted. Hopefully, Trey wouldn't want to stay at mine again tonight. I heard him curse under his breath, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles going white. I could call you if you want, if I can, I said quickly, seeing the tension across his face. His eyes snapped to mine. I'd love that, he said, nodding eagerly. I'll ring if I can. If I can't ring, I'll text you, okay? I suggested. He was grinning happily again now. Great, he said, looking like a kid on Christmas morning, and I couldn't help but smile back. Okay, well, I'd better go. Tomorrow I'll buy, okay, I said, opening my door quickly before I had to kiss him. He was too close, and I was starting to want him again. What the hell is wrong with me? Is this part of the mating like Scott said? Every time I looked at him, I wanted to be with him. It was almost embarrassing, and I was glad he had no idea. Otherwise, I would literally die of embarrassment. He grabbed my hand as I went to get out of the car. Thank you for coming today, shorty, he said as he kissed the back of my hand tenderly. I gulped and nodded, unable to speak. I climbed out of the car and almost ran to the school before I wouldn't be able to leave him. Crap, this was bad. The more time I spent with him, the more I liked him. God, why is my life always so hard? Nothing's ever straightforward. Chapter 13. The rest of the week flew by. Every day, Jaylar would come and meet me for lunch. He was so sweet and funny that he made my heart ache for him, and I couldn't help wishing things were different and I could be with him and make him happy. He took me to different places each day for lunch. Every day we would play the tell each other 2 things nobody else knows game, which was actually really fun. I felt like I knew him really well, and he was just so damn easy to be around. I called him when I could. I didn't let him call me though, in case he called when Trey was around. Jaylar was awesome, so sweet and kind and tender. He hadn't once moved to kiss me or anything, which I was totally grateful for, because if he kissed me, I knew I wouldn't be able to stop. Even Trey was still being sweet. He hadn't hurt me since he hurt my hip, which was great. He seemed to have calmed down a lot, which made life a lot easier now that I wasn't walking on eggshells all of the time. Maybe he really had changed this time. Mom had changed her house rules now, so she let him stay over again, which he loved as it meant he got to have me anytime he wanted, which seemed to put him in a really good mood. I couldn't help but start to resent Trey now. I haven't liked him for a long time, but now that all I could think about is Jaylar and how good it would be with him, I resented Trey more and more. Today was Saturday, and I was staying at Mel's tonight. Trey had given me his permission and said it was okay for me to stay there as he was working tonight. He had a deal he needed to finalize or something. I didn't ask for details. I didn't want to know what really went on with him. I knew his business wasn't legal, but anything more than that would get me in trouble too if he ever got arrested, so I never asked anything. I headed to Mel's just before lunch, as we were going to a barbecue at one of Scott's friends. As I pulled up, I saw Jay's car in the drive, and happiness rushed through me. I grabbed my overnight bag and headed to the house, trying to calm my excitement. I didn't bother knocking. I practically lived here when I was a kid, so it's kind of like a second home for me. I dumped my stuff down by the door. "Mel?" I called as I walked up the hall to the kitchen. "Yeah, in here," she called back. I smiled as I walked around the corner. The first person my eyes spotted was Jaylar. I couldn't look away from him. He was so attractive. "Hey," I said, grinning. "Hi, Shorty," he said, his face matching mine as he came to stand next to me. Neither of us spoke. We didn't really need to. I was too busy taking in every single perfect inch of his face, enjoying the heat seeping from his body into mine, where he was standing so close. Someone cleared their throat loudly, and I heard people laughing. I reluctantly dragged my eyes from his and looked at my best friend. She was laughing hysterically. Then I noticed there were 4 other guys in the kitchen, all laughing, looking at me too. "What? What's funny?" I asked, confused. Mel shook her head. "I was talking to you," she said, still giggling. Was she talking to me? I didn't hear anything. "You were? Sorry, what did you say, hon?" I asked, blushing slightly. I must have been too busy staring at Jaylar. "I said we're going to a pool party at Seaton's," she said happily. "Oh no, a pool party? I can't get half naked in front of a load of people." Mel, I don't, I said, uncomfortable. She shook her head. "I've got a spare bikini you can borrow, don't worry." "I know you don't have one with you," she said dismissively. I burst out laughing. Did she seriously expect me to wear a bikini in front of people? And one of hers? She was tiny. "Yeah, because I'll fit into one of yours," I said, laughing harder. She smiled and nodded at my chest. "I know, you may have to tape them in or something. That killer cleavage will be on show quite a bit, but you don't mind that, do you, Jay?" she said teasingly. I gasped and dropped my eyes to the floor as everyone's gaze fell to my chest. "I don't mind that at all," Jaylar said flirtatiously from next to me, making me roll my eyes. I couldn't help but smile. Mel grabbed my hand and dragged me up to her room. "Mel, I don't want to go to a pool party," I whined. Mel didn't understand my issues with my body. When I first tried to talk to her about it, she just dismissed my worries as stupid. I didn't try to talk to her about it again. She didn't understand. She thought I was beautiful because she was biased as my best friend. She pushed me onto her bed and went to the drawer. She turned back to me with a bikini in each hand. "Black or blue?" she asked, holding her hands out to me. Oh God, they were so small. "Mel, I can't wear that. For one thing, it won't fit me, and for another, I don't want everyone to see me in a bikini," I said, willing myself not to cry. "Black it is then," she said, ignoring me as she tossed it into my lap. "Mel, come on, please," I said, horrified. She sighed. "If it's that bad, then wear a t-shirt over the top." "Some people will wear t-shirts over," she said, shrugging. "Okay, I guess I could do that. I could just say I didn't want to get sunburnt or something." I sighed and stood up. "Fine. But you owe me for this," I said, shaking my head as I crossed the room to her bathroom to change. I pulled on the ridiculously small bikini. I mean, it fitted me because it stretched, but Mel didn't have much of a chest, so it barely covered me. I groaned, but refused to look in the mirror as I pulled my clothes back on over the top. Mel was sitting on the bed waiting for me. "Where is it?" "Have you got it on?" she asked suspiciously. I grimaced. "Mel, it's tiny, seriously. It's embarrassing." You sure other people will be wearing t-shirts too? I asked. I didn't want to stick out like a sore thumb. Yes. Now come on then. Let's go, I'm starving, she said, handing me a towel and dragging me back downstairs. We took 2 cars. I went in with Jaylar, Mel, Scott, and another boy called Polio, and the others went in another car. We pulled outside a really nice-looking house. Wow, I said, looking it over as Mel dragged me out and around the back. Swim or eat first, she asked as we plopped our towels down on a lounger. Drink first, I said nervously. The pool was nice, quite big. There were a lot of people already there. People stopped to look at us as we walked in. Everyone seemed to be looking at me. A lot of the girls were glaring at me for some reason. What is that about? Jaylar stepped closer to me and shot them all a look that made them drop their eyes to the floor. Why are they looking at me like that? What have I done? I whispered to him, stepping a little closer to him, feeling so uncomfortable. He sighed. You're my mate, shorty. Girl shifters want to be mated to an alpha, so you've blown their chances, he said casually. Oh God, I groaned. Great, they all hate me already. He laughed. Don't look so uncomfortable. They'll get used to it. The way we met was so sudden. People are curious about you, that's all. Not everyone here is a shifter, though, so don't say anything to anyone in case they're not, okay, he said, bending slightly so our faces were on the same level. I nodded and smiled. Okay, I'm going to get a drink then I guess, I mumbled, heading off after Mel in the direction of the house. Jaylar followed close behind me. After 3 drinks, I felt a little better, so we went to sit down. A couple of girls were wearing t-shirts, so I didn't seem to be standing out when I left mine on too. Even though it was a pool party, no one seemed to be swimming. Everyone was sitting around talking, and some people were dancing. There was a huge barbecue going on. I was sitting chatting to Mel and Jaylar. I was already on about my 6th drink, so I was definitely feeling a little tipsy. Scott was standing by the edge of the pool talking to one of his friends. Excuse me a minute, I said to Mel and Jay as I stood up and walked over to Scott. As I got close to him, I saw his face change. No, he said warningly, shaking his head. Oh yeah, I said as I closed the distance and pushed him hard into the pool. He grabbed my hand and dragged me in too, making me squeal. Both of us came up laughing. Damn it, Brookson, how am I supposed to look cool all wet and soggy? He whined as I splashed him in the face. You'll just have to try harder, I said, shrugging and laughing as he reached to grab me. I swam away as fast as I could and climbed out, ignoring the way the wet t-shirt was stuck to my body as I ran and hid behind Jaylar. Scott was walking over to me smirking. You know you're gonna pay for that, Brookson, he said teasingly. I gripped Jay's waist, pressing into him from behind, laughing. I could hear him laughing. Scott darted to one side, so I ran off in the other direction. He caught me easily and tackled us both back into the pool, making water shoot up my nose. Scott and I had a slight water fight for a bit. It was fun. He was always like this. I would kill to have a brother like him. I saw Jaylar move from the corner of my eye, and I stopped to watch him as he stripped out of his t-shirt, exposing his chest and abs. Oh shit, I gasped as I saw him in just his shorts. The desire for his body was overwhelming. He was just perfect. The only time I had seen him with no clothes was at his party, and I was amazed at the sight of him now. He walked over to the edge of the pool, and I could barely breathe. Shit, Scott, I need to get out of the pool. Right now, I said, trying unsuccessfully to look away from Jay's body. If he came anywhere near me, I wouldn't be able to control myself. Scott looked at me strangely. Why? He asked, splashing me again. I didn't care because at that moment Jaylar dived into the water. He swam underwater and came up just in front of me, his brown hair slicked back and shining in the sun. His green eyes were sparkling with happiness. I closed the distance between us, unable to stop myself, and wrapped my arms around his neck, kissing him, taking him completely by surprise. He moaned a little and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me tight against his chest. I wrapped my legs around his waist, squeezing my whole body as close to him as I could as I kissed him hard. He moved forward a little and pushed me against the side of the pool. His arms tightened around me, and I swear I heard a low growl resonate from his chest. It was attractive as hell. Where I was wrapped around him, I could feel him against me, and I wanted him so bad. He pulled away to kiss down my neck, tracing his tongue over his mark, making pleasure shoot around my body. I forgot where we were. I forgot everything. I forgot about Trey and the reasons why I shouldn't be doing this. I couldn't think of anything other than Jaylar. Suddenly, he pulled out of the kiss, making me whimper. I pulled his face back to mine, needing more, but he pulled away again. Trey's on the phone, he whispered sadly, his arms loosening around me slightly. He looked devastated. What is he talking about? Was Trey on the phone? Oh shit. I looked over to see Mel talking on my phone, waving frantically for me. I looked back at Jay. He honestly looked heartbroken. I'm sorry, I said honestly. He nodded and let me go as I reluctantly unwrapped my body from his. Damn, stupid Trey. I hated him so much. I swam to the stairs and pulled myself out. I didn't look back at Jaylar again. I couldn't see that heartbroken face again. I didn't ever want to hurt him, but I had no choice. I needed to keep him and my mom safe from Trey, and this was the only way I could do that. I ran to Mel and took the phone, grabbing a towel and wrapping it around myself. Hey, Han, I said quickly. Where are you? He growled angrily. My whole body stiffened. I'm at Mel's, I said, closing my eyes. Don't lie to me, Brookson. She just told me you were at some pool party, he said, his voice shaking slightly, where he was so angry. Yeah, it's one of Scott's friends, I said, knowing I needed to tell the truth. Scott, Mel's brother? That guy who wants you, he spat angrily. Shit, even he knew Scott liked me, and he's only met him once. Trey, Han, I started, but he cut me off. Give me the address. I'm coming to get you, he shouted. I flinched slightly. If he's this angry, something's gonna get broken this time. I felt sick. I could barely breathe. I don't know the address. I'll come home. I'll get Mel to give me a lift back to hers and pick up my car, and then I'll drive to yours, I said, trying to calm him down. Give me the address now, he roared, making me jump. I turned to Mel quickly. What's the address here? I asked desperately. 1021 Riverside, she said, looking at me apologetically. I repeated the address to Trey. I'll be there within half an hour. Be ready when I get there. If I have to come in and get you, I swear to God, Brookson, I'm going to kill someone, he shouted, making me cringe again. I nodded. Okay, I'll be out front, I said, snapping my phone shut and throwing it in my bag so I could dry off quickly. You leaving? Mel asked, shocked. I nodded. Yeah, Trey needs me, I said, toweling off my hair. I noticed my hands were shaking. Is everything okay? I heard Jay ask from behind me. I couldn't look at him, knowing that after what just happened, I was leaving to be with my boyfriend. Everything's fine. Trey needs help with something, I said, pulling on my jeans over the top of my wet bikini bottoms. The t-shirt I had on was still plastered to me. It wasn't going to get dry even though I continued to wipe the towel over it. Here, shorty, Jay said, handing me his t-shirt. God, he is so sweet. But I couldn't wear that. Trey would want to know whose it was, and it would just end up causing me more trouble. No thanks, it's fine, it'll dry. Don't worry, I said quickly, still not able to look at him. Trey ruined a perfect moment. That was everything I had been thinking about for the last week, and Trey had to choose that exact moment to ring. I slipped my shoes on. I can't stay at yours, Mel. I'll call you tomorrow, I said, hugging her quickly. I turned to walk off, but Jaylar caught my hand, making me stop, sending another wave of desire through my body. God, every time his skin touched mine, I wanted him more and more. Will you call me later? He asked pleadingly. I closed my eyes. This was getting so hard. It wasn't just the attraction that I felt for him now. There was definitely something there, and I didn't want to leave his side. I wanted to stay here with him so bad. I nodded. If I can, I said as I pulled my hand from his and practically ran to the front of the house. I sat on the curb and put my head in my hands, unable to stop the tears from flowing down my face. I don't know what I was crying for the most, the pain I was soon to feel, or that heartbreaking sadness that was stretched across Jaylar's face. Jaylar's POV. I watched her walk away, taking my heart with her. She was killing me. This whole situation was killing me. And that kiss. That was so hot. I would give anything to hold her again. I didn't care if I never had sex again in my life, but I needed to feel her delicate skin on mine, hold her hand, and kiss her goodnight. She had practically run away from me to go to that guy. I moved to go and wait out front with her, but Mel caught my arm, making me stop. "Don't get her in trouble with Trey. Just stay away," she said pleadingly. She looked a little scared. Why were the two of them so jumpy? Brookson looked like she was almost shaking when she was talking to him on the phone. I took a deep breath and sat down on the sun lounger. What did he say he needed her for? I asked Mel, knowing that she spoke to him too. She shrugged. "I don't know, Jay, he didn't say," she said, plopping down next to me. "What did he say then?" I asked curiously. "He asked to speak to her." I said she was swimming. "He said he didn't know we had a pool, so I told him we were at a pool party. Then he just demanded I call her and get her to speak to him. Sounded pretty pissed actually," she said. She bit her lip as she looked at me like she shouldn't have said anything. "He sounded pissed? What do you mean? Do you think he would have shouted at her?" I asked, jumping up as anger took over. She grabbed my hand. "Jay, chill. She won't thank you for getting involved. She wants to be with Trey," she said, ripping my heart open further. I knew she did. It just hurt even more when someone actually said it out loud. I sat back down and nodded, still unable to get rid of my anger completely. If I find out he shouted at her, I swear I'll hurt him. Scott put another burger in my hand. "Chill, eat. She'll call you later." "You need to start relaxing, Jay," he said, patting my shoulder sympathetically. I sighed and nodded. I know I needed to relax. She wasn't mine as much as I wanted her to be. It was her choice. I sat back, eating my burger, trying to think of anything other than her. So that kiss was intense, Jay, seriously. If her phone hadn't rang, I think you would have kept going in front of everyone, Scott said, laughing. I smiled. Actually, I probably would have done. My wolf had almost taken over. The only reason I stopped is that I could hear Mel shouting for Brookson that Trey was on the phone. It was like I snapped out of some sort of trance. I shook my head. "No, man, I had it under control," I lied. He smirked at me knowingly, making me chuckle. She was the same, though. It was so funny. One minute we were mucking around, then she just stopped, looked like she even stopped breathing. When I looked around, you were taking your top off. She goes, "Shit, Scott, I need to get out of the pool right now," and she couldn't take her eyes off of you. "She wanted you bad," Scott said, laughing. I grinned. I knew how much she wanted me. Her hormones were going crazy. I smelled them as soon as my head broke the surface of the water. I closed my eyes, willing myself not to remember. I couldn't stop thinking about her. What if this Trey guy was angry with her for coming out to a party or something? After an hour, I asked Mel to call her. She sighed unhappily but rang her anyway, I think just to stop me whining, but Brookson didn't answer her phone. After another half an hour, she tried again, but still no answer. I can't do this anymore. I need to go and see if she's okay, I said, standing up quickly. Jay, you can't. You said you've already knocked once, and he saw you. You can't pass yourself off as a stranger this time, Mel said disapprovingly. You said he sounded pissed. I can't get it out of my head. I need to hear she's okay. If she won't answer her phone, then I'll have to think of something else. Maybe get one of the neighbors to knock or something, I said, not knowing what the hell I was talking about. Want me to come? I could knock, Scott suggested. I shook my head. No, it's fine. Keep calling her Mel, and if you get through to her, call me, I said. I grabbed my t-shirt and keys and ran for my car. Something was wrong, I just knew it. She always answered the phone to Mel, always. Chapter 14. I sped to her house and parked a couple of houses away. His car was in the driveway, so I knew they were here. I called Mel quickly. Have you spoken to her? I asked desperately. She sighed. No, Jay, still no answer. Honestly, I think you should just leave it. She won't thank you if you start causing trouble between her and her boyfriend, she said pleadingly. I squeezed my eyes shut at the word boyfriend. Maybe she wasn't answering the phone because they were having sex. I groaned as pain ripped through my heart. I knew she had sex with him. I could smell him on her occasionally when we met for lunch, but I tried my hardest not to ever think about it. It was just too painful. Thanks. I'll let you know how I get on, okay, I said, snapping the phone shut, unable to hear any more of her protests. I opened my phone again and called Brookson. After about 10 rings, I was just about to give up and go knock when Trey answered. I gripped the edge of the seat hard enough to tear the leather, refusing to shift as jealousy ripped through my body. Yeah, he said lazily. Hi, can I speak to Brookson, please? I asked, trying not to sound too aggressive. He sniffed loudly. Who is this? He asked angrily. My wolf fought to get free. He wouldn't be disrespected. A friend of hers from school, I answered, squeezing my eyes shut tight. Come on, Jaylar, keep it together. You need to get used to this guy if you want to be in her life. Baby, someone on the phone for you. He called away from the phone. Who is it, hon? She asked. I heard her gasp. Some guy from your school. Hurry up and get rid of him. Tell him not to call you again, he growled angrily. Okay, she said quietly. There was a rustling with the phone. Hello, she said curiously, obviously my number not appearing on her caller ID. She had memorized it so she wouldn't have too many calls and texts from me on her phone. She said that he used her phone a lot. Brookson, it's Jaylar. You okay? I asked, gripping the seat harder and tearing the leather even more. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Listen, I can't speak to you now, she said, clearly uncomfortable. Hurry up. I heard him shout angrily. If he shouts at her again, I swear I'm going in there. Brookson, is everything okay? I could come over, I suggested, looking longingly at her house. Please say yes, please. No, I'll see you in school, okay? She said quickly. Tell him not to call you again, Brookson, now, he ordered, sounding really annoyed. I heard her make a little yelping noise, and I burst out of the car, nearly taking the door off. I have to go, don't call me again, okay? She said breathlessly. She hung up, and I ran towards her door. As I ran up the drive, I heard a bang. She whimpered again. If he's hurting her. I tried the door to see if it was unlocked, so I let myself in. Okay, wow, if I'm wrong about this, I am going to be in so much trouble with her. Why is a guy calling you? He asked angrily. He's just a guy from school, that's all. He needed help with something. We're doing a project together, she said breathlessly. My hands were shaking, my wolf wanting out so bad I could barely hold him back. I listened. They were upstairs at the front of the house. A project? Why can't you do it with a girl? Are you sleeping with him? Ha, he shouted. I took the steps 3 at a time. No, she cried. I heard another bang, and she cried out in pain. He wouldn't want you anyway. Look at you. Get up, he said. I burst into the room. She was pinned against the wall. He had his hand around her throat. Her cheek was bright red, and her lip was split. She was crying and clutching at his wrist desperately. I grabbed his shoulder and jerked him backwards away from her as I punched him hard in the face. His head snapped back. I punched him again, snapping his nose. He was a little limp, so I threw him away from me. He slammed against the other wall hard, leaving a huge dent in it as he slumped to the floor like a rag doll. I was so angry I wanted to end him. I stepped towards him, my hands shaking. My wolf wanted revenge on him for hurting my mate. I couldn't think of anything else but how I was going to hurt him. I heard Brookson move behind me. She gasped for breath. The sound seemed to snap me out of my rage. I took a deep breath and turned back to her. She was rubbing her neck as she looked at me, shocked. Shit, are you okay? I asked, moving quickly back to her side and putting my arm around her waist. She winced as my arm went around her. Obviously, he'd hurt her ribs or back. I gritted my teeth as the rage started to take over again. I raised my hand and stroked her bruised cheek with my fingertips. She nodded and gripped my arm, her eyes wide and scared. What are you doing here? She asked, her voice breaking slightly as she continued to cry. She clung to me tightly. "I thought you were in trouble," I said, frowning and looking back at the guy who was slumped on the other side of the room. His arm twitched, and then he started to push himself up off the floor. What the hell? He should be unconscious after hitting that wall. When he was standing, he wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand and took a step forward, glaring at me, looking murderously angry. The rage was building inside me. I felt a growl trying to rip its way out of my throat, my wolf trying to force me to shift. Brookson whimpered, so I shoved her behind me quickly. There was no way he was getting anywhere near her. She cringed into my back. His hands started to shake as he sneered at me. I saw his eyes turn black. Holy shit. He's a shifter. I stepped back, forcing Brookson against the wall behind me, pinning her there. I needed her out of the way if he was gonna shift. I can't believe she's dating a shifter. You're gonna die now, boy, he said angrily. She screamed behind me. No. Trey, please. Please. Nothing happened, I swear. Please don't hurt my mom. Please, she screamed. She was banging her fists against my back, squirming, trying to get out of the little cage I had created with my body. Move, Jaylar. Move, she screamed hysterically. You come anywhere near her or her mom, and I'll kill you and your whole pack, I growled. He looked at me, a little shocked. You're a shifter, he asked, smiling with a wicked glint in his black eyes. I nodded, waiting for him to move. You know who I am? He asked, smiling cockily. I shook my head. Should I? I asked, looking him over. He was quite big, but I was confident I could take him. I was from the Alpha bloodline, and I had my mate to fight for, which would give me extra will. He laughed. I'm Trey Newton, from the Trident Pack. Alpha of the Tridents, actually, he said, smiling. My blood froze in my veins. He was an Alpha. The Tridents were a really bad pack. They were basically all the troublemakers that didn't want to belong to my father's pack and any rogues that decided to join them instead of us. Jaylar Phillips of Willow Creek, I said, not taking my eyes off of him once. Phillips? As an Alpha Phillips? Any relation? He asked, raising one eyebrow. He's my father, I said, staring at him, fighting my wolf that wanted to end him. Father, really? I met him once. He's an ass, so I decided to go to the Tridents instead, he said, sneering at me, obviously trying to provoke me into a fight so I would leave Brookson unprotected, but that just wasn't happening. He is an ass, you're right, I said honestly. He smiled. Well, maybe you should leave that pack and join up with the big boys, he said, waving a hand at himself. Big boys, right? I don't think so, but thanks for the offer, I said, turning my nose up. His eyes narrowed at the disrespect, and I could see he was fighting with his wolf now, too. Both of us were ignoring the still struggling and screaming Brookson behind me. Suddenly, he laughed. So it appears that my girlfriend wants out from behind you. You'd better let her go, he said warningly. No, you'd better leave here right now and never come back, I growled angrily. He stiffened at the threat. I am Alpha. You will show me respect, he demanded, sinking into a slight crouch. I matched his posture, readying for his attack. You're not my Alpha. Get out of here. If you hurt her or her mother, you'll regret it, I said angrily. My hands were shaking, needing to shift. I clenched them tight, trying to stay in control. Brookson, get here now, he demanded. She started up again. Jaylar, please move. He'll hurt my mom, please, she begged, sobbing as I refused to let her go. He won't get anywhere near her shorty, I promise you, I said. Her hands gripped the back of my t-shirt as she pressed her body against mine tightly. Yes, I will, Brookson, you know me, baby, Trey said, smiling wickedly. She screamed and started beating me again. Please, Trey, please. I'll do anything, please, anything you want, I swear, please, she begged, her voice breaking. Her breathing hitched as she continued to sob. She was breaking my heart. I hated to hear her so upset. I wanted to comfort her, but I needed to make her safe first. What would I want from you that I haven't already had? He asked, laughing. Please, Trey, I love you, she cried desperately. I felt sick. Her words were killing me. His face softened slightly. I could see he loved her. Come here to me, "And I won't hurt your mother," he said, pointing to the floor in front of him. "I can't, please, he won't let me go," she cried. "Please, Jaylar," she whispered. I shook my head. "What do you want with her anyway?" "You can't mate her," I said, watching his face closely. His jaw snapped tight. "None of your business," he said, scowling. I'd obviously hit a sore spot there. Had he tried? "Have you tried to mate her?" I asked curiously. "I can't. She's a human in case you didn't notice," he growled angrily. I nodded. "Yeah, I noticed. I just wondered what would happen if you tried," I said, shrugging. He laughed. "Well, I can help you there." "Nothing happens, she bleeds," he said, chuckling. My wolf lurched at the thought of his teeth on her neck, but I forced him away. He had tried to mate her, and it didn't work. "What does that mean? Nothing happens? Really?" "Show him your neck, shorty," I said sternly. She whimpered. He frowned, confused. "What about it?" he asked. "Show him, shorty. It's okay, I promise. You trust me, right?" I said, moving my hand from the wall to touch her leg, but still pinning her behind me. "Yes," she whispered. I moved slightly to one side so he could see her. She moved behind me, obviously moving her shirt to the side. I knew the exact moment he saw my mark on her neck. His face went red, his hands shook, and a split second later, he shifted into his wolf, leaping towards us. I grabbed her arm, pulling it down towards the floor, making her drop. I spun slightly, and just as the wolf's teeth were snapping at my face, I gripped hold of him around the throat and threw him as hard as I could away from us, readying myself to shift. "Stay down, Brookson," I said sternly. I saw her nod slightly as she cowered on the floor. He skidded along the floor and slammed into the wall as I shifted and lunged. He twisted at the last second, so my teeth sank into his shoulder, making him yelp and jerk away from me. I lunged for him again, forcing him back away from Brookson. I couldn't have this happen too close to her. She could get hurt by accident. He dodged again, his teeth snapping at my face, missing me by mere millimeters. I raised up onto my back legs slightly to come at him from a different angle and sank my teeth into the back of his neck, but I didn't have a good enough grip. He threw me off and ran at me. The force of his body hitting mine slammed me into the wall, knocking my breath out of me. He immediately turned towards Brookson. My blood boiled in my veins. I pushed myself up and jumped over the top of him, landing in front of her, putting my body between him and her. He wouldn't get anywhere near her. No way. I could hear her sobbing behind me. He was sizing me up, thinking of how to attack me. I wouldn't wait for him to attack. I couldn't have him any closer to her than he already is. I lunged forwards again at the same time he did. I bent low, putting my head in his chest, and pushed forward as hard as I could, throwing him backwards, making him lose his balance. When he was on the floor, I buried my teeth as hard as I could into his shoulder. He yelped, and I lifted him and threw him towards the wall. I must have thrown harder than I thought. I still wasn't used to all this extra strength yet. His body flew through the air and smashed straight through her bedroom window. I heard him yelp before he disappeared. I shifted back and ran to Brookson's side. I grabbed her hand and yanked her to her feet, pulling her quickly to the window, not wanting to leave her for a second in case he came back up the stairs behind me. I leaned out of the window in time to see him lying on his side. He shifted back, pushing himself to his feet. Blood all over his back, neck, and face. He looked up at the window, murderously angry. "You're done, Phillips. You're all done." "I'll get her mother first, and then I'll make you watch," he said, spitting blood onto the floor. Rage took over again. I threw one leg over the windowsill, about to jump and finish this, but Brookson grabbed my hand. "No, Jaylar, please don't leave me," she begged, crying hysterically. Trey just sneered at me and turned, walking towards his truck, obviously not man enough to come back up and take me on his own. My wolf was trying to force me after him, but I couldn't leave Brookson alone, not while she was clinging to me like that. She wanted me to stay, so I had to stay. It was part of my mating to give her whatever she asked for. I watched him get in and pull away before I turned to her and wrapped her in my arms. She was sobbing. Her legs gave out, so I picked her up bridal style and carried her to the bed, sitting her on my lap as I rocked her gently. She wrapped her arms around my neck and sobbed onto my shoulder. "Oh God. Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" she asked desperately, pulling back and looking all over my face and neck, concerned. "I'm fine, Shorty," I said honestly. "He didn't get anywhere near me." She started sobbing again and hugged me tight. "This is all my fault. I should never have gone to the stupid party. I should have just left my phone turned off. I should have told you we couldn't be friends. Now he's gonna hurt my mom," she said, gripping her hand into my hair. I rubbed down her back as I continued to rock her as her sobs slowly calmed down. "It's okay, Shorty, I promise. I'll sort everything," I said soothingly. Suddenly, she pulled back to look at me. She looked really angry. Her eyes were red and puffy. Her cheek had a blue and red tinge to it where he had hit her, and her lip was slightly swollen, but had stopped bleeding now. "Why the hell did you do that? Why didn't you let me go?" "Then he wouldn't be after my mom. He wouldn't want to hurt you," she cried, slapping her hands on my chest. I caught her wrists, making her stop in case she hurt herself hitting me. "I couldn't let him hurt you," I said simply. She shook her head. "I'd cope with it. I always cope with it. It doesn't matter." "But now he's gonna hurt my mom," she said, fresh tears spilling over. "You always cope with it? Has he done this before?" "This is why you couldn't be my mate, because you knew he'd hurt your mom," I asked, cupping her face, making her look at me, realization hitting me. He was hurting her, and she was protecting her mom by being with him. Fresh sobs broke out of her. I put my forehead to hers, wishing she'd told me. I could have helped her sooner. "Why didn't you tell me?" I asked desperately. "He said he wouldn't ever let me go." "He said he'd hurt her if I tried to leave him," she said, wiping her face with a shaky hand. "Everything's okay now, Shorty. He won't hurt you or your mom, I promise you." "I'll protect you," I vowed. "I can't see you get hurt either," she whispered, looking into my eyes. I smiled. "I won't get hurt either," I said sternly. "I can't believe Trey's a shifter." "All this time?" she asked, looking shocked and scared. I nodded, trying not to get angry again as I thought of him. She ran her hand over my face slowly. "Oh God, Jaylar," she whispered. She whimpered slightly and kissed me. Waves of desire for her were crashing through my system. I'd dreamed of doing this every day since the party, and now I've kissed her twice in one day. I pulled her closer to me, kissing her for a couple of seconds before I pulled away. "Call your mom. Tell her there's an emergency and that you're coming to pick her up. Tell her not to go anywhere alone, and if Trey shows up, call the police," I said, easing her off my lap and sitting her on the bed. I grabbed her phone from the floor and handed it to her. "Can you do that for me, Shorty?" I asked, looking straight into her eyes. She nodded. I smiled and kissed her gently on her lips. "You have anything I could put on?" I asked, slightly embarrassed that I was now naked. She moaned slightly as she looked me over, and I could smell those hormones again. I willed myself not to get turned on by it. I guess I have some of Trey's clothes here if you want those," she said, heading to the drawer and pulling out a pair of shorts and a t-shirt. I took them, not really wanting to wear his clothes, but as mine were now in shreds on the floor, I guess I needed to. I pulled them on. "Are you okay, Shorty? That was a lot for you to take in, huh?" I asked, worried that she had just seen a fight between two full-grown shifters. It's supposed to look terrifying to other shifters, so I dread to think what it looked like to a human. She nodded and bit her lip. "I'm okay, I was pretty scared," she said. I wrapped my arms around her gently. "I would never have let him hurt you," I said fiercely. She shook her head. "I wasn't scared for me, Jaylar." "I thought you were gonna get hurt," she said, pulling me closer to her. God, she was so adorable. "Are you hurt?" I asked, trailing my fingers over her cheek again. It didn't look too bad, but it must have been sore. She shook her head. "It's okay, I'm fine," she said, squeezing herself to me. "Okay, come on, Jay. Make her and her mother safe." "Call your mom, Shorty," I said, pulling away from her and hunting through the mess of mine and Trey's clothes for my phone. Finally, I found it and dialed my father quickly. This was his pack. I needed his approval before I could make any plans. Jaylar, he said, a little shocked as he answered the phone. I hadn't spoken to him for well over 2 years. I mean, I saw him at pack meetings, but I hadn't spoken to him for a long time. Yes, father, I need to talk to you. It's important, I said quickly while stroking my hand down Brookson's head gently. She was talking to someone on the phone, asking for her mother. Hopefully, she would be able to leave. Okay, what is it? My father asked, concerned. No, I can't do it over the phone. I need to come there, I said sternly. Well, I'm home right now, he said. Okay, I just need to pick someone up, and I'll come straight round, I said. Pick up who? Who are you bringing to my house? He asked curiously. My mate and her mother, I said, linking my fingers through Brookson's. You mated? He asked, almost sounding proud. Yeah, I did. I'll explain when I come there. I guess I'll be about an hour, I said. I walked to Brookson's wardrobe, grabbed a load of her clothes, and put them in the middle of her bed. I grabbed the drawers from their frame and tipped them onto the bed, dumping all of her clothes into a pile. I'll see you then, he said, ending the call. I grabbed another drawer and tipped all of her underwear into the pile. She was watching me curiously. Anything else you want? I asked, waving around the room. She was still talking hurriedly to her mom about Trey. She ran to her closet and grabbed a couple of pairs of sneakers from the bottom, throwing them onto the bed along with a teddy bear from her dresser. She nodded, and I folded the corners of the quilt, tying it in a knot. She was talking to her mom now, hurriedly explaining there was an emergency. I grabbed her hand and pulled her down the hall to the next room. I went straight to the wardrobe, pulling out all of her mother's clothes, piling them on her bed. Brookson went to the drawers and pulled out armfuls of underwear, t-shirts, and jeans. I grabbed a load of shoes from the bottom of the wardrobe. Okay, Mom, no, I can't explain now. I'll be there in a bit. I love you, she said as she snapped her phone shut. Anything else? I asked, looking around. She looked around quickly and pulled open the bedside drawer, grabbing a faded old photograph and 2 passports, throwing them into the pile. I smiled sadly at her and tied up the corners of the quilt, picking it up and carrying it to the hallway. It was really heavy. Maybe I should have taken the hangers off the clothes. I smiled as I dumped it in the hallway and went to grab Brookson's one from her room. I put the 2 huge quilt parcels at the top of the stairs and turned to her. Ready to go, Shorty? I asked, stepping to her side. She wrapped her arms around me tightly. Why are you doing this for me? She asked, looking at me gratefully. I smiled. You're my mate. I'd do anything for you, I said. God, she was so close I couldn't help but kiss her again. All my will to stay away from her was gone. Trey was gone. Surely there was nothing to stop us being together now, unless she just didn't want me. I touched my lips to hers gently. She squeezed herself to me tightly. My wolf wanted her. I could smell how aroused she was, too, and the scent was filling my head, making me slightly dizzy. She traced her tongue along my lip, and I opened my mouth, eager to taste her again. As soon as her tongue touched mine, my wolf growled. I pressed her against the wall, kissing her deeply, bending my knees so our faces were at the same level as I ran my hands down her perfect body, the passion taking over. I broke the kiss to kiss down her neck, pressing every inch of my body against hers. She was panting excitedly, making me even more eager. We needed to go. I had to get her mother before Trey did. I didn't have time for this. We need to go, Shorty, I said, reluctantly pulling my mouth from her perfect, soft skin. She looked at me torn. She didn't want to go, I could tell. Her hormones were raging, and they were driving me wild. If we didn't stop right now, I wouldn't be able to. We need to pick up your mom. She'll be waiting, I said tenderly. She seemed to snap out of it immediately. Okay, let's go, she said, nodding. I grabbed her quilt bag, and she went to get the other. I laughed. You won't be able to lift it, Shorty, I said, shaking my head. She didn't listen. She grabbed the knot and lifted with all her might, a little grunt escaping her lips with the effort, but it didn't even raise an inch off the ground. Crap. I'll take some stuff out, she said, moving to untie it. I smiled. It's okay, Shorty, I got it, I said, pushing her hands off of it as I picked it up in my other hand. Holy crap, Jaylar, she gasped. I smiled. Shifter, remember? I said teasingly as I winked at her. She shook her head, giggling. Right, come on then, son of Alpha, let's go, she said, heading towards the stairs. No, Brookson, I ordered. She stopped immediately. Behind me, just in case, I said, nodding behind me. She moved to the side as I passed and stepped behind me. As we got to the front door, I stopped. Hold the back of my shirt, Shorty, don't let go. Stay as close to me as you can. Take the keys out of my pocket, I said, nodding down to my front pocket. She grabbed them quickly, and I stepped out of the door with her hot on my heels. I need to lock the door, Jaylar, she said as we stepped over the threshold. I stopped and scanned the front while she locked the door behind us. When I felt her grip my shirt again, I started moving towards my car. She unlocked it, and I threw the 2 quilt bags in the back of my car. Luckily, I brought the big car instead of one of my little old cars. Her mother would never get in. I made her get in the driver's side as I slid across to the other side. I pulled away as soon as her belt was on, speeding to the hospital where her mom worked, giving me directions. She called her mother and told her to meet us in the back. I pulled right up and pulled Brookson out of the driver's side again, holding her tight to my side. Her mother was just inside the door, looking totally panic-stricken. They ran and hugged as soon as they saw each other. I smiled. Okay, wow, I would have preferred this meeting to have been under different circumstances. Brookson, what happened to your face? Oh God, my poor baby. Let's get you inside, and I'll have a look, she cried, looking like she wanted to cry. Brookson shook her head. It's fine. Honestly, we need to go, she said, taking her hands and pulling her towards me. Mom, this is Jaylar. Jaylar, my mom, she said, waving her hand between us. Her mom looked at me confused, obviously wondering who the hell I was. It's nice to meet you, Miss Mills, I said, holding out my hand to her. She smiled politely, and I could see where Brookson got her looks from. Her mother was the complete opposite of Brookson, with blonde hair and gray eyes, but their features were similar, and the smile was exactly the same. I liked her already. You too, Jaylar. You can call me Beth, she said, nodding at me politely. Thank you, we really need to get going. Come on, Shorty, I said, holding out a hand to her. She came to my side immediately. What's going on? You said there was some sort of emergency to do with Trey. Brookson, what's happened? Has there been an accident or something? She asked curiously. Brookson looked at me for help. Okay, I guess this is more my department than hers. Beth, I'll tell you everything when we get to where we're going. It's a long story, and we don't have time for this right now, I said sternly. She didn't know of my dominance, but people could usually sense an alpha presence and not even realize what it was. Anyway, she accepted my explanation with a small nod. Okay, Jaylar, let's go, she said as we walked to the car. I waited until both of them were safely in the car before climbing in and speeding away towards my father's cottage. Chapter 15. After about 20 minutes of driving, I pulled up outside my father's cottage. Beth gasped in the back as she looked at the house that I used to live in as a child. This place is beautiful, she said, looking at the house in awe. I smiled. I guess it is pretty nice, a stone cottage built right in the middle of the woods. It was quite big with large bay windows on either side of the front door and a thatched roof, but all I had here were memories of my mother dying, then my father rejecting me, so it wasn't a happy place for me to be. I stepped out of the car and headed around to get Brookson's door. I opened Beth's too and waited for them to both be out. Whose house is this, Jaylar? Beth asked curiously, looking around at the little stream that ran down the side of the cottage. This is my father's house, I said, trying to keep the emotion out of my voice. Beth smiled. It's gorgeous, she said, still looking around with wide eyes. Brookson took my hand as we walked up to the door, making me feel instantly comforted. I squeezed it gently as we knocked. Crap, I'm nervous about meeting your dad, she said, straightening her top. I smiled. It's fine, Shorty. You look beautiful. He's gonna love you, I said proudly. Beth grinned behind me, and I knew I'd just won her mother's approval. Brookson grimaced and carried on fussing, straightening her hair. The door opened, and my father stood there. He was a very dominant male. He radiated authority. Even the way he stood was arrogant, and I tried desperately not to challenge him. God, it was so hard. Now that I was of age, my body didn't like the way he was standing, trying to be taller than me, looking at me like I was beneath him. Jaylar, he said, holding out a hand for me to shake. Father, I said, nodding respectfully but not taking my eyes from his like I was supposed to. I should have dropped my eyes to the floor. He noticed. His eyes tightened slightly, but he let it go. He looked at Brookson, examining her. I felt my body stiffen, ready to protect her. He was alpha. If he didn't approve of my mate, I could be thrown from the pack and she would be in danger. This hadn't happened for over 200 years. No Phillips alpha had ever disowned a pack member because of choice of mate, but then again, no shifter had ever mated a human before. His eyes came back to mine, and he nodded slightly, showing his approval, and I relaxed slightly. Father, this is Brookson, and her mother, Beth Mills. Brookson, Beth, this is my father, Richard Phillips, I said politely. Beth held her hand out to him. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Phillips, she said, smiling. I saw him stiffen. Shifters knew better than to touch an alpha without them making the first move, and I could see he was a little shocked. He shook her hand and returned her smile with a tight one of his own. It's nice to meet you, too, Mrs. Mills, he said. It's Miss, I'm not married, but you can call me Beth anyway, she said, laughing. He nodded, and his eyes snapped to Brookson. So this is her, he asked, looking her over again. She pressed herself against me tightly. Yes, I said, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Nice to meet you, Brookson. Welcome to the family, he said, nodding and stepping aside so we could enter the house. Thank you, Mr. Phillips, she said respectfully. He nodded to the lounge, so I led them in there, motioning for them to sit down on the sofa. Father, can I speak to you in private? I asked. Sure, let's go into the kitchen, he said, looking at me curiously. I kissed the top of Brookson's head. I'll be right back, okay? Wait here for me. I asked. She nodded, smiling her shy little smile, making my heart melt, and I followed my father to the kitchen. Okay, Jaylar, what's all this about? This isn't just you wanting my approval of your mate, but she certainly gets that. She's very beautiful, even with the bruises. Your pups will be strong and healthy, he said proudly. She is beautiful, but no, that's not why I came here today. I have a problem. Something's happened that I need your help with, I said, skirting around the issue slightly. What? He asked, leaning against the counter, looking at me arrogantly. He liked to have power over me, and the fact that I needed his help was amusing to him, I could tell. When I mated with Brookson, I didn't know she had a boyfriend. He's alpha of the Tridents, I said, watching his face harden. What the hell? Why did she let you mate her if she was with someone else? He cried angrily. I moved slightly so I was in front of the door in case. He went into the lounge where Brookson was. I wouldn't let him near her if he was angry. She didn't know who he was, father, but he's seriously angry that we've mated. He wants both her and me dead. He's also threatened to kill her mother, I said, trying to keep my voice down. I hadn't explained anything to Beth yet. I didn't want her to hear it like this. He blew out a big breath and ran his hand through his hair. Okay, what do you want to do about this? Obviously, you want something from me, or you wouldn't be here, he said, shaking his head. You're right, father. I want your permission to handle him and any of his pack that get in my way. I won't allow him within a mile of my mate, I said, clenching my jaw tight. He raised an eyebrow. And how do you intend to do this? On your own, he asked curiously. I shook my head. I was hoping for the pack's help, I admitted. He laughed. Right, you want me to ask my pack to protect your mate because she didn't realize she was already dating an alpha when she mated with you, he said, sneering. My wolf burst forward, and I slammed him against the wall, my hand around his throat. You will not talk about my mate like that, I growled. He smiled. You wish to challenge for alpha? He asked, looking amused. I let go of his throat and stepped back, but didn't take my eyes from his. I didn't want alpha, but I would take it if necessary. I don't want to take alpha from you unless I have to, I said honestly. He laughed. You think it would be that easy? You want it, you take it? He asked, his eyes twinkling with amusement. I nodded. I could take it easily. We both knew it. Yes, father, I could take it, but I don't want it, not yet. I just want to make my mate safe, but you will show her respect, I said sternly, showing him my dominance. His eyes flashed as he assessed my threat. He searched my face for the longest time before he looked away first. I had won, he conceded. He had just handed me the pack. I could demand alpha right now without a fight, and he would have to give it to me, but I didn't want it, so I didn't say anything. Will the pack help me? If they come for her, will they fight with me? I asked. How did she not know he was alpha? Which pack is she from? I've not seen her before, he said, not answering the question. Great. Here's where it gets a little tricky. Father, Brookson isn't from a pack. She's human, I said. He laughed and shook his head. Seriously, which pack is she from? Is she a trident? He asked, amused. Father, this isn't a joke. Brookson's human. I don't know how, but I've mated her. I needed her. I mated her by accident. I couldn't control it. My wolf wanted her as soon as I laid eyes on her, I said, watching his smile fade to be replaced by shock and then plain horror. He was horrified I had mated a human. You can't have. That's not possible, he said, shocked. I did. It is possible. I don't know how. Trey Newton, alpha of the Tridents, has tried to mate her too, but it didn't work for him, I said, my wolf growling again at the thought of him hurting my angel. My father pulled up a stool and sat down, looking a little shaken. You mated a human? In wolf form? He asked curiously. I shook my head. No, in this form. I couldn't stop myself. The very second I saw her, smelled her even, I needed her. It wasn't a choice. I didn't even know her name when I took her, I said, shrugging. God above, he said, putting his head in his hands. I waited for him to take it in. I didn't know how to comfort him. I hardly knew the man. Okay, does she know what you are? Does her mother know? He asked. Brookson knows, I told her. But her mother has no idea. Brookson had no idea until today that Newton was a shifter. They were just dating, I said. He nodded, and everything was quiet for the longest time. Let's go talk to them. I think her mother needs to know, but if she won't keep our secret, then she'll need to be dealt with, he said sternly. I nodded in agreement, even though I knew we wouldn't be hurting a hair on Beth's head. I promised my angel I would protect her mother, and protect her I would. Brookson's POV. I watched him walk from the room. My mom was looking around curiously. This place is beautiful, she said, looking around the lounge. I smiled. It's cute, I said casually, trying desperately to hear what was going on in the kitchen. Jaylar's father was very intimidating. I hoped he wouldn't hurt him. I couldn't hear anything. He was telling his father about me in there, about me being a human, about Trey wanting to kill the three of us. How could I have been so stupid as to start all of this? If I hadn't mated with Jaylar, then Trey wouldn't be threatening to kill my mom and him now. But I couldn't blame the mating. I was happy I was mated to him. He was so adorable, kind, and loving. I just prayed that I didn't get him hurt or worse. So what's all this about? What's going on with Trey? My mom asked, dragging me out of my internal debate. I sighed. Trey and I have broken up, Mom. He's really angry. He wants to hurt me, and he's threatened to hurt you too, I said, grimacing slightly. She shook her head, not believing a word of what I said. Trey wouldn't hurt anyone, Brookson. He's a good guy, she said, looking a little amused. I closed my eyes. He's not, Mom. He's been hurting me since I was 14. I've been trying to break up with him for years, but he wouldn't let me go. He said he'd kill you if I left him, I admitted, not opening my eyes. I didn't want to see her reaction. She gasped. He's been hurting you? As in physical abuse? Did he do this to your face? She cried, horrified as she grabbed me into a hug. I nodded. Yeah, he's not who you think he is. The business he's in. It's not strictly legal, I said, grimacing at the thought of her knowing he was involved in illegal activities. She started to cry just as I heard a big bang come from the kitchen. I jumped up, but she grabbed my arm. Don't go in there. Let them work it out. Jaylar can take care of himself. I can tell that about him, my mom said, gripping me tightly. I nodded and sat back down next to her. She was still crying, so I wrapped my arms around her. It's okay, Mom. Everything's okay. He won't hurt you. Jaylar's gonna help us, I said confidently. After seeing him fighting with Trey, I had no doubt in my mind that he was tough. I should have told him sooner. Why didn't I tell him? I'm not worried about myself, Brookson. You're always worried about me, she said, shaking her head disapprovingly. I smiled and rolled my eyes. So how do you know Jaylar anyway? She asked when she finally stopped crying. Oh no, how do I explain this? I started, but the door opened, and he came in with his father following close behind. I breathed a sigh of relief and looked him over. He wasn't hurt. There were no cuts or bruises on his perfect face. I felt myself relax slightly now that he was here. He walked over and sat next to me, taking my hand, smiling his beautiful smile at me, making me feel like the most important girl in the world. How can he look at me like that? He could have any girl in the world. So, Jaylar, I think maybe you should explain to Beth what we were discussing in the kitchen. Then we'll be able to move on, Richard said, looking at him knowingly. His father's eyes came back to me as he looked me over again with a puzzled expression, making me squirm in my seat. Was he looking to see if I was good enough for his son? What if he says I'm not? Would Jaylar leave me? What would I do without him now? I could feel the bond between us getting stronger by the second. I don't even think I could live without him now. I needed to be in his life, like he always says he needs to be in mine. Okay, so Beth, try and hear us out, okay? Keep an open mind. This may get a little weird for you, Jaylar said, looking at her reassuringly. My mom nodded, and I held my breath waiting for him to say it. Maybe he'd show her his wolf. The thought of him shifting again in front of me was scary, but exciting at the same time. I wanted to see again. When he was fighting with Trey, I was too scared to look properly. All I knew was that it was huge, brown, loud, and fast. Okay, so my family, we're not like yours. We're shapeshifters, Jaylar said, watching her for her reaction. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. I knew there was something going on, but I didn't expect this, she said calmly. I stared at her in shock. Why is she not freaking out? Beth, do you know what a shapeshifter is? Jaylar asked curiously. She nodded, opened her eyes, and looked at me. Yeah, Brookson's dad's a shapeshifter, she said, smiling at me sadly. I felt Jaylar stiffen next to me. My dad? I looked at her, too shocked to speak. How? When? Who? Questions were buzzing through my head so fast I could barely even focus on each one. Her father's a shifter? Jaylar asked, his hand tightening on mine. I felt tears stinging my eyes. How could she not tell me? All this time? My mom nodded and looked at me apologetically. I'm sorry, honey, I should have told you. I was afraid you'd think I was crazy, that I'd made it up. Hell, sometimes I even think I made it up, she said, shaking her head sadly. How is this possible? Are you human? Jaylar asked, looking like he was struggling to speak. My mom nodded. Yeah, I'm human. He was my boyfriend. We dated for about 3 years, then one day he told me he'd met someone else. His parents forced him into a mating that he didn't want, she said, looking really upset. She loved him. She still loved him, I could tell. But how did you get pregnant? He would have been infertile. Shifters can't produce children until they mate, Jaylar said, shaking his head in confusion. I know. When we dated, he told me I couldn't get pregnant. Then he mated with this girl. When he came to tell me it was over between us, we ended up sleeping together, and I got pregnant. Obviously, he could have children with me after he mated with her, she said, crying again now. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder. No, that's not possible. If he were mated, he wouldn't have had sex with you. He couldn't. He couldn't be untrue to his mate, Richard said sternly. My mom looked at him and smiled sadly. Well, he managed. He was devastated after that, though. I can still see the look on his face when he told me how much he loved his mate and how he would do anything not to hurt her and how she could never find out. It almost killed him, I think. It broke my heart seeing him like that, my mom said, struggling to stop crying. Oh God, Mom, I'm sorry, I said honestly. She hugged me tight. It's okay, honey. I got the best daughter in the world from that man. I'll always love him for that, she said, tucking my hair behind my ear. So Brookson's a half-shifter. That's why I could mate her, Jaylar said, as if this were the answer to some really exciting question. My mom looked between the two of us. You two mated? You're together like how your father was with his mate, she asked, shocked. Jaylar nodded, looking at me lovingly, his eyes sparkling with joy, making my heart speed up uncontrollably. This is just too much to take in, she said, putting her head in her hands. You never showed any signs. He came back and tested you a few times to see if you were a shifter, but he said you weren't. He said you were human, my mom said. I looked at her in shock. My father? Are you talking about my father? Have I met him? Who is he? I asked, confused. I don't remember ever meeting him. I told you he was a friend of mine. You know him quite well, actually. It's Dominic Logan, she said. I gasped and jumped up from the chair. What? Dom, my dad? No, he can't be. I cried. I knew him. He was a nice guy. He was a friend of my mom's and probably came over about once a month to hang out with us. He taught me to swim. He bought me my favorite teddy, and he taught me to count. And all the time he was my father? Shit, I even had his name. Logan was my middle name. He is Honey. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I couldn't. It would have ruined everything for him. Then, as time went on, I couldn't tell you after I had lied to you for so long, she said quietly. Dominic Logan? As an Alpha Logan of Baines Creek? Richard asked. I looked at him, confused. He was deep in thought. My mom nodded, and Richard's eyes snapped to Jaylar. You mated with an Alpha's daughter, Jaylar, he said, looking at him proudly. I looked at Jaylar, who just looked shocked. What difference does that make? I asked, confused. It means Jaylar now has the right to challenge for Alpha of Baines Creek, too, and bring the packs together. Dominic Logan has no other children. His mate died before they could have any, Richard said, looking at him in awe. I don't want Alpha of either pack. I just need my mate safe. Will you help us or not, father? Jaylar asked, sounding truly menacing. Richard nodded, frowning. Yes, under the circumstances, knowing who she is, I don't see how we can't help you, he said, nodding. Jaylar relaxed next to me. This is a great meeting. You should be very proud, Richard said. Jaylar laughed. I am proud. I was proud when she was just human, father. I don't care in the slightest who her father is, he said, smiling at me tenderly. But to mate a bloodline alpha female, it doesn't happen very often. There aren't very many pure bloodlines left, Richard said, smiling happily. I'm not an alpha female, I said, confused. Technically you are. Alpha Logan is your father. You have his alpha blood. He never had any more children, which means that you, illegitimate or not, would be next in line to lead his pack. But as your female, that would be up to your mate, which is now Jaylar, he said confidently. I looked at Jaylar, who nodded. Okay. This just gets more and more complicated. But what are they talking about, bloodlines? What did you mean when you said not very many pure bloodlines are left? I asked curiously. Jaylar gasped. That's why Newton couldn't mate her, but I could. He cried, shocked. His father nodded with wide eyes. That certainly makes sense, he said. Some alpha females can only be mated by true alphas. True alphas have it in their blood. They pass it down through their children. Jaylar's blood holds the Phillips alpha. This is why he could mate you, but the Trident alpha couldn't, because this Newton guy has taken alpha by force, not by blood, Richard said, trying to explain. This would also explain your need to mate her, Jaylar, Richard said, smiling. I looked between the two of them, totally lost now. How? Jaylar asked, a little confused. Richard smiled. Her alpha blood. It called to you. Alpha Logan is a third-generation alpha, so he's a bloodline alpha too. Her blood would have been calling to you to mate her. I've heard of this before a long time ago, when there were more true alphas around. It used to be more common. It ensures the survival of the packs and ties them together to make them stronger, he said confidently. Jaylar nodded slightly, taking it in. I guess that makes sense, he said, squeezing me gently. I bet that's why Newton wanted her too, so he could challenge for Alpha of Baines Creek, Jaylar said angrily. Brookson said he was 20 when they got together. That's when he was of age. I bet he was setting up to take over, he said, his fists clenching slightly. Richard nodded in agreement. I just sat there not really knowing what to say or do. I mean, my father was a shifter, and I had known him my whole life? This was just crazy. I had a feeling I had a lot to learn about this whole shifter thing that I seem now to be very much a part of. Jaylar hugged me tight. None of this is important, Shorty. So father, you'll call a pack meeting, he asked curiously. Richard nodded. I'll call it for tonight, he said, standing up. Jaylar stood too. Richard looked tired. He looked like he had aged 10 years since I first met him at the front door. Where will you be staying? He asked, nodding his head towards my mom and me. They're coming to stay at mine, Jaylar said confidently. Heir, that's not really possible. I have to get back to work, my mom said from next to me. No, Beth, I'm sorry. Trey Newton wants you dead. He knows I've mated with Brookson. He's threatened to kill you. I've promised Brookson I'll keep you safe, and I won't break that promise. You'll stay at mine until this is over, no discussions, he said sternly. He said it with so much authority that my mom flinched back behind me slightly. Richard started to laugh. She really has alpha blood. Look at her, you just used your full force, and she didn't even blink, Richard said, pointing at me. Full force? What's that about? Jaylar smiled at me proudly. Full force of what? I asked, confused again. His full alpha command. You should have bowed to him. Even just being half a shifter, you should have bowed to that. Even humans can feel it, right, Beth? Richard asked, smiling. My mom nodded with wide eyes. Okay, Jaylar just scared my mom with some alpha command? What the hell's an alpha command? I asked, throwing my hands up in exasperation. God, I'm getting more and more confused, I cried. Jaylar grabbed my hand and pulled me up against his body. It's just a tone of the voice or sometimes even a look that people respond to. You didn't respond to mine because you have alpha blood too, that's all, he said, shrugging. God, that's just stupid. I didn't get scared of you because I know you wouldn't hurt me, Jaylar, not because of some alpha blood, I said dismissively. Actually, I've used the alpha on you a couple of times, and you didn't bat an eyelid, Richard said, grinning sheepishly. Jaylar's face snapped in his direction. That had better be a joke, old man. You will respect my mate, he growled angrily. Richard flinched slightly, but tried not to show it. Go, I'll arrange the meeting, he said, changing the subject. Jaylar nodded and took my hand. Come on then, Shorty, Beth. Let's go back to mine. You must be hungry, he said, leading us back out to the car again. Chapter 16. We pulled up outside Jaylar's house. It looked different in the daytime. Last time I was here, it was already banging with a wild party. Now it just looked like a really cute log cabin set against a gorgeous backdrop of trees. Jaylar opened the doors for us and grabbed the two extremely heavy quilts filled with my mom's and my clothes. How is he lifting that? I watched the muscles in his tanned arms ripple as he carried them, one in each arm, and I started to feel warm. He was so powerful, it was very attractive. He took a deep breath and looked over his shoulder at me, making my whole body tingle. He smiled a little smile as if he knew what I was thinking, and I wanted him so badly I could barely stand it. He nodded into the house, and we followed him upstairs. I couldn't keep my eyes off him. He went into one of the bedrooms and put one of the quilts on the bed. We brought you some clothes and stuff, Beth. You can stay in here. Hopefully, it'll only be a couple of days, he said apologetically. Bathroom's through there. Make yourself at home, okay? He said, smiling warmly at her. She nodded and immediately started untying the knot on the quilt. Jaylar grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the room, closing the door behind us. As soon as the door shut, he pushed me against the wall, his body pressing into mine, his mouth so close to mine I could barely stand it. Stop getting turned on, please. I can't stand it. You're killing me, he whispered, sounding so sexy I whimpered. How do you know I'm turned on? I asked breathlessly. That was such a stupid question. It must have been showing on my face. He rubbed his nose along my jaw, inhaling deeply. I can smell the hormones. They're coming off of you in waves. I'm surprised they haven't knocked me off my feet. They're so strong, he said, running his fingers through my hair, making my heart throb. My whole body was starting to ache for him. God, it's getting worse, he growled, pressing against me tighter. I could feel he was trembling slightly. Stop turning me on then. This isn't helping. I breathed as he ran his hands down my back. He took a deep breath and pulled away. He was looking at me hungrily. He wanted me just as much as I wanted him. As I looked into his eyes, they started to relax slightly. He stared at me for a minute or so, and I worked desperately to calm my hormones. So I'll put you in the bedroom down the hall, next door to me, Jaylar said, grabbing my makeshift suitcase and starting to walk off quickly. Next door to him? Did he not want to sleep in the bed with me? I'm not sharing a room with you, I asked, trying to hide my disappointment. His eyes snapped to mine. You want to? He asked, shocked but hopeful at the same time. I bit my lip and nodded, trying desperately not to think of sleeping in a bed with him and how close he would be to me, his hard body in the bed next to me all night, his arms wrapped around me. Stop, please, he said, closing his eyes, looking like he was in pain, my hormones obviously affecting him again. Now that Trey was out of the way, I could be with Jaylar properly if he still wanted to be with me after all the trouble I've caused him and his pack. Maybe he didn't. I walked up and took his hand, pulling him down the hall to the bedroom I went to last week at the party when I went to use the bathroom. I stopped outside the door. Is this your room? I asked quietly. He groaned and nodded. Don't you want me to sleep in with you? I asked, a little hurt. He groaned again and looked right into my eyes. I want you to sleep in my room. I want you with me every night for the rest of my life, shorty, but you didn't want me, he said, looking hurt. I wrapped my arms around his neck. I had hurt him so much. Jaylar, that was because of Trey. I tried to break it off before. He wouldn't let me. That's why I said I didn't want to be your mate. That's the only reason, I promise, I said honestly. He smiled a heart-stopping smile and bent his knees, picking me up with one hand under my legs, his other hand still holding all of my clothes and shoes. I wrapped my legs around his waist as he fumbled with the door handle and carried me into his bedroom, kicking the door shut behind him. So you're saying you want to be my mate? He asked as he dropped the quilt on the floor with a loud bang and wrapped his other arm around me. I thought you could smell that I do, I said teasingly. He smiled, happiness clear across his face, and I pressed my lips to his. My whole body started thrumming in need. I pulled him closer to me, desperately wanting to feel every part of him on me. He made a small growling sound as he moved us to the bed, climbing on top of me, kissing me deeply. He pulled out of the kiss just as I was starting to get a little lightheaded and started kissing down my neck. I tipped my head to the side, wanting him to kiss lower. Suddenly, my body started to throb as his mouth touched where his mark was on my neck. I gripped my hands into his hair, holding him there. I pulled his head away quickly as it became too much. Enough. Oh God, that's enough of that, I panted, looking into his beautiful green eyes. He looked at me, amused as his hands traveled down to the buttons of my jeans. I ran my hands down his hard chest, gripping the bottom of his t-shirt, pulling it up slowly over his head. He was so beautiful. His chest and abs were perfectly toned. He shivered slightly. I pulled him closer. Just as he had undone the buttons on my jeans, his phone started to ring. I pulled out of the kiss and smiled. Ignore it, he said as he kissed me again. I giggled against his lips and pushed him back. It could be important, Jaylar, I said, watching his face grow frustrated. He sighed and sat up, pulling out his phone. He glared at it before snapping it open and putting it to his ear. This better be important, Scott. I'm busy, he said, sounding annoyed. I couldn't help but laugh. He looked so upset. No, man, it's okay. She's here with me. Yeah, come on over. I guess I should explain what happened before the meeting tonight, he said, running a hand through his hair. Okay, see you in a bit then, he said, nodding. He snapped his phone shut and groaned. Scott's coming over. I'm sorry, he said, tucking my hair behind my ear. I took his hand and pulled him back down on the bed. It's okay. I'll let you make it up to me later, I said teasingly. Oh God, Brookson, you're killing me. I don't think I can cope with this, he said, almost pleadingly as he wrapped his arms around me. What does that mean? Cope with what? I asked, confused. Does he mean cope with me? He thinks I'm too much trouble, and he doesn't want to be with me. I started to panic. He pressed his body to mine. Cope with this, he said, running his hand down my body. I want you so bad. I swear I've never wanted anything more in my life. It's almost painful, and it's all the time, he whined. Oh, thank goodness for that. I let out a breath I didn't even realize I was holding and snuggled closer to him. God, Jaylar, I thought. Oh, never mind, I said, pulling his mouth to mine, kissing him deeply. He pulled away after a couple of minutes and looked towards the window. Scott's here, he said, pouting at me slightly. How do you know? I asked, glancing towards the window, but I couldn't see out. All I could see was sky. He smiled. I can hear his car, he said, shrugging. This shifter stuff really is crazy. He was looking at me, inching his head back towards mine. I turned my head away at the last second, so he kissed my cheek. Go let Scott in, I said, giggling slightly. He really did look frustrated. He groaned and climbed off the bed. He held out a hand to help me off the bed. Come downstairs with me. I need to tell Scott what's going on. Ready for the meeting tonight, he said, frowning slightly. We started heading down the hall hand in hand. So all of your pack will be at the meeting tonight? I asked curiously. He nodded. Yeah, don't worry. They'll love you, he said, smiling at me proudly. I stopped. Was I going to? I'm coming to the meeting? I asked, shocked. He smiled. Well, of course you are. You're my mate, shorty. When I claim alpha, you'll be alpha female. They'll want to meet you. You've already met a lot of the younger members of the pack at Seaton's this afternoon, he said, shrugging. I gasped. I wasn't an alpha female. I pulled him to a stop. Jaylar, seriously, I can't be this big, strong woman that you think I am. I'm not an alpha female. You're just gonna embarrass yourself if I go and get introduced to your pack, I said, horrified. He smiled and shook his head. Brookson, even if you were just human like I thought, you would still be my alpha female. We're mated. I gave you that title when I marked you. But on top of that, you are already that through blood anyway, so you have 2 claims on it, he said, looking at me amused. Jaylar, I don't think I can go. What if I freak out seeing all those shifters? I asked, starting to panic at the thought of 60 families worth of huge wolves. He shook his head and pressed his forehead to mine. I want you to come with me. Nothing will hurt you, I promise. I need to introduce you to my pack, but I guess if you really don't want to go, you don't have to, he said, running his fingers through my hair tenderly. He wants me to go, so I can't really say no, can I? I sighed and grabbed his hand, making us start walking again. Come on then, let's go talk to Scott, I said, rolling my eyes. I am already so attached. We walked down the stairs just as Scott let himself in. He smiled at me warmly. Hey, Brookson, he said. Suddenly, his face turned hard. Shit, what happened to your face? He growled. It's fine, Scott, don't worry. No, Mel? I asked, looking back at the door. No, I needed to talk to Jay, he said, nodding at him. They gave each other a hug, and Jaylar looked really happy, probably because Scott seemed to have forgiven him for mating me. So there's a meeting being called for tonight, some announcement to do with your mate, Scott said, his eyes flicking to me for a second. Jaylar nodded. Yeah, man, a lot's happened since I left Seaton's. Let's go sit down, and I'll tell you, he said, motioning for him to the lounge. I'll be in the kitchen then, I said, a little uncomfortable. I mean, I wasn't in the pack, and they obviously wanted to talk about me. Brookson, this involves you too. Besides, I'd rather not have you out of my sight at the moment, Jaylar said, looking at me a little pleadingly. I smiled and took his hand again, ignoring Scott, who was looking at our intertwined fingers with a confused expression. I thought you two were being friends, Scott said as we got to the lounge. Jaylar smiled and beamed at me happily. No, Brookson's agreed to be my mate now. Some stuff's happened, the situation's changed, he said, his face turning hard slightly towards the end, obviously thinking about Trey. Okay, so what's going on? Scott asked, shaking his head, confused. Jaylar took a big breath before he started to speak. It turns out that this Trey Newton guy's a shifter, he said. Scott jumped up out of his seat, looking shocked. What? Seriously? He cried. Sit down, man, it gets worse, Jaylar said sadly. He's alpha of the Tridents, and he knows we've made it, and he is angry, Jaylar said, sounding murderously angry. Scott's mouth dropped open as he looked between the two of us, obviously checking to make sure this wasn't a joke. Alpha of the Tridents? Shit, this is bad, he said, running a hand through his hair. Jaylar nodded. It's fine, man, but he's really not happy. He thinks he's gonna kill Brookson and me and even her mom, he said, looking slightly amused like this was a ludicrous idea. Scott jumped up again, his eyes black, looking extremely angry. He won't, he growled. Jaylar nodded. I know, man, don't worry. I'm gonna kill him first, he said casually, as if we were discussing the weather or something. No. You can't do that, Jaylar. I don't want you anywhere near Trey. Please, you don't know what he's like, I said, trying desperately not to cry at the thought of Trey hurting Jaylar. Brookson, I need to kill him before he comes after you. There's nothing else I can do. I won't let him near you, and therefore I need to kill him before he tries, he said, shrugging. I'll come with you, Scott said, his eyes still black and angry-looking. Jaylar looked at him gratefully. That's what I was hoping you'd say, man. Thanks, he said, smiling. I gasped. No, please. Don't do this, please. I begged, a tear forcing its way out. Jaylar groaned and wiped it away quickly. Please don't cry, Shorty, I can't stand it, he said pleadingly as he pulled me closer to his side. I willed myself to calm down as he continued to talk to Scott. It turns out that Brookson's not entirely human, he said excitedly. Scott gasped and looked at me accusingly. Why the hell didn't you say Brookson? He asked, looking a little hurt. She didn't know, man. She's just found out today. Her father's a shifter and got her human mother pregnant after he had mated with someone else, he said, still trying to make sense of it himself. Scott shook his head. He can't have, he said sternly. He did, that's why I could mark her, Jaylar said, nodding reassuringly. Scott looked shocked. Her father's Alpha Logan of Baines Creek, Jaylar continued. Scott's eyes snapped back to me. Alpha female, he whispered. Jaylar nodded. Bloodline alpha female. My father thinks that's why I had to claim her. He says her blood was calling for my bloodline, he said, giving me a reassuring smile. Holy shit, Scott whispered, still staring at me. I think Trey wanted to be Alpha of Baines Creek. He tried to mate her, Jaylar growled angrily. That jerk. Scott said, just as angry. When do we go? Scott asked, looking at Jaylar again now for guidance. Jaylar shook his head. I'm not sure. We'll see what my father says at the meeting tonight. I guess I need to speak to her father. This concerns him, too, if Newton wants his pack, he said, glancing at me. He wanted to meet my father? I didn't know how to feel about that. I really liked Dom. He was a good guy, and when I was younger, I always wished that he would get with my mom. But now I know he's my father. I just don't understand how he couldn't have told me. The meeting's been called for 9, Scott said, still watching me closely. What happened to your face? He asked tenderly. I felt Jaylar stiffen next to me, and his hands went into tight fists. Trey, I whispered, rubbing Jaylar's leg reassuringly as his teeth snapped together sharply. I heard Scott curse under his breath. Scott, my mom said excitedly from behind me. He smiled and jumped up. Hey Beth, long time no see, he said, hugging her tight. I haven't seen you in about a year and a half. Still a heartbreaker, huh, she said teasingly, patting his cheek, making him laugh. I guess so, he said, grinning. They started chatting about Scott's college, and I took the opportunity to look at Jaylar. He pulled me closer to his side, his fingers trailing over my sore cheek and lip. I'd bet I look a state. This sore? He asked quietly. I nodded. A little. It's not too bad, though, I said honestly. He sighed. Beth, do you think you could have a look at Brookson and see if there's anything you could do for her face? He asked, not taking his eyes from mine. Yeah, of course. Come on, honey, she said, standing up, holding her hand out for me. I stood and let her lead me to the kitchen area. She grabbed a bowl and went to the freezer, grabbed some ice, and put it in the bowl. She dragged over a stool. Sit down. Is it just your face? She asked, grabbing a tea towel from the side and filling the bowl with cold water so the ice would melt slightly. I groaned internally. I had to tell the truth. Jaylar would probably see it later anyway. I already knew there would be bruises there tomorrow. No, my back and side, I said quietly. Take your top off, honey, she said, trying to appear professional even though I could see she was trying not to cry. I sighed and pulled my top off over my head, holding it close to my chest, covering myself. I didn't want her to have to look at me. I closed my eyes as she gasped. Maybe I wouldn't have to wait until tomorrow for the bruises. Oh God, Brookson, she groaned. I knew she was crying now, but I couldn't look. I didn't want to see her face while her heart broke. She loved Trey. They were close. It was probably hard for her to see this, knowing that this was going on under her nose. She applied the damp towel to my back as she prodded my side gently. There were no broken bones, I could tell. I'd had broken ribs before, and that was definitely a lot worse than this. I knew it was only bruises, but if it made Jaylar feel better, then I guess I could get checked out. I don't think there are any broken bones, honey, my mom said through her tears. I nodded. Yeah, it's just bruises, it'll be fine. I'll take some painkillers, it'll be fine in a couple of days, I said honestly. She sniffed and swiped at her face as Jaylar came in. I knew he was watching from the doorway, trying to go unnoticed. Everything okay? He asked, leaning on the counter next to me, taking my hand. Yeah, nothing's broken, Beth said, nodding. Good, he said, looking into my eyes. His eyes were tight with worry and concern, so I squeezed his hand reassuringly. Beth, I need you to do something for me, Jaylar said, dragging his eyes from mine. She nodded, looking at him curiously. Would you call Alpha Logan and ask him to come here? I need to talk to him, before the meeting tonight, if possible, he asked. She nodded. Yeah, okay. What time shall I ask him to come? She asked, grabbing her phone from her bag. I don't know, whenever he can. The meeting's at 9, he said, rubbing circles in the back of my hand. Scott can give you the address and directions, he said, nodding to the living room. Okay, she said, walking out to the living room quickly. Jaylar turned to me, looking at me sadly. This looks bad, Shorty, he said, tracing his fingers down my side. I smiled. It's fine, I promise. I've had worse, I said, sighing. His body stiffened, and he squeezed his eyes shut tightly. I raised his hand and kissed it gently, rubbing the back of his hand across my sore cheek. It felt so nice to have him touch me. He relaxed slightly and bent down next to me, moving my arm and planting little kisses across my sore ribs as if he was trying to kiss the pain away. I closed my eyes, enjoying the sensation of his lips on my skin as he moved around, kissing over my back gently. It hurts here, too, Jay, I said, pointing to my neck. He chuckled quietly, and I felt him kissing up my neck. And here, I said, pointing to my cheek. I couldn't help but smile as he moved to kiss me there. Here, I said, pointing to my nose. And here, it hurts a lot right here, I said, teasingly pointing to my mouth. He groaned and kissed me with such force that it almost knocked me off the stool I was sitting on. He wrapped his arms around me, holding me against him as he kissed me deeply. I wrapped my legs around his waist, clinging to him tightly. God, I was totally crazy about this boy. I had known him for exactly a week, but I knew I couldn't be apart from him now. Now that there was nothing in our way, I needed to be with him. By the time he pulled away to kiss down my neck, I was breathless. Oops, sorry, my mom said from the doorway. Jaylar stopped immediately and turned to look at her, smiling a little sheepishly. Sorry, my bad, he said, looking at her guiltily, making me laugh. She grinned and rolled her eyes. I've phoned Dom. He'll be here in an hour. That okay? She asked, changing the subject. That's great, Beth. Thank you, he said, smiling affectionately at her. I can't believe I'm going to be seeing Dom again, knowing that he's my father and that he's a shifter. I always thought my father didn't want me, as I was the product of a one-night stand, and now I find out he's been in my life the whole time. This is going to be awkward. Chapter 17. Jaylar's POV. After we had a quick bite to eat, I grabbed all the plates and started stacking them in the dishwasher. This was going to be hard, seeing Brookson's father. He was an alpha, and I had broken a rule by mating his daughter without asking his permission. I mean, he was supposed to assess me and see if I was worthy of an alpha female, but hopefully, he'd understand once I explained about the bloodlines and my need to claim her. If not, then this was probably going to end in a fight, and I couldn't afford to lose. I had to handle Trey first. Brookson hovered behind me, looking stunningly beautiful even with her bruised face. She was watching me with an intense expression, so I tried not to breathe through my nose. I couldn't cope with her scent again, not today. I can't believe she agreed to be my mate. I was honestly so happy I could do a little happy dance, but I didn't want to embarrass myself. When I was done with the dishes, I wrapped her in my arms, being extra careful of her back and side. Those bruises looked bad, they must have been painful. I felt my blood start to boil again as I thought about that guy hurting her. I glanced at the clock. It was only 7:30, and I was so impatient to get to the meeting. I needed to have a plan in place to finish this. I didn't like sitting around and waiting. It felt like I wasn't doing anything about it. "You okay, shorty?" I asked, kissing the side of her head and trying my best to ignore the blast of desire I felt for her. This was just crazy, the feeling of pure need. It wasn't want. I literally needed her like I needed air to breathe, and my body was yearning for hers. All I could think about, other than stopping that guy, was being with her. "I'm fine, Jay. I'm just a little nervous about seeing Dom." "I mean, all this time I always thought he was just a family friend," she said, shaking her head, frowning. I smiled and pulled back, cupping her face in my hands. "Shorty, just do me a favor and remember he was there for you when you were growing up, even though his mate died. When your mate dies, it's supposed to feel like your insides die too. The fact that he still cared for you after that means he's a really good guy, so cut him some slack, okay?" I asked quietly. She looked at me curiously, and I knew I needed to explain more. I've had first-hand experience with this. When my mom died, my father just abandoned me. He wasn't in my life like your father was. Just try to think about this from his point of view, okay? I know it's hard, shorty, but just keep that in your mind and let him explain, okay? I asked, looking into her beautiful hazel eyes. She smiled and pulled me closer. "Wow, you're a wise one, huh?" she said, rolling her eyes. I nodded, grinning at her playfully. "Oh yeah, I'm the wisest that there is, and as your mate, you need to do everything that I say," I said, trying to look stern. If she knew that our mating made that the other way around, I would be in trouble. "Oh really, and what if I don't?" she asked, raising one brow, looking so unbelievably attractive that I almost lost control. I gritted my teeth and didn't say anything. Luckily, the doorbell rang, snapping me out of it. She gasped and looked towards the door. I turned her away from the door as I kissed her softly. "Everything's okay. I need to get the door," I said as I pulled away, kissing her forehead. She nodded, so I reluctantly let her go and went to meet the man who technically had every right to be angry with me. I quickly opened the door to see two men standing there. I knew the one at the front was Brookson's father. I'd met him once at my mother's funeral. He had come to pay his respects and the respects of his pack. He actually looked a little like Brookson. He had the exact same hair and eye color as hers, but Brookson's features were her mother's. The guy behind him was taller than me, probably about 6'5". He had light brown hair and blue eyes. Both of them wore the same expressions: confusion, curiosity, and annoyance. "Alpha Logan, thank you for coming," I said, nodding respectfully. He put out his hand, and I shook it quickly. "What's all this about?" "You're Jaylar, Alpha Phillips' son, right?" he asked, frowning slightly. I nodded. "Yes, sir, come on in." "I'll explain," I said, opening the door wider. The guy at the back held his hand out to me as he walked in. "Peter Jacobs," he said, nodding. This must be the Alpha's second in command if he's brought him along too. Nice to meet you, I said, closing the door and motioning for them to go into the lounge. I followed them in and introduced them to Scott, who insisted on staying here to meet Brookson's father in case he was angry about the mating. Maybe he thought I'd need help dealing with an alpha if it came to that. Beth was standing there looking uncomfortable. Hey Beth, what's going on? Why the cryptic phone call? He asked, smiling warmly at her. She looked at me. I asked Beth to call you. I need to talk to you about a few things which you're not going to like, I said, frowning, hoping he would hear me out before he got upset. Brookson walked in, and Dom's face snapped in her direction. What happened to your face, Brookson? He asked angrily as he stepped closer to her. Jaylar will explain everything, she said quietly, looking at me for help. Alpha Logan's face was so angry as he looked at me that I had to fight with my wolf, who wanted to challenge him for dominance. Did he think I did that to her? I didn't do that, I said quickly. His face relaxed slightly as he turned back to her. You got a hug for your Uncle Dom, he said, holding his arms out to her. She laughed and shook her head, amused. Sure, Uncle Dom. Why not? She said sarcastically as she hugged him. I missed you, kid. Haven't seen you in a month, he said, kissing the top of her head. She pulled away and came to stand next to me, taking my hand. Okay, let's get this done, I said, nodding for him to sit on the sofa. I waited until he sat down before sitting opposite and pulling Brookson down next to me. I tried my best to ignore the glare I was getting from her dad at our close proximity. Okay, so I'll just start at the beginning, I guess, I said, running a hand through my hair. He nodded, looking at me curiously. Well, Brookson and I have mated, I said. He sprang out of his chair. I jumped up too and stood in front of Brookson protectively. You mated her? How the hell could you mate her? I didn't want this life for her. She doesn't need to be involved with shifter stuff, he roared. I held up my hands innocently. Better explain quickly before he loses it. I needed to claim her. It's the bloodlines. Her blood called for me. I couldn't help it, I said defensively, trying desperately not to react to his anger. I didn't need to make another accidental challenge for Alpha. This one wouldn't be as easy, I could tell. He squeezed his eyes shut and took a deep breath. Okay, so far so good. I forgot about the bloodlines, he said sadly as he sat back down, putting his head in his hands. I watched him to make sure he was calm before I moved my body from the protective place in front of my mate. I'm sorry, Alpha Logan. I should have asked your permission, I know that, but I couldn't help it. We met at a party. It was an accident, I said honestly. He looked at me, anger still on his face, but he accepted my reasons. Okay, issue number 2. Sir, there's more. Brookson was dating someone who turns out to be Alpha of the Trident's pack, I said, trying to control my anger. His eyes snapped to Brookson. Trey's a shifter, he asked, shocked. She nodded. Apparently, she said, pressing herself against me as if she were trying to disappear. He tried to mate her. I think he wants your pack, I said. He frowned. He wants my pack, he asked, even more shocked. I nodded. Yeah, and he is seriously angry that I've mated with Brookson. He wants us all dead. He did that to her face. He's been hurting her for years, but he's gone too far this time. He's threatened my mate, so I'm going to stop him and any of his pack that get in my way, I said sternly. He jumped up again, his hands shaking, his eyes black. He was so close to shifting. He's been hurting you? Why didn't you say? He growled angrily, looking at Brookson. Why would I say anything to you, Uncle Dom? I didn't know who you were. Why would I confide something like that to you? She asked angrily, doing air quotes around the words Uncle Dom. I took her hand, squeezing it gently, trying to calm her down. She shouldn't speak to an alpha like that, even if he is her father. Beth, did you know about this? He cried, turning to her mother. She gasped. If I'd known anything like this was going on, do you think it would have still been happening? She said, crying. I know that this is a lot for you to take in, but I needed to make you aware in case he comes to try and claim your pack. He won't hurt her again. You have my word, I said, desperately trying to control my anger. I couldn't talk about Trey without my wolf wanting to break free. He looked at me. He's threatened to hurt Brookson, he asked, his face hard. I nodded. And her mother, I said. He clenched his jaw tightly. And you're going to stop him first? He asked. Brookson stiffened next to me. Yes, sir. We have a meeting tonight with my pack. I need my father's permission before I can act, but no matter what he says tonight, Trey Newton is done, I said honestly. He nodded. I'll come with you when you go after him, he said, looking at me intently. I will too, said the other guy he brought with him. I smiled. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Thank you, I said gratefully. I knew that I needed more backup than just Scott, not that I doubted either of our abilities, but there would be a lot more than just the two of us. He nodded at me before turning back to Brookson. So you know who I am now, he asked quietly. She nodded, and he looked at her sadly. I'm sorry, Brookson. I couldn't have people find out about you. It would have ruined everything for me. This way, I still get to be in your life. Please forgive me, he asked her pleadingly. He was a nice guy. I could see he cared for her deeply. It was a direct contrast to how my father looked at me. Jaylar said that it would have been hard for you to have a relationship with me, she said, playing with her watch uncomfortably. It was hard, especially after Emily died, but you're my daughter, Brookson. I'll always love you, even if it's not as much as you need, and for that I'm sorry, but I've always been here for you, he said, looking like he was struggling to talk. I understand, she said, nodding. She smiled. I've always liked you, she said, rolling her eyes. He grinned happily. Well, I've always liked you too, he said teasingly. I guess now it's gonna come out about Brookson being my daughter. I don't think we can keep it secret anymore, he said, looking towards Peter. Peter nodded slightly, looking deep in thought. Once people find out I had a daughter out of mating, I'll be banished from my pack, he said, frowning, looking like he was thinking hard about something. Brookson gasped. No, I don't want that to happen. That's not fair, she cried, her eyes filling with tears. Alpha Logan smiled. It's okay, Brookson. I knew this day would come. I don't mind, you're worth it, he said, looking like he was telling the truth. Well then, Jaylar, I guess I should be calling you Alpha Phillips, he said, smiling warmly at me. What? Everyone looked at me. Peter dropped his eyes to the floor and nodded respectfully. No way. No, I don't want Alpha, I said honestly, shaking my head fiercely. Alpha Logan smiled. Please, it should be yours. It should pass to my daughter's mate. You're the only one I could give it to. If I have to step down and leave the pack without an Alpha, then Trey could come in and make the challenge for my pack anyway. This is the only way I can protect them. Alpha should be yours next anyway, he said, looking at me intently. I looked at Brookson. I didn't want Alpha of any pack. All I wanted was for her to be safe. I was only 20. She was only 17 and in school. We couldn't have the responsibility of running a pack. Brookson looked at me shocked. I can't take it. I'm sorry. We've only just made it. We're too young. I won't put that responsibility on Brookson, I said, turning back to him. He looked at me pleadingly. Please, Jaylar, I can see you're ready. I can sense your Alpha presence. It's very strong. I can't let Trey take my pack. I won't let my pack turn like the Tridents, he said, shaking his head fiercely. I looked at Scott, who shrugged and looked torn. Jaylar, please. You're my daughter's mate. The pack should be yours. Either way, I'm stepping down as Alpha, as I'll be banished anyway. If you take over, it will still be passed down through my family. If I step down, the pack will be in turmoil until a new Alpha is found. You are the only one I can hand Alpha to, please, he asked, begging me with his eyes. I closed my eyes. I didn't want this. But he was right. Trey would join the challenge for the new Alpha, and Baines Creek would end up just like the Tridents, a lawless pack that didn't respect the rules. I looked at Brookson again. I hated this. I didn't want this at all, but I already felt responsible for his pack. I couldn't let them end up like the Tridents either. What do you think, Shorty? I asked, needing to know how she felt about it. She smiled. I don't know, Jay. You should do what you think is best, she said, taking my hand. She was so beautiful. But if I take his pack, then it will mean responsibility for both of us, I said, brushing her hair away from her face. Jaylar, you do what you think. I trust you to make the right choice, she said, making my pride swell immensely. I loved that she trusted me, that she would do whatever I asked her to do. I looked into her eyes as I thought about it. I couldn't see any other way to do this. He was right. I didn't want Trey to have his pack either, and at least if I took the pack for a while, I could step down in a few months and let them fight over it once I had taken care of Trey. I turned back to Alpha Logan. Okay, I said quietly. He immediately got down on one knee, bowing his head to the floor, and so did his lieutenant. Oh boy, what have I done? Thank you, Alpha Phillips, he said, still on his knees. Wow, I did not like the sound of that at all. It's okay. You don't need to bow to me like that, I said quickly, waving for them to get up. I looked over at Scott to see that he had an amused smile on his face. I gave him a warning glance, making his smile get even bigger. They both got up and sat back on the sofa. If I'm Alpha now, does that mean I have the power to banish people? Alpha Logan, as new Alpha of Baines Creek, I guess I'm supposed to banish you for not being true to your mate, I said, trying not to smile. He nodded sadly, and Brookson gasped, her grip tightening on my hand. However, on this occasion, I've decided that your experience and knowledge would be useful in the pack. I'd like to keep you on as a special advisor if you're willing to take the role, I said, smiling. His eyes snapped to mine, relief clear across his face. Seriously? Can you do that? He asked, shocked. I shrugged. I guess I can do whatever I want. I'm Alpha now, I said, wrapping my arm around Brookson, pulling her close to me. I can't believe I've brought all this on her already. She really didn't need all of this extra pressure. Thank you, Alpha Logan said gratefully. I laughed. Well, thanks for not hurting me for mating your daughter without asking permission, I said a little sheepishly. He grinned. Well, she seems to be happy, which is all I could ask for, he said, shrugging. I rubbed my hand up and down her back affectionately. That was all I could ask for, too. So I guess we should get going to the meeting, Jay, Scott said, standing up. I nodded, glancing at the clock. It was almost 8:30 now. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Alpha Logan, about meeting your pack, I said. He laughed. You can call me Dom, and it's not my pack now, it's yours, he said, smiling. I groaned internally. This was something I was going to regret, I could tell. Right, okay. I need to go and sort out this Trey thing, then I'll arrange a time to come to meet my pack, I said, stumbling over the word. Do you think we could come to the meeting with you? I'd like to know what's going on. If we're coming with you when you go to the Tridents, then we'll need to know the details. There will be others from your pack that will want to come with you too. Baines Creek is very loyal, he said, smiling fondly. Okay, I guess you can come to the meeting. I'll talk to my father about it before it starts if we get there quickly, I said, grabbing my keys from the side before taking Brookson's hand again. Beth, I'm going to need you to come too. I don't want to leave you here on your own, I said apologetically. She nodded and slipped on her shoes, walking close to Dom. He put his arm around her reassuringly. They seemed to have a good relationship. It was weird to know that what I thought was completely normal with my father was actually not the case if the person works hard enough. The trouble was, seeing him act like this just made me resent my father that much more. If he'd wanted to, he could have been in my life like Dom was in Brookson's. Come on then, shorty. Don't worry about anything. They won't be in wolf form, I said, squeezing Brookson's hand gently as I led her towards the door. Chapter 18. When we pulled up to the little field, I could see there were already a lot of cars here, even though there were 20 minutes left until the meeting. I pulled up close to the trees and walked around to get Brookson's door for her. I couldn't help but roll my eyes when she let herself out of the car without waiting for me. You're not used to being treated like a lady? I asked, shutting her door. She smiled. What's a lady? She asked teasingly as she wrapped her arm around my waist. I sighed. She'd get used to it. Eventually, she'd forget how that guy treated her. Not gonna get my door? Scott asked jokingly as he climbed out of the back. Sorry, I forgot you were used to being treated like a lady, I said, laughing. Damn right, Scott said, winking at Brookson, making her laugh. I smiled. She seemed to really like him, which was nice. I could see he still wanted her, but she had absolutely no interest in him in that way, which made me feel a hell of a lot better. I just prayed that the mating had worked enough for her to stay interested in only me. She wasn't a full shifter, so technically, the mating had only worked on her shifter side. Hopefully, that would overpower her human side, and she would never want anyone else. Alpha Logan pulled up next to my car. Well, technically, he wasn't Alpha anymore, so I guess I should be thinking of him as just Dom now. He got out, followed by Beth and Peter, who I guess was now my second in command. I'd have to speak to Scott about that. I always planned on Scott being my second when I took Alpha, but now that I was Alpha of a different pack, I couldn't really do that. Hey, you ready? I asked, pulling Brookson closer to my side as we turned and walked towards the trees. I could feel she was trembling slightly. She was nervous about meeting the pack. As we stepped out into the clearing, I spotted my father at the top of the field. People were staring towards us, knowing that Dom and Peter and Brookson and her mom didn't belong here. I'm going to go speak to my father. Scott, look after Brookson for me, okay? Don't let anyone give her a hard time, I said sternly, glaring at a couple of girls who were still looking at her jealously. He threw his arm over her shoulder, and I felt my wolf want to push him away. I forced him back and kissed the top of her head. Be right back, okay? I whispered. I turned to walk off, but she grabbed my hand, making me stop. As I looked back at her, she threw her arms around my neck and kissed me hard. I pressed myself to her, making the most of the kiss before I pulled away. Sorry, but the girls were looking at you, she said apologetically. I laughed and shook my head, amused. How the hell could she be jealous of these girls? She knows I don't want any of them. Jealous? I asked teasingly. She rolled her eyes. Now, why would I be jealous? You're not that hot, she said, smiling her shy little smile. I kissed her again, trying not to breathe in her scent. I didn't want to have to drag her off into the trees. I got to go, shorty, I whispered against her lips. She groaned, but let me go, pulling the most adorable little pouting face that I had ever seen in my life. I pulled my top down, making sure no one could notice, and ran off to the top of the field to speak to my father. As I approached, he stiffened and dropped his eyes to the floor. Oh yeah, I challenged him. I nodded. Father, I need to speak to you before the meeting starts, I said, motioning for him to come away from the group of people he was standing with. Polly Porter, Scott's dad, grinned at me. Hey Jay, congrats on the mating. Brookson's a really great girl. You're lucky to have her, he said, holding out a hand to me. I shook it, grinning proudly. I know I am, and thanks, I said, nodding. I followed my father a few feet away. Dominic Logan is here. He wants to come with me when I go after Trey. I said it would be okay for him and his second to come to the meeting, I said, nodding in the direction I left them in. He nodded. It's probably a good idea. This involves his pack and his daughter, he said, frowning. Well, actually, I needed to talk to you about that too. He's handed me his pack, I said, trying to go for casual, but not quite pulling it off. His face turned to utter shock as he stared at me with his mouth hanging open. How are you going to manage 2 packs and still go to college? He asked, sounding concerned for the first time in 15 years. 2 packs? What the hell's that about? 2. I asked, confused. He nodded and stepped closer to me, looking around to see if people were listening. Jaylar, we both know that you're Alpha of Willow Creek now. I was going to announce it at the meeting, he whispered. No. I cried loudly, then looked around quickly as everyone stopped talking to look at us. Shit. What I meant was that's not very appropriate at the moment, but thank you for the offer. I don't want you to do that, not yet, I said, trying to get my point across without actually saying it. He looked at me and frowned. You don't want me to do that? He asked, confused. Not yet. Maybe in a year or 2. It's not really something that's possible at the moment with what I just told you. 2 is out of the question. I don't even want one, I said honestly. He squeezed my shoulder. I looked down at his hand, not really knowing how to react to it. If it were anyone else, I would take it as affection or support, but from him, I just had no clue. Okay, you let me know when. I'd better call the meeting. You should bring Brookson and her parents to the front. People will want to see her, he said, nodding his head respectfully, asking for my permission to leave. I nodded and turned on my heel, running as fast as I could to Brookson. Mel was there with her, and the two of them were talking at once. "Hey, shorty," I said as I wrapped my arms around her from behind. She jumped a mile into the air. "Jay, shit, you scared me," she said, putting her hands on top of mine on top of her stomach. I bent my head and kissed her neck just once as I spread my fingers wide so I could feel her whole stomach under my hand. "Come on then, let's go up to the front. The meeting's about to start," I said, guiding her to the top of the field. "Come to the top," I said to Brookson's parents and Peter as we walked past. As soon as we were at the top of the field, my father called the meeting to a start. "Okay, thank you for coming to this meeting. I know it was last minute, and I apologize. We have a situation that I need to make you all aware of," my father said loudly. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. People had been told this was about my mate and were obviously very interested in it. No one knew she was human apart from Scott's family and a couple of close friends. "My son Jaylar has chosen a mate. Her name is Brookson Mills," he said, nodding in our direction. I heard Brookson curse as she stood up straighter, as every single shifter at the meeting looked at her. I wrapped my arm around her and pulled her as close as I could. People started clapping and cheering, and I smiled proudly. "Enough," my father called, making everyone silent in an instant. "Brookson's not a full shifter. Her mother is human. Her father is a shifter," he said. People immediately started whispering and staring at her, shocked. I groaned. That wasn't really the best way to put it. "Her father is Alpha Logan of Baines Creek," he said, making the whispers grow louder. Dom stepped forward to her side. "Brookson is alpha female by blood, and now she is also alpha female through mating. Jaylar has taken over as Alpha of Baines Creek," my father said, looking at me almost proudly. People immediately started clapping again. Dom smiled at me and bowed slightly. I nodded. "Okay, if I could just have your full attention again, there are some important things I need to share with you," my father said. Slowly, people stopped watching us and focused on him. "There's a shifter that wishes to do Alpha Phillips and his mate harm," he said. People gasped and shouted in outrage. Alpha of the Trident Pack wanted to mate with Brookson, too. "He is very unhappy with this pairing and has vowed to hurt them both," he said. "Obviously, we can't let that happen, so Jaylar has proposed a preemptive strike." "Jaylar, could you come up here and tell us what exactly it is you want?" my father asked. I nodded. "Wait here for me," I said, kissing Brookson's forehead and stepping onto the little wooden step. "Right, obviously, I'm not sitting around here waiting for him to come for my mate. I want to move tomorrow night. I think it would be best to go in the dark, give us more cover, and hopefully they would be less prepared," I said, looking over the sea of faces. "Scott Porter, Alpha Logan, and Peter Jacobs from my new pack have volunteered to come with me. I plan on stopping Alpha Newton and any other shifter that gets in my way," I said sternly. "If there is anyone who would be willing to help me, I would be very grateful." "I'm sure there will be more of them than 3 or 4, I said almost apologetically. I didn't want to have to ask people to risk their lives for Brookson and me. A few hands shot up immediately, as I knew they would. Most of them were my group of friends, Polio, Seaton, Andy, Ricky, and 3 adult shifters who were all higher-ranking members of the pack. "Thank you. If you want to help, then I'd be grateful. Maybe you could see me after, but I'm warning you now, this is going to be dangerous." "We all know what the Tridents are like," I said, frowning. "I would like to speak to Christopher, so if you wouldn't mind seeing me after the meeting, Christopher, I'd appreciate it," I said, looking through the crowd until I found him. "Yes, Alpha Phillips," he shouted, nodding. I smiled gratefully. "That's all I have to say. If anyone would like to meet Brookson, I'm sure she'd be more than happy to talk to you after the meeting," I said, smiling fondly at her. She nodded and smiled a tight smile. I knew she'd probably be annoyed with me for that, but she needed to get it out of the way sooner or later. "Are the Tridents coming here?" a female shifter shouted from the crowd, sounding scared. I shook my head firmly. "No, you don't need to worry. This is why we're moving tomorrow night quickly. I won't let them anywhere near here. You don't need to worry," I said sternly, watching her relax as she believed me. "Okay, so if there are no more questions, then this meeting is adjourned," my father said, gripping my shoulder again. I moved quickly back to Brookson as a huge crowd of older females started to approach her. I stood protectively by her side, but there was no need. They were all speaking to her warmly, welcoming her to the pack and shaking her hand, smiling. I relaxed slightly and saw the crowd of about 12 males all standing in a group waiting for me off to one side. Mel, stay with Brookson, okay? If she needs me, then shout, I said, pushing her a little closer to Brookson as I jogged over to the rapidly expanding group. By the time I got there were 17 male shifters. Okay, guys, are we all volunteers? I asked, looking around at my friends and former pack members. I smiled at Scott's father. I knew he would come. He'd want to protect Brookson, too. What about Baines Creek? Will you be asking for their help, too? Dom asked. I looked around at everyone. We didn't need any more help. Surely 18 fully grown males would be enough? I don't think that will be necessary. I don't want my first task as Alpha to be asking them to fight for me, I said, shaking my head, grimacing slightly. I turned to Christopher. He used to be a member of the Trident Pack, but he left 4 years ago when the new Alpha took over, as he didn't like the way the pack was run, so he joined Willow Creek instead. Christopher, what can you tell us about Trey Newton? I asked, looking at him hopefully. He shrugged. He's a bad guy. He has guns, runs drugs, blackmails people, and uses force to get what he wants. He controls his pack by fear. Everyone I spoke to when I was there hated him, but was too afraid to do anything about it, he said, frowning. I heard growls coming from the guys around me. How many high rankers does he have? I asked. He thought about it. He has about 8 that he keeps close to him, but I think he only really trusts 2 or 3 of them. They live with him, he said, turning his nose up. I nodded. Will you come with us? I asked hopefully. He nodded quickly. Yeah, absolutely. I hate that guy. I want to see him get what he deserves, he said, his fists clenched. Great, so you can show us where he lives. We'll meet as soon as it's dark, so we'll meet here at 10 and go to their territory. We can get the lay of the land and then move in around midnight. I want it quick and easy in and out. And boys, Newton is mine, I growled angrily. They all nodded. Okay, tomorrow night, here at 10 then. And thank you guys, this means a lot to me that you volunteered for this, I said honestly. Congratulations on the mating, one of the guys said. He was an elder member and didn't usually get involved in the fighting. Thank you, Davin, I said, smiling. He nodded, looking a little uncomfortable. Davin, you don't have to do this. Just because you volunteered doesn't mean you need to go through with it. I'm sure your wife wouldn't want you involved, I said, giving him the option to back out. He smiled sadly. Thank you, Alpha Phillips, but I want to, he said, still looking uncomfortable. Okay, well, thanks again, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Any problems, you have my number, right? I asked. A couple of the guys said no, so I gave them my number just in case. I headed back to Brookson, who was now on her own with Mel and her mother. When I got to her, she wrapped her arms around me, pressing her face into my chest tightly. I smiled and kissed the top of her head. Okay, shorty? I asked, leaning back to look at her. She nodded. I'm so glad that's over, she said, shaking her head. I grinned. It's done now. I'm sorry I left you getting swamped, I said honestly, pushing her hair behind her ears gently. She rolled her eyes. The older ladies were okay. I don't think the younger girls liked me much. They all want you, she said, pretending to be annoyed, but a smile was playing on her lips. Well, that's too bad for them, because I'm yours, I whispered as I kissed her softly. She moaned in the back of her throat, and I pulled her tighter against me possessively, not wanting any space between us at all. Someone cleared their throat behind me. I almost growled at being interrupted. I didn't want to be away from my mate. I looked behind me angrily and saw it was her father. Shit. I shook my head a little, trying to clear it, and stepped back, making her whimper and cling to me tighter. Alpha Phillips, we're leaving now. When do you want me to introduce you to your pack? Dom asked. Shit, I was so not used to being called that. Tomorrow daytime? I offered. He nodded, smiling. How about lunchtime? I could arrange a barbecue or something. You could get to know them for a few hours, he suggested. I nodded. Yeah, okay, sounds good, I said, trying not to grimace at the thought of actually having a pack and meeting them. He handed me a card with his address and number on it. About 12, he offered. I nodded. Great, and thanks for everything, I said, holding out a hand to him. I meant it. He didn't need to be helping with Trey. He didn't need to give me his pack. You're welcome, son, he said, shaking my hand firmly. I shook hands with Peter and watched as Brookson and her mother hugged him and said their goodbyes. Scott came over. Want me to take Beth back to mine so you two can have some private time? He offered, smirking at me. Oh shit, I would love that. The thought of Brookson and me in a house alone was just way too tempting. I'm not sure that either of them would go for that. Maybe you should suggest it and see what they say, I said, nodding towards them. He smiled and punched my shoulder. Scott knew how hard this was for me. I'd spoken to him a lot this week about how hard it was to be mated and be so far away from your mate. I tried not to listen as he spoke to them. Brookson glanced over at me, almost looking shy as she smiled at me, making my whole body tremble slightly. A few minutes later, they all walked over to me. Jaylar, you don't mind if Beth stays at ours tonight, do you? We thought she'd be more comfortable there. My parents would love to have her, Scott said, smirking at me. I could feel my wolf rejoicing inside. No, I don't mind, if that's what you want to do. Beth, I said, playing along that I had no idea. She nodded. I'd love to catch up with Raquel and Polio, she said happily. Okay, well, would you like to come to Alpha Logan's barbecue with us tomorrow at lunchtime? I asked curiously. She smiled. Sure, if that won't be a problem for him, though, she said, frowning. I'll check with him in the morning, but I don't think it will, I said honestly. We walked back to the car. Scott had left his car at mine, so we all piled into my car heading for my house. I could barely contain my excitement at the thought of having Brookson all to myself. Chapter 19. Brookson's POV. I couldn't keep my eyes off him as we drove. He was so handsome. He was alpha now, too, and the thought of him being so powerful and strong was overwhelming. You sure your parents won't mind me staying? My mom asked Scott for the 100th time. He smiled affectionately at her. Of course not, Beth. I told you it was my mom's idea in the first place. He shook his head, amused. I just don't want to impose, she said, wringing her hands nervously. You're not imposing, Scott said sternly. When we pulled up, Jaylar looked at me. Wait there, please, he said, grinning as he got out and jogged around to my side, opening the door for me and taking my hand to help me out of the car. Oh, so that's what a lady feels like, I said jokingly. He smiled and kissed my hand. Yep, he said, tugging me towards the house. He went to the kitchen to make us a drink, and I headed to the lounge, flicking on his TV for a bit of background noise. I hated it when it was dead quiet. My mom headed upstairs to pack an overnight bag, and I started to get nervous. Jaylar and I were mated now, but what happens if he doesn't like my body? I know last time he said I was beautiful, but maybe he wasn't thinking clearly. I squeezed my eyes shut and plopped onto the couch, trying not to imagine him turning his nose up like Trey always did. I don't think I could bear that look of revulsion on Jaylar's face. It would be 10 times worse because I wanted to please him. I was going to be the only one he would ever want. What happens if he didn't even want me? He sat down next to me and took my hand. I just looked at his perfect face and into his beautiful green eyes. I could look at him forever and never get bored. Scott sat down in the armchair. Can't you two hold off the stairs until we've left? He whined, making me laugh. Jaylar rolled his eyes, looking slightly frustrated. My mom came down a few minutes later with a little bag. Okay, I'm ready, she said, smiling at me. I got up and hugged her tight. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't stay up all night gossiping with Raquel, I said jokingly as I kissed her cheek. She laughed. Yes, Mom, she said, hugging me tighter. She brushed my hair behind my ear. You look really happy, Brookson. It's weird with everything going on, but I've never seen you look so happy and contented before. I nodded. I had never felt so happy and contented before, but at the same time, I'd never been more afraid of anything in my life. Be safe, she whispered, winking at me. I laughed. Yes, Mom. I rolled my eyes. Bye, Jaylar. I'll see you tomorrow, she said, watching as Scott grabbed her bag. He kissed me on the forehead and gave Jaylar a brief hug before walking out the door after my mom. I bit my lip and turned back to Jaylar, feeling sick with nerves. You want to watch TV or something? He asked. He wasn't feeling the tension like I was. Then again, why would he? He was incredible, and I was just plain old Brookson Mills. Yeah, sure, I said, heading back to the lounge. I grabbed the wine he had poured for me and drank half the glass before he even sat down next to me. Shall I put on a DVD? He asked. I finished my wine and put my glass on the table before turning to look at him. We needed to talk. I needed to find out exactly what he wanted from me because I wanted everything from him. Jaylar, do you really want to watch a DVD? I asked curiously. He shook his head, his eyes locked on mine. My breath caught in my throat at the expression on his face. It was pure affection. What do you want then? I whispered, not trusting my voice to speak normally. He growled softly, his voice sounding low and inviting. Take me then, I said, breathless. Before I even knew what happened, he was out of his chair and picking me up. I pressed my body to his, wrapping my arms around his neck as he ran so fast to his room that all I could see around us was a blur. Unless it just felt like that, because I couldn't see anything other than his eyes. We reached the room, and the atmosphere shifted. My whole body was vibrating with the need to be close to him. He lay me down on his bed and looked at me with an intensity that made my heart race. Can't we leave the lights off? I asked, panicked. I didn't want him to get turned off at the sight of me. He looked at me shocked. This is about what that guy said to you, isn't it? When he said no one would want you, he asked, looking angry on my behalf. I bit my lip. It's just. I don't want you to look at me, I said quietly. Why? He asked, frowning, his jaw tight. I looked away from him. Because I'm horrible. My body. It isn't right, I started, but he put his hand over my mouth, stopping me from talking, and sat up, pulling me up with him. Come here, he said, tugging me gently off the bed and pulling me over to a full-length mirror hanging on the wall. I didn't look in it. I couldn't. Jaylar, please, I begged, feeling tears stinging my eyes. He turned me to face the mirror, and I closed my eyes. Open your eyes, shorty, he said, resting his head on my shoulder from behind me. I don't want to see. Please, Jaylar. I don't want you to see either, I begged. I felt sick and tried desperately to turn away. Brookson, even with the bruises, you are the most beautiful girl in the world. You're stunning. Your legs are perfectly toned and long, he said softly. He ran his hands over my arms to comfort me, but I still couldn't open my eyes. Your shape is perfect, curves leading to a tiny waist. He put his hands around my waist. I opened my eyes slowly and looked in the mirror. Your stomach is perfectly flat and toned, he whispered. You are perfect, soft, and you fit with me like you were made for me. He turned me around slightly. Everything about you is beautiful, he whispered in my ear as I looked at my reflection. I could feel the tears building. I didn't look that bad. All this time, I was convinced I was hideous, and it wasn't true. He lied to you, Brookson. He wanted you to himself, so he made you think no one else would ever want you, so that you would stay with him. He was manipulating you. You are nothing less than a goddess. I swear to you on my life, you are so beautiful it's almost painful, and you need to start believing it, he said sternly. He wiped the tear that fell down my face. He had his chin resting on my shoulder as I looked in the mirror, his eyes shining with love and affection. I tipped my head to the side and looked at the mark on my neck. He smiled quietly as he looked at it. That's my favorite part of you. I smiled. Yeah, my mark on your neck is the single best thing I have ever done in my life. Nothing in this world will ever compare to seeing that and knowing that you're mine, he said, looking at me with total honesty. He was too adorable. I turned and wrapped my arms around his neck. Thank you, I said gratefully. He smiled. For what? For choosing me and wanting me. For what you just said about me, for protecting my mom and me, and most importantly, for being here with me, I said. He kissed me softly, tenderly, making my heart melt. We moved back to the bed, the connection between us deepening with every passing second. He was gentle, careful with my bruises, treating me like I was the most precious thing in the world. My heart was crashing in my chest. I was so excited I could barely breathe. He kissed me passionately, and I wrapped my arms around him. I could get you pregnant now that we're mated, he said, watching for my reaction. I'm on the pill, I said, breathless. I don't know if that'll work, he said honestly. I don't care, Jaylar, I whispered. Okay, shorty, he said tenderly. I looked up at his smiling face. He was so handsome, and he was mine. The look on his face was complete and total adoration. I love you, shorty, he whispered. I couldn't speak. The happiness was bubbling up inside me. I kissed him, and the world faded away as we held each other. After a while, I smiled and moved closer to him, enjoying the warmth of his presence. He looked at me with a satisfied smile, and I felt my heart skip a beat. He really meant what he said. He really thought I was beautiful. I could tell by his eyes. I felt my heart trying to break out of my chest because he found me attractive, and I didn't have to feel self-conscious around him. Looking at him, seeing me with total adoration and love, I felt beautiful. I could feel all the shame and hurt I'd felt for myself for so long just sliding away. Oh, and by the way, I love you too, Jaylar, I said, looking into his eyes. He smiled a heart-stopping smile. Thank God, he said, pressing his forehead to mine and closing his eyes. I tangled my hand in his hair, hugging him tightly. He kissed me softly. I love you so much, Brookson. I'd do anything for you. You know that, right? He said, brushing my hair away from my face. Yeah, I know you would, I said honestly. How could I doubt that after what he was already doing for my mom and me? He rested his head on my stomach. Think maybe there's a pup in here, he asked. Damn it, a pup? Like a puppy. I cried, sitting up. I didn't want to give birth to a wolf. He laughed and pulled me back down next to him. It's just a word. I meant baby, a normal little baby that could maybe shift or maybe not, depending on who it took after. I breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you meant I'd give birth to a wolf, I said, shaking my head at how much I still had to learn about shifters. He shook his head, amused. No, shorty, don't worry. You may not even get pregnant. You're half human, so maybe the pill will work. I don't know, he said, shrugging but looking at my stomach a little hopefully. Was he hoping I'd get pregnant? Do you want me to have a baby, Jaylar? I asked curiously. He smiled happily. Of course I do. I want you to have my pups. You're my mate. I want you to have 100 pups as soon as you're ready, he said teasingly. I smiled happily. He was so adorable. I lay there watching him, realizing the magnitude of who he was. Jay, what does being alpha mean? I asked curiously. He sighed and wrapped his arm around me tightly, as if he was scared I was going to leave him. Well, I don't know how big Baines Creek is or anything, but basically, I'll need to hold pack meetings each month, keep the peace between pack members, make any decisions that need to be made, sort out any disputes, and make sure the rules are adhered to. That kind of thing, he said, frowning. Rules? I didn't even know the rules. What kind of rules? I asked, snuggling closer to his chest. Well, there aren't many rules, really. Humans can't find out about us, we're not allowed to encroach on another pack's territory, and we're not allowed to use our extra abilities to gain anything from the humans, so we can't enter the world's strongest man competitions, that kind of thing, he said, laughing slightly. I smiled. That didn't sound too bad. Didn't you already break the rules by telling me, though? I asked teasingly. You're right. Maybe I should banish myself, he said, smiling confidently at me. You like the power, I said, nodding. He laughed and shook his head. No, not really. I didn't want this, not yet. But I guess in a way, I knew I would be alpha one day. My body wants to be alpha. It's the bloodline. It makes me more dominant even if I don't want to be. I don't respond well to authority. I never have, he said a little sadly. Jay, if you really don't want to be alpha, then why did you take it? I asked. I was glad he took it. What he did for Dom was incredible, and I would always be grateful to him for looking out for my father. I don't want Trey getting it and turning the pack as he has with the Tridents, he said simply. I frowned at the thought of Trey. Are you really going after Trey? I asked quietly, feeling tears welling up in my eyes. He looked at me curiously, a sad expression on his face. You don't want me to stop him? Do you still love him, Shorty? He asked, his voice rough. Love him? Did he think I was in love with Trey? I pressed myself against him more tightly. No, I don't love him, Jaylar. I haven't loved him for over 3 years, I said honestly. He looked at me confused. Then why are you crying, Shorty? He whispered, brushing my tears away. I don't want you to get hurt, Jaylar. I know Trey's boys, they're not like you. They're mean and ruthless. I don't want you anywhere near them. I don't want anyone near them, I said, my voice breaking slightly at the thought of him, Scott, his father, and my father all fighting. He sighed. It needs to be done. You won't be safe until he's gone. Your mother won't be safe, he said quietly. I knew it needed to be done. Trey wouldn't stop. If he wanted us all dead, we'd die. Are you sure you can do it without getting hurt? I asked. He smiled confidently. I'm sure, Shorty. Don't start worrying. He kissed my nose, but I couldn't help it. He sighed. Brookson, honestly, stop worrying. We'll have the element of surprise on our side. He won't have time to group or anything. Most likely he'll be asleep, and I'll be back within the hour. I nodded. He looked so confident it was hard to doubt him. Can I come with you? I could show you his house, I said hopefully. His expression hardened. No way. You're not going anywhere near him ever again, he said firmly. I frowned. But I could help you. I know where his boys live. I know the way in. We're not talking about this, he said sternly. I sighed and nodded, deciding to change the subject. He still looked angry. What happens when you go back to college? How can you be so far away and still be alpha? I asked, running my fingers down his chest. He smiled. I'll have to transfer here somewhere. I was going to do that anyway. You were? How come? I asked, barely able to contain my excitement that he wasn't leaving me. He laughed. We're mated. As if I could be that far away from you, he said, holding me tightly. Well then, Alpha Phillips of Baines Creek, I'm very glad you'll be sticking around, I said honestly. He groaned. I really hate that, you know, he whined, making me laugh. He was a badass alpha wolf, but he could still complain. Hate what? Being called Alpha Phillips? I asked. He nodded. Yeah, it's just too weird, he said, shuddering slightly. I grinned and decided to tell him the truth. Well, personally, I think it's attractive. He pulled me closer. Oh, it does, huh? I nodded. Well, would it help if I told you I'm technically alpha of 2 packs now? He asked, smirking at me. 2. I asked, confused. He nodded. Technically, I'm alpha of Willow Creek now, too, but I haven't actually claimed it, he said, grimacing slightly. You are? How come? He sighed sadly. Well, when I went to talk to my father today, he said something I didn't like, and I challenged him. He backed away, so technically, he's handed me the pack. He was going to make the announcement at the meeting tonight, but I've told him I don't want it yet. He's going to run the pack until I'm ready for it. Holy cow, Jaylar. Can you run 2 packs? I asked, shocked. He smiled sadly. Yeah, maybe in a couple of years. But I'm thinking that once I've taken care of Trey, I'll step down as Alpha of Baines Creek and let them have a competition for it. I frowned. I didn't want him to step down. This was my father's pack. But it wasn't my choice. If that's what you want to do, I said. We'll see how it goes. You and I can talk about it in a couple of months, he said casually. He smiled at me, and I still couldn't quite wrap my head around the fact that he was mine. He was looking at me as if I were the only girl on the planet. I kissed his chest, feeling happy. He groaned. Brookson, you're distracting me. I smiled. Do something about it then, Jaylar. Trey's POV. He's on the phone, Daniel said, handing me his cell. I grinned and took it. Finally. Well, I asked into the phone. It's been arranged. They're coming for you tomorrow night around midnight, he answered, his voice shaking with fear. Midnight? You're sure? I asked sternly. Yes. They're meeting at the field at 10, then coming over to your territory, and JLR wants to go in around midnight, he said quickly. I felt a growl building at the mention of his name. That traitor stole my girl and mated her. I could feel my hands shaking, so I took a deep breath, willing myself to calm down. I'd already shifted 3 times tonight because I couldn't control my temper. How many of them are coming? I asked. About 17, he answered. There's something else you should know. I sighed. What now? I asked, bored of speaking to him. He was such a coward. Jaylar is Alpha of Baines Creek now. He mated with the Alpha's daughter. No, I shouted, my whole body shaking as I struck the table. He stole my girl, and now he's stolen my pack. They were mine, both of them. Alpha, calm down, Simeon, one of my high-ranking pack members said, putting his hand on my shoulder. I spun around and struck him, taking my anger out on him. Jaylar had ruined everything for me. I had the perfect girl and the perfect plan. I was with her for 4 years trying to get that pack, and that guy mated her when I couldn't. I could feel the rage building. I loved Brookson, and he took her away from me. She would never have mated with him willingly. He must have forced her somehow. Once he was gone, she'd want me again, and I could finally claim Baines Creek. That had been my plan as soon as I found out Dominic Logan had an illegitimate daughter. I found her and pursued her until she agreed to go out with me. I never expected to actually fall in love with her, but Brookson was special. She was mine. Trey, Daniel said sternly. I snapped out of my rage and looked down at Simeon on the floor. I didn't even realize I was still hitting him. If he's not gone, take him to the hospital, I said, nodding at him. Daniel nodded grimly and bent to check his pulse. I put the phone back to my ear to see if the caller was still there, watching as Daniel signaled 2 of my boys to carry Simeon out of the room. You've done a good job, Davin. You can come and get your wife now. You're both free to go, but I suggest you leave your pack. They won't be too pleased when they find out you passed this information on to me, now will they? I asked. I can come and get her, he asked hopefully. I smiled. Stupid fool. As if I could really let them live and run off to tell Jaylar I knew he was coming. Absolutely. She'll be where we met earlier, I said, rolling my eyes. Thank you, Alpha Newton. Thank you, he cried. I snapped the phone shut and threw it to Daniel. He's coming for his mate. Wait until he sees her, then end her. Make him watch before you finish him. That will teach him not to betray his pack. I turned to the rest of my boys sitting in the living room. They're coming here at midnight tomorrow. They want to take out all the high rankers and replace them with their own. I told you they'd make the move quickly, I said, looking at them individually as their faces hardened. Therefore, we'll move on to them before that. If we take out Jaylar, then they'll stop their move on us. He's the one driving this plan. I had told my pack this was a coup and that the Willow Creek high rankers wanted our pack for themselves. If they knew they were just coming for me, they might not fight for me, and I needed help. Jaylar was strong, too strong for me on my own. Some of them growled. Tell the boys we'll go to his house at around 5. I want him. I want my girl and her mother. Everyone else there's gone, understand. I ordered. He's tough, the toughest I've fought, so don't try to take him down alone. We need to stop him shifting. Once he's shifted, it's over, so drug him before he gets the chance. My shoulder and back were still aching even though I'd spent most of the day shifted to heal. And no one touches my girl. Anyone lays a finger on her and I will personally destroy you, got it? I growled. Yes, Alpha, they chanted. Good. Go get some sleep. Meet here at 4, I said, nodding for them to leave. Daniel hung around at the back. Is Simeon okay? I shook my head. He should be fine if he can shift to heal. I grinned. Guess I need to work on my temper. It's just the thought of that guy that makes me so angry. He's stolen my life, and tomorrow he's going to pay for it. Chapter 20. Jaylar's POV. I woke up in the morning with Brookson wrapped tightly in my arms. I grinned and pressed myself to her, wanting her closer to me. I had been dreaming about waking up with her every day since the mating. She looked so beautiful this morning. Her hair was all knotty and splayed over the pillow. She was fast asleep and looked peaceful, just like a sleeping angel. I looked over her shoulder at the clock, knowing it would be 6 in the morning. I always woke at the same time. I pulled away from her slightly, wanting to look at her. She was just perfect. I couldn't believe she had all those hang-ups about her appearance. Trey would pay tonight. I would make him beg before he was gone. I could feel the anger boiling up inside me at the thought of him, so I forced myself to stop. Today was going to be a long day. I didn't need to be thinking about him all day. I'd think about him when the time came tonight. Brookson shivered and clutched the sheet tighter. I didn't usually bother with any covers at all. My body ran hotter being a shifter, so I didn't feel the cold. I scooted closer to her again, letting my body warm hers while I watched her sleep. I knew I was a little obsessive, but I just couldn't look away from her. I could look at her forever and never get bored. After a couple of hours, she stirred, pressing her face into my chest as she sighed slightly. I ran my hands down her back, savoring the feeling of being close to her, praying that she would never want to be away from me again. Now that I had woken up to her once, I wanted to do it every day. Actually, I needed to do it every day. Once all of this Trey stuff was over, I'd ask her to move in with me, or maybe she'd rather I move in with her so her mother wouldn't be alone. I wasn't too sure her mother would go for that, though. She pulled her head back and smiled sleepily. "Hey, you," she mumbled, rubbing her face slightly. I grinned at just how beautiful she was this early in the morning. She was affecting me so much, and all she did was smile. I really was in deep with this bond. "Hey, shorty, you sleep okay?" I asked, brushing her hair away from her face. She nodded and pressed herself closer to me. "Yep." "You?" she asked, grinning happily. I nodded. "Best night's sleep ever," I said honestly. She laughed. "Yeah, did I wear you out?" she asked teasingly. I grinned. "Wear me out?" She really had a lot to learn about shifters. "Yeah, shorty, you wore me out," I said, kissing her gently. She kissed me back, wrapping her arms around my neck and pulling me closer. I just couldn't get enough of her. I really needed to remember that she was half human, and I needed to take it easy. It was so hard to let her rest when all I wanted to do was be with her 24 hours a day. After another hour in bed, we got up. I dressed, and she threw on my t-shirt. I groaned internally. She looked incredible in my clothes. "I'm hungry. Do you have any food in the house, Jay?" she asked, looking at me hopefully. I grabbed her hand and pulled her downstairs. "What's your favorite breakfast?" I asked curiously, praying that I had whatever it was. She shrugged. "I don't usually eat much breakfast, so anything you have will be fine," she said casually. "Yeah, you don't like to eat in the mornings?" I asked as I led her to the kitchen, pulling out a stool for her to sit on. She laughed. "You're such a gentleman, Jay." Opening car doors, pulling out chairs. "What's next?" "Lying your jacket in a puddle so I don't get my feet wet," she asked teasingly. I shook my head. "Why ruin a jacket?" "I'd just carry you over," I said, shrugging, making her laugh. I made French toast for breakfast, and she ate 3 slices. So much for not eating much in the mornings. "So, what do you think it's going to be like meeting your pack today?" she asked. "Our pack," I corrected. She laughed. "Yeah, okay, Alpha Phillips." "I'm sure I'll have a lot to do with a pack," she said sarcastically. I frowned. She had no idea how a mating worked. Part of me was glad that she didn't realize the influence she had over me, but the other part of me felt guilty. Maybe I should explain it to her. I didn't think she was one to start demanding things or changes, but whatever she asked for, she'd get. In a way, this was really her pack more than it was mine. I'd be the one to make the decisions and run it, but if she needed something, then it would be done. End of story. "Shorty, it's your pack too. I need your help and support to run it." "Your opinions matter to me," I said honestly. She smiled, looking at me tenderly. My heart was starting to beat faster at the soft, loving look she was giving me right now. It made me feel like the only guy in the world. "Well, what do you think it's gonna be like meeting our pack today then?" she asked, looking at me curiously, cocking her head to the side. Instinctively, my eyes dropped to the collar of the t-shirt she was wearing and the red mark on her neck. I shivered slightly. That mark was perfect. "Jay, she's waiting for an answer." "Stop staring." I have no idea." "Hopefully, it'll be okay." I just hope that your father doesn't get too much of a hard time for not being true to his mate, I said honestly. She got up out of her chair and walked around the counter to me. I twisted in my chair to face her as she climbed up onto my lap, wrapping her arms around my neck. She buried her face in my neck. I hope he's okay, she said quietly. I kissed the side of her head as I rubbed my hands down her back. He'll be fine, shorty, don't worry. And by the way, our pack is gonna love you, I said honestly. How could they not love someone like her? Full shifter or not, she was just so adorable and kind. And she was strong, a typical alpha female. Not physically strong like a shifter, but emotionally strong. She let Trey treat her that way for years to protect her mother. She would have stayed with him forever to save her mother. She'd have to be strong not to be broken right now. Our pack's going to love you, too, Alpha Phillips, she mumbled as she lightly bit my shoulder, making me sigh. She really did know how to tease me. I finally managed to pull myself away from her at 11, and we drove over to Scott's to pick up Beth for the barbecue. I'd phoned Dom, and he said it was probably a good idea that she go in case people wanted to meet her, seeing as she was the one he had been with. I gripped Brookson's hand as we headed into Scott's to get her mom. Hey, Jay, I was thinking I'd come to yours about 6:30 tonight in case there's anything you need help with before we go to the field, Scott said, looking at Brookson, who went stiff when he mentioned tonight. She didn't want us to go. She was worried about us getting hurt, but to be honest, there wasn't much chance of that. We had surprise, numbers, and skills on our side. Trey was going to be easy to take down. I should have just finished him off at Brookson's yesterday when I had the chance. I should have ignored her begging me and just ended it then. It would have been easy. I wrapped my arm around her. Yeah, great man. 6:30 is fine, I said, nodding. Scott really was the best friend a guy could ask for. I really wish I could ask him to be my second. He deserved it. He wasn't even of age for another month, but he was ready for it. When I took Willow Creek from my father, I would definitely make him my second. Beth was saying her goodbyes to Scott's parents. Brookson was chatting with Mel in whispers, and I wanted to know what they were talking about. I wondered if they were talking about me. If I listened, would that be an invasion of privacy? I laughed at myself. I really was obsessed. What's funny? Scott asked, grinning. I shook my head. I am so whipped, I admitted, laughing. He punched me on the shoulder, rolling his eyes. Jaylar Phillips, whipped. Never thought I'd see the day, he said, laughing. I grinned. Me either, I said, shrugging. When Beth was finally ready, we left, making our way over to Dom's house. Luckily, Beth knew the way, as we were short on time, and being late to my own introduction wouldn't create a very good impression. We pulled up at 10 to 12, but there were already a lot of people here, probably at least 100. This pack was bigger than I thought. It must be almost the same size as Willow Creek. I held Brookson tightly to my side as we walked into the house. People were smiling and nodding respectfully as we walked past. This was so weird. I spotted Dom in the kitchen, pulling out plate after plate of meat to put on the barbecue. Alpha Phillips, Brookson, Beth, he said, nodding respectfully. Alpha Logan, how are you? I asked, holding out my hand to him. He laughed. I'm good, and it's just Dom now, he said, grinning as he shook my hand. He greeted the girls and turned back to me. I told them this morning. I asked everyone here from 11 to get it out of the way before you came. I hope that's okay, he said, almost apologetically. I nodded. I would have helped you. Did everything go okay? I asked curiously. I knew his pack would give him a hard time for the past, and I wanted to be here to help him and calm the crowd if needed. He laughed. Alpha, Baines Creek is an awesome pack. We're very close, more like a family. Families forgive mistakes. Everything was fine. They're excited to see you, he said, looking pleased. I grinned and breathed a sigh of relief. I thought I would be fighting with them to banish him from the pack. I thought they would challenge my decision. Dom, you can call me Jaylar or Jay, I said, laughing at just how ridiculous Alpha sounded when applied to me. I just couldn't get used to it. I actually liked the sound of it from Brookson's mouth, though. He grinned. I guess I should if you're mated to my daughter, he said, shrugging. I kissed Brookson, trying my best to ignore how perfect she felt against me. Peter came over, grinning. Alpha Phillips, good to see you. I know you said you didn't want to ask for the help of your pack, but I was speaking to a few of the high rankers, and they want to come with us tonight, he said, almost apologetically. They did? Really? I asked, a little shocked. Maybe this was a good pack. He nodded. Yeah, they want to protect their alpha and his mate, he said, smiling at Brookson warmly. She smiled back. I sighed. I really didn't want them to have to do this for me. I'd been alpha for less than a day, and already they were having to risk their lives. Okay, well, I'll talk to them later, see how it goes, I said, trying to think of a way I could say thanks, but no thanks without hurting anyone's feelings. Come on. Peter, why don't you put this food on the barbecue? I'll introduce Jaylar to everyone, Dom said, holding out a huge plate of sausages and burgers. Beth grabbed another one off the side. I'll help you put it on. I'm not needed, right, Jay? Beth asked hopefully. She was nervous about being the other woman. She said in the car she didn't want people to hate her, but it was a long time ago, and technically, she didn't do anything wrong anyway. Yeah, you're not needed, Beth. Don't worry, I said, smiling reassuringly at her. She sighed, seeming to relax as she followed Peter out of the back door into the garden. Dom smiled. Ready? He asked. I nodded and grabbed Brookson's hand as we followed him out into the garden. His garden was huge, it backed right onto the woods, and he had taken down the fences so people were just milling around everywhere. There were so many people, probably close to 150 men, women, and children, all standing, watching our every move. Wow, this is a big pack. Brookson stiffened next to me, her hand squeezing mine so tight I was a little worried she'd hurt herself. I shook her hand lightly, trying to get her to loosen her grip as we walked behind Dom to the little patio area. Calm down, Shorty, I whispered. She nodded and put on a brave smile. Okay, guys, so after my announcement earlier, I'm proud to introduce you to your new Alpha Jaylar Phillips, Dom said loudly, grinning at me. Oh man. People started clapping and cheering. I held up a hand to stop them, and everyone was quiet instantly. That was awesome. I smiled, a little overwhelmed at the power I had over these people, that they would just instantly stop talking like that with the raise of my hand. Hey, it's nice to meet you all. I look forward to talking to you all individually. I know you're probably worried about what having a new alpha will mean for you, but basically, I don't want to change anything. Alpha Logan and I will sit down and talk about how he ran the pack, and I'll try my best to stick to the things that work for everyone, I said honestly. I didn't want to come in and disrupt everyone's lives. I pulled Brookson a little closer to me. This is my mate, Brookson Mills, your alpha female. I want everyone to know that although Brookson isn't a full shifter, she is still alpha female by blood and by bond, and I expect people to respect that, I said sternly. Jaylar, don't, Brookson whispered, gripping my arm and blushing. I smiled at her. I needed to get our pack to respect her. No one would dare disrespect a normal alpha female, but I didn't want people thinking they could get away with anything because she couldn't shift. Okay, Shorty, I'm done, I said, nodding reassuringly at her. I turned back to the crowd. So, Alpha Logan's laid on some awesome food and stuff, and Brookson, and I will be happy to meet anyone. But I am really bad with names, so please forgive me if I have to ask you a couple of times what your name is, I said, grimacing slightly. People chuckled in the crowd. Does anyone have anything they want to ask while we're all together? I asked curiously. It would probably be easier to get this all out of the way instead of repeating it 100 times. A couple of hands went up in the crowd. I smiled and pointed to a guy in his mid-30s. Yeah, I was just wondering if you'll be staying in the area. Alpha Logan mentioned you were in college, he asked. Yeah, I'll be transferring closer to here so I can be near my pack and my mate, I said, nodding. I pointed to a lady who had her hand up. Will you still be running monthly meetings? She asked. I nodded. Yeah, monthly meetings. I'll probably call the first next week after I've spent a little time with Alpha Logan, I said, looking at him. Dom, he said, grinning. Right, I said, laughing. I kept forgetting that. Will you be changing the high rankers? Bringing in some people from your old pack, a guy asked curiously. I shook my head. No. As long as the people who are Dom's high rankers are happy to be mine, then I don't see that there will be a problem, I said, frowning. I really needed to speak to Scott and make sure that this was okay with him. I knew that he always thought he would be my second too, and I didn't want him to be disappointed or angry with me. There were a few more questions. People wanted to know how old we were, how long we had been mated, and they wanted to know about my father and my alpha blood. I answered everything honestly. It was easier to just get this all out of the way now. After about 20 minutes, the questions were done, and I was starving. So guys, let's eat, and we can start to get to know people better, I said, eyeing the barbecue longingly. I smiled at Brookson as people started to talk amongst themselves. Did I do okay, Shorty? I whispered, wrapping my arms around her tightly. She grinned. You did excellently, Alpha Phillips, she whispered back, making a shiver run down my back. I kissed her gently, pulling away before I got distracted. Let's get some food. I'm starving, and maybe your mom will need a hand, I said, looking over at the crowd of people all milling around her getting food. She nodded, and I led her towards the food eagerly. We didn't get very far. We were stopped every foot of the way to meet people. It seemed like every single person was just taking turns to talk to us. After an hour of talking, we were still only halfway to the food. Dom came over and handed me and Brookson a burger each, slapping me on the back, amused. Thank goodness. We continued to talk to people while I inhaled my burger, making Brookson laugh at me. Everyone seemed really nice and was very welcoming and friendly. A little girl of about 4 ran over and tripped in front of us. Brookson immediately bent down and picked her up. Hey, you okay, sweetie? She asked, rubbing the little girl's knee. The little girl started to cry and shook her head. Does your knee hurt? Brookson asked soothingly. The little girl nodded. Brookson smiled and kissed her fingers before rubbing the little girl's knee. There, all better, right? That was a magic kiss. I learned it from my mom, Brookson said, smiling at her as she sat down next to her. Really? The little girl asked, wiping her face. Brookson nodded, smiling, making the little girl smile back. I could see her parents looking at us, unsure whether to approach or not, probably intimidated, thinking she was in trouble or something. They made their way over timidly. What's your name, sweetie? Brookson asked as the girl sat in Brookson's lap. Isabella, she said, playing with Brookson's hair. That's a pretty name, Brookson said, smiling happily. She'll make a good mom. I'm sorry, Isabella's mom said, looking horrified. I sat down next to Brookson. Don't be sorry. It's fine, don't worry, I said honestly. So, Isabella, how old are you? I asked. She grinned. 4.5, she said proudly. Really? Is that all? I would have said you were at least 5, I said jokingly. She grinned at me proudly. We chatted with her parents for a while, and in the end, a group of about 20 kids and moms were all hanging around chatting to Brookson. I glanced over to Peter, who waved me over and pointed to a group of guys standing near him. I nodded and turned back to Brookson. Shorty, I just need to go talk to some people, okay? I asked. She nodded and gripped the front of my shirt, pulling me closer so she could kiss me. I kissed her back softly, very aware that my new pack was watching, so I didn't want to get too carried away. I'll be right back. You want anything? Drink? Food? I asked. I'd love a soft drink, she said, smiling her beautiful smile. I couldn't resist kissing her again before I got up. I made my way over to Peter, dodging people and promising to be right back when people stopped me. Hey, everything okay? I asked him as I grabbed another burger, eating it quickly. Yeah, the high rankers want to talk to you about tonight, he said, nodding over to the group of about 10 guys sitting down chatting. I sighed and nodded, making my way over to them. Peter followed me. Hey, guys, I said, sitting down with them. They all bowed their heads respectfully, but to be honest, I was getting used to it now. People had been doing it to me since we arrived a couple of hours ago. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to come and talk to any of you yet, I said honestly. They all smiled. We kinda hung back, so you could meet the rest of the pack. There'll be plenty of time for us to get to know each other, one guy said. I grinned. Thanks, I appreciate it. So you guys want to tell me your names and rank? I asked, looking around at them. They were all a lot older than me, mostly in their early 40s. I tried my best to memorize their names as I went around them. The most important were my top 4. I already knew Peter pretty well, and he seemed like a nice guy. Ricky was my 3rd, Spencer my 4th. So, about tonight, Ricky said, raising his eyebrows at me expectantly. I shook my head. I didn't want them to come. I couldn't ask that of them on my first day. It's fine, guys. I have 17 coming with me from Willow Creek. I can't ask you guys to do that for me, I said sternly. They all looked a little annoyed. Alpha, we're your high rankers. If you're going to fight, we need to be with you, Ricky said fiercely. I looked around at them all. They all had the same expression, determination and annoyance. Guys, I appreciate the offer, but I don't want to ask you to do that. I don't want my first responsibility as Alpha to be asking you to fight for my mate and me. None of this is your problem. I can sort it, I said honestly. Alpha, it is our problem. We're a close pack. We want to come with you. You don't need to ask for support for it to be there. It will always be there, Spencer said sternly. I smiled. They really were nice guys. I looked at Peter. He nodded in agreement. I couldn't really say no to that. Okay, well, thanks. We're meeting at a field in Willow Creek territory at 10. Maybe you could travel with Peter and Dom. They know where it is, I said. Peter nodded. Dom came and sat down next to me. He'd been hovering on the edge of the group, looking like he didn't want to intrude. Actually, Alpha, I was thinking I'd come back with you when you leave. Maybe spend some time with Brookson and Beth, he said, looking at me hopefully. Sure, Dom, that'd be fine. And I told you to call me Jaylar. You can all call me Jaylar, I said, smiling. They all nodded. I'd better get back to Brookson. Thank you, guys. I'll see you tonight, and then we can maybe have a meeting in the week so I can get to know you all better. Sort out anything that needs sorting, I said, standing up. They all stood and bowed their heads again. I'll see you tonight, I said, a little uncomfortably, but trying desperately not to show it. I thought I was getting used to the whole bowing thing, but apparently not. I grabbed 2 drinks from the cooler and headed back over to my angel, who was still sitting there chatting happily with a bunch of women whilst making a daisy chain with Isabella. God, I loved that girl so much. Watching her with that little girl, I couldn't help but hope. But I knew that it would be better for us to wait a couple of years. She hadn't even finished school. I didn't want to take any opportunities away from her. I sat down behind her, scooting forward so her back was pressed against my chest, and breathed in her scent. Hey, everything okay? She asked, pressing into me. I wrapped my arms around her. I mumbled against the back of her head. Everything was fine now that I was back at her side. After another hour, the barbecues started to wind down. By the time everyone left, and I had passed out my number to everyone in case of emergencies, it was almost 5:30. We'd better go, Shorty. Scott's coming in a bit, I said, brushing her hair away from her face. She nodded. I'm ready when you are. Dom, I'd better go. Scott's coming at 6:30, I called. He nodded. I'm done now. I'll finish this tomorrow, he said, throwing the last of the rubbish in the bin. I led Brookson out to my car, opening her door for her. Hey, you waited, I said, laughing as she stood there waiting for me to open her door. She grinned. I remembered, she said, rolling her eyes. I shut her door. You coming in my car or following? I asked Dom. I'll follow in a couple of minutes. I'll bring Beth. I just want to put the rest of the food in the fridge and stuff, he called, heading into the house with a plate of food. I held Brookson's hand on the way back to mine. I was really happy. The pack was great. They seemed to love her to pieces, which was the most important thing in the world to me. When we pulled up, I jogged around to get her door. She was breathtaking, honestly, the most beautiful thing in my world. Thank you, Alpha Phillips, she said teasingly, biting her lip. I stopped breathing. I knew her emotions were high. I could tell by the look on her face. I didn't need to smell it to know what she was thinking right now. I pressed my body against hers and pushed her against the car gently as I kissed her. God, she tasted amazing. Kissing her seemed to get better and better every time. I heard Dom's car pull up, but I couldn't break the kiss. I could have a few more seconds. I felt a sharp pain in the back of my neck. "Ow," I said, pulling back and rubbing my neck. There was something there at the back of my neck. I pulled it off and looked at it. It was a little silver thing, no bigger than a thimble, with a needle point at one end. "What's that?" Brookson asked, looking at it curiously. My head was swimming. "What the hell is that?" My throat was getting dry. I glanced up to see Dom walking towards us. I saw him flinch and clutch the side of his throat, pulling his hand away, looking at something confused. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Oh my God. Trey's here. I shoved Brookson against the car roughly, spinning around. Someone had shot me with something. I tried to shift, but I couldn't. I tried again, but I definitely couldn't shift. My head was swimming, my vision getting a little blurry. I was vaguely aware of Brookson squirming behind me. "Jaylar, what the hell's going on?" she asked, scared. I needed to get her out of here. He was here. He'd shot me with something to stop me shifting. I couldn't protect her. I could barely stand. I grabbed my keys from my pocket with shaky hands. My whole body was getting weak. I fought with everything in me to stay upright. I glanced at Dom just as he collapsed to the floor. "Go, Brookson, go now," I gasped, trying to stay on my feet. I was so tired and dizzy. She was holding me tightly. I could tell she was crying. "Jaylar? Oh God, please, are you okay?" she asked desperately. I used the last of my strength to turn around and wrenched open the car door. "Go now," I shouted, throwing the keys at her, leaning against the car for support. "Oh God, Shorty, please get away, please." I tried again and again to shift, but I couldn't even feel my wolf. It was like it just wasn't there. "Go," I shouted fiercely, knowing I couldn't protect her. I was going to pass out any second. "Wow, you're a strong one, huh? I shot you with enough tranquilizer to take down a small elephant, yet you're still on your feet," Trey said, laughing. I spun around and pushed myself away from the car, willing myself not to fall over. My legs felt like jelly. I was so angry, but I couldn't do anything. He was grinning from ear to ear. "I'm gonna rip you to pieces," I growled. I couldn't stand it anymore. I fell to my knees, vaguely aware of Brookson screaming. Everything was closing in around me. My whole body was going numb. He laughed. "You don't seem to be in a very good position to be making threats," he sneered at me. I tried again to shift, but nothing. This was it. I watched as his foot came up and smashed into my face. I didn't even have time to feel it before I was unconscious. Chapter 21. Brookson's POV. Jaylar let go of my hand, grinning as he jumped out of the car and ran around to my side to open my door. He was so adorable. I wondered how long he would be like this. Trey was great to start with. I wondered how long Jaylar would think I was the most special girl in the world. He smiled as he opened the door for me. He kept making me feel this way, and the attraction for him was intense. "Thank you, Alpha Phillips," I said, trying to keep my composure. My parents were due here any minute, so we didn't have time to get distracted. I didn't want to tease him. I knew he could sense when I was feeling close to him. It was too late. He already knew. A look of affection crossed his handsome face as he pushed me gently against the car, pressing his body to mine. He kissed me softly, making my heart beat faster. I gripped his shirt so he couldn't pull away. I loved him more than anything. Suddenly, he pulled out of the kiss. "Ow," he said, rubbing his neck. I looked at him curiously as he pulled his hand away from his neck and looked at it. There was a small silver object in his hand. "What's that?" I asked. "Where did he get that from?" He just looked at it, confused. He looked over, and I saw Dom walking towards us. Suddenly, I was pressed against the car with Jaylar's back pushing against me so hard it was actually hurting. I squirmed, trying to move. He was looking around, tense but seeming unsteady on his feet. "What is he doing?" "Jaylar, what is going on?" I asked, getting scared as he swayed slightly. I wrapped my arms around his waist, trying to help him. Was he sick? I could feel the panic rising in my chest. Something was wrong with him. He needed a doctor. I looked over at my mom. about to shout for her to help him, when I noticed she was looking at Dom worriedly. He was swaying on his feet too, clutching his knees for support. What is happening? Dom collapsed, and I couldn't keep the tears from falling. Something bad had happened, and I didn't even know what. I turned my attention back to Jaylar, trying to push him away from me so I could help him, but he had trapped me against the car. I couldn't move an inch. Go, Brookson, go now, he gasped, his voice husky and scared. Go? What is he talking about? Jaylar? Oh God, please, are you okay? I asked, trying to hold him up as he seemed on the verge of falling over. He pulled away from me quickly and yanked open the car door. Go now, he shouted as he threw the keys at me. I was too shocked to catch them, so they fell to the floor. The look on his face terrified me. He was pale and sweating slightly. His whole body was shaking. What is he talking about? Go where? Why? Gio, he shouted again when I didn't move. Then I saw him. Trey was walking out of the trees with 3 of his boys. I could feel the panic taking over. Trey was going to hurt Jaylar, and Jaylar was sick. He couldn't defend himself. I desperately tried to think of something, but Jaylar was getting paler, leaning against the car, looking like he was struggling to stand. He was begging me with his eyes to leave him. He wanted me to go on my own because he knew Trey was here. I was frozen on the spot. I wouldn't leave him. I'd never leave him. Trey smiled at me before turning his attention to Jaylar's back. Wow, you're a strong one, huh? I shot you with enough tranquilizer to take down a small elephant, yet you're still on your feet, he said, laughing. Jaylar stiffened and turned around quickly, moving back in front of me again. He was trying to stay between Trey and me, but he was swaying, looking like he was going to fall over. I'm gonna destroy you, he growled menacingly. Why wasn't he shifting to protect himself like last time? He felt his knees, and I stopped breathing. If Trey hurt Jaylar, it was going to destroy me. Trey took a few steps towards Jaylar's unsteady figure. I didn't even realize I was screaming until my throat started to hurt. Trey laughed, and the sound made my blood run cold. He sneered at Jaylar. You don't seem to be in a very good position to be making threats, he said angrily. I knew this was bad by the look on Trey's face. The only thing I could do was try to get him to let Jay go somehow. He raised his foot and kicked Jay, making him slump to the floor instantly. I looked up at Trey, my heart breaking. He drew back his foot and kicked Jay in the stomach. Trey! I screamed, pushing myself away from the car. Please stop this. He kicked him again before his face snapped up to mine and softened slightly. Please stop, I whispered. I heard my mom screaming at me to stay away from him, but I couldn't. I needed to help Jay. Please, Trey, please, I begged as I reached him. I tried not to look at Jaylar's motionless body on the floor. I needed to stay strong. If Trey knew how much I loved Jay, he would be gone. He reached out his hand and touched my face. Hey, baby, he said, stepping closer to me. Hey, I whispered, not trusting my voice to speak. I felt sick as he touched me. His hand pulled away, and he slapped me hard. I fell to the floor next to Jaylar. I almost screamed when I looked at his face. He was injured, with a cut across the bridge of his nose. Oh God, Jay, please be okay. I could see his chest rise. He was still breathing. I reached for his hand. Trey grabbed me and pulled me up. I could barely see him through the tears in my eyes. I'm sorry, baby, are you okay? Trey asked, pulling me to his chest and hugging me tightly. Is he sorry? Is he kidding me? Are we ready to go? Daniel asked Trey. He nodded. Yeah, call Leland and Jason and tell them to bring the cars, Trey said, stroking the side of my head. Cars? Is he taking us somewhere? Please let him just leave Jay and my mom here. I heard Daniel talking on the phone, but all I could focus on was the sound of my mom screaming at me. I looked over at her. One of Trey's boys was holding her tightly while she kicked and screamed, trying to get free. A van and a car pulled up, skidding to a stop a few feet from us. A couple of Trey's other boys jumped out of the back, heading towards Jaylar's body on the floor. I stiffened. Were they taking him? Trey, just take me. Leave them, please. I'll come with you, please, I begged, watching as they pushed my mom towards the car. He laughed. Okay, baby, whatever you say, he said, nodding at his boys. Two of them searched Jaylar's pockets, taking his cell, then picked him up and threw him roughly into the back of the van. Please, I begged, clinging to him tightly. He just ignored me. Take Logan too, Trey said, nodding towards Dom. Why are you taking them? I asked desperately. He sighed and turned back to me. Because you need to learn not to disrespect me and to do as you're told. You're mine. You're supposed to be mine, he growled angrily as he gripped my arm tightly, shoving me towards the car. Get in, he said sternly. How am I going to save Jay if he won't even listen to me? Trey, please, I won't disrespect you again. Please, I'm so sorry. Just take me and leave them alone. Please, I'll do anything, I begged, sobbing. He grabbed me and kissed me roughly. I squeezed my eyes shut. He pulled out of the kiss and pushed me towards his car so hard that I fell and slammed my chest into the seat, knocking my breath out of me. Brookson, get in the car now, he shouted, making me flinch. I nodded and climbed in, scooting over to my mom, who was crying hysterically. It's okay. Everything's gonna be okay, I lied soothingly as I hugged her tight. I couldn't think of a single plan, not a single thing that would help us all out of this situation. Jaylar, my mom, and Dom were all in danger because of me, and by the look on Trey's face, it wouldn't be good. After 20 minutes of driving, we pulled into Trey's drive. My mom was still sobbing. I kept my eyes firmly fixed on the van in front of us, watching for any signs of Jaylar. I couldn't see him get hurt, this was killing me, and it was all my fault. Trey came to my door and gripped my arm, pulling me out of the car roughly. I grabbed my mom's hand, keeping her close behind me as he led me through the familiar house. It felt like I hadn't been here in years, but in all honesty, I had stayed here on Friday night, so that was only 2 nights ago. Sit down, Beth, Trey ordered, pointing to a chair that one of his boys had brought from the dining room and placed in the middle of the living room. She looked at me desperately. I nodded. We needed to go along with whatever he said for now. I needed to keep him calm until I could think of something. Why are you doing this? She asked angrily. He took a step towards her. I stepped in front of him quickly. Please don't hurt her, please, I begged, pushing her towards the chair. He sighed. Fine, now get in the chair, Beth, or I swear I'm gonna hurt you. I don't care what Brookson says, he growled angrily, making my mom flinch. She wasn't used to seeing that face. He was always nice to her. It was probably a shock to her seeing him like this. She sat down just as 4 other guys came in carrying Jaylar and Dom. They were both still unconscious. My mom started crying hysterically again, and I tried desperately not to react. I couldn't let Trey know how much power he had over me. I watched horrified as they tied them to a chair. Jaylar was slumped over, injured. They tied their wrists to the arms of the chairs with leather straps. My mom was wailing loudly. Daniel slapped her across the face. Quiet. You're making my head hurt with all that crying, he shouted. She bit her lip and closed her eyes, trying to calm herself. I heard Trey laugh quietly. I looked at him, horrified. Suddenly, he pushed me against the wall, bending his head and running his nose along my jaw. You smell like him, he growled angrily. He grabbed my hair and yanked my head to the side, making me whimper as pain shot through my scalp. He pulled my top to the side and growled as he looked at Jay's mark on my neck. He ran his finger across it, and I tried not to flinch as I started to feel sick. Why could he mate you and I couldn't? He asked angrily. I gulped. The bloodlines. He said something about alpha blood. I gasped as he pulled my hair harder. He growled again. Bloodlines? Like when an alpha is passed down through generations, he asked, frowning. I tried to nod, but his grip tightened on my hair. Yes, I croaked. So you're mated to a bloodline alpha, he said, turning his nose up. I tried desperately to think of something. The only thing I could think of was to play up my human side. No, not really. Trey, please, you're hurting me, I said, holding his wrist, trying to get him to let go of my hair. He looked at me, interested, and finally let go. What do you mean, not really, he asked. I pressed myself to him, hating myself, but I'd do anything to keep Jay safe. Anything. It didn't work, not properly. I'm not a full shifter. I don't love him, Trey. I love you. I'll always love you, I lied, pulling him closer to me. He looked at me, and I tried to look like I wasn't disgusted with myself right now, that I wasn't feeling sick saying these words to him. I was so glad Jaylar was unconscious so that he couldn't hear these lies. You still love me? Trey asked, looking at me hopefully as he put his hands on my hips. I nodded. Of course I do, Trey. We've been together for 4 years. I've always loved you, always, I said, pulling him closer. He pulled me against him. I was ready to kill you if you said you loved him, he growled. My breath caught in my throat. He's nothing to me, Trey. You should just let them all go. You don't need to prove anything to me. I promise I'll never do anything like this ever again. You should just punish me if you need to, but please don't hurt them. None of this is their fault. It's mine, I begged, trying to look convincing. I think it was working. His face softened. My heart started to beat faster as I started to hope. It was working. He was gonna let them go. Hey, he's waking up already, Daniel said, sounding shocked. I flinched as Trey's hands tightened on my hips. He turned to look, and I stepped to the side so I could see too. Jaylar had his eyes squeezed shut, his hands in fists, looking like he was concentrating really hard on something. Trey started to laugh. You can't shift if that's what you're trying, he said. Daniel laughed too. Jaylar opened his eyes, his face still looking a little dazed. He looked like he was having trouble staying awake. His gaze slid to me, and a pained, terrified expression crossed his face. Maybe he was hoping I'd get away. Knowing him, he was probably hoping I'd left him to die on his own. Stupid, overprotective boy. Brookson, go please, Jaylar begged, his voice sounding croaky. He was fighting to get out of the chair he was tied to, but the straps were strong. He wasn't getting them undone anytime soon. Trey bounded forward and struck him repeatedly. I ran forward and grabbed his arm. I couldn't see anymore. Every blow felt like he was cutting my heart out. He spun around and slapped me hard across the face again. It hurt worse than before because my cheek was already sore. I fell to the floor as Trey turned back and continued to attack Jay, making him groan with each blow. You don't talk to her again, Trey shouted angrily in his face. I looked at my mom. She was staring with her eyes wide open. Maybe she was in shock. Dom was still unconscious. There was no hope. No one was coming to help. No one even knew there was anything wrong. Trey stepped away from Jay and gripped my wrist, yanking me to my feet. He shoved me towards Jaylar, gripping the back of my hair and pushing my face close to Jay's. Tell him you don't love him, he growled, his hand tightening in my hair. I looked at Jaylar. His beautiful face was battered. It was killing me inside. I couldn't say it. I clamped my jaw tight. I couldn't say it right to his face like that. He nodded slightly, urging me to do it, pleading with me with his eyes. I closed my eyes, not wanting to watch his face as I said the words that were the biggest lie anyone had ever told. I don't love you, Jaylar. I love Trey, I said. Trey yanked me up by my hair. Don't hurt her. Jaylar shouted angrily, squeezing his fists so tight his knuckles went white. Trey sneered at him. I told you, you can't shift. The drug I shot you with is something we've been working on. It's a paralytic, very effective on shifters. You can't even feel your wolf right now, can you? Trey asked, smiling a wicked smile. Jaylar started thrashing in his chair again, his wrists turning red as they rubbed on the straps. I'm gonna kill you. I swear I'm gonna end you, Jaylar growled angrily. Trey struck him hard again. I couldn't watch this anymore. I needed to get him out of here before he angered Trey so much that he wouldn't survive. Trey, hon, just stop. You've made your point. He doesn't matter, I said dismissively. I wrapped my arms around his waist. He took a deep breath and stepped back, pulling me with him. He kissed me roughly, holding the back of my head so I couldn't get away. I squeezed my eyes shut and kissed him back. I heard Jaylar groan, but I didn't stop. When Trey pulled back, I pulled him back to me. By the time he pulled back a second time, we were both breathless. I didn't look in Jay's direction. I couldn't see the look of devastation I knew I'd see there. Let them go, Trey, and take me upstairs. I've missed you, I said, fighting the urge to be sick. I heard Jaylar struggling in his chair again, and I prayed he would just stay quiet this time and let me try. How about I take you upstairs right now? I've missed you too, he said, holding me close. I shook my head. Not like this. I don't like this. Please, just let them go, and I'll do anything you want, I said, trying to be persuasive. A small smile crossed his face. How about I make you a deal? I'll let one of them go. You can choose, he said, shrugging. That's easy. Jaylar. Why not all of them? I asked. One. Choose now, he said sternly. Jaylar, definitely. I loved my mother so much, but if I had to choose, it would be Jaylar. There was no other option for me. That was the only choice I could live with. Let Jaylar go, I said. Trey laughed and rolled his eyes. I can't let him go. He'll run straight to his pack and come back to destroy me, he said, amused by the thought. But you said I could choose, I said, trying not to panic. He cupped my face in his hands. If you don't love him, then why do you want me to let him go? He asked, his face turning hard. Backfire. Think, Brookson, think. Because I don't think you'll hurt my mom or my dad. I think Jaylar's the only one that's in danger here, and I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me. I don't love him, Trey, I lied, hoping my voice sounded true. He pulled out a gun, pointing it at Jaylar whilst watching my face. I stopped breathing, my heart crashing in my chest. I kept my face neutral. Please let this be a bluff. I shrugged, my eyes not leaving Trey's. He smiled and lowered his gun. I must have passed the test. I felt the panic start to recede slightly. Choose either your mom or dad to go free, he said quietly. My mom, I said quickly. Dom was still unconscious. I prayed he would understand when he woke up and found out I had chosen my mom's freedom over his. I think he would. Trey smiled and raised the gun again. Say bye to Daddy, Brookson, he said, grinning. What? He wouldn't. He turned to look at Dom and pulled the trigger. Chapter 22. Scott's POV. I pulled up outside Jay's a little before 6:30. His car was there, so at least he was back from the barbecue already. Mind you, I had a key anyway, so it's not like I would have been waiting outside for him. I jumped out and walked to the door. It was open already. Jay? Brookson? I called as I let myself in. Jay's stuff was everywhere. Literally, everything that should be in a cupboard or drawer was now on the floor. His sofa was on its side, the table smashed. What on earth? I tensed, ready to shift. I backed up against the wall, listening to see if there was anyone in the house. I couldn't hear anything at all. I snapped open my phone and called him quickly. What had happened? Had he been robbed? I ran around the house as I listened to his phone go straight to voicemail. Jay, what happened at your house, man? Seriously, call me as soon as you get this, I said, snapping the phone shut. I tried Brookson, then her mom, but they all went straight to voicemail. The house was empty. There was a smell I didn't recognize. I didn't know the person who had been here. I made my way outside. Jay! I shouted, hoping he would hear if he was in the woods or something. His car was here. He couldn't be far. I glanced up at his car and noticed the passenger door was open. I'd parked on the other side, so I didn't notice before. Why would he leave his door open? I jogged over to see that he'd even left the keys to his house and car just lying on the ground. This was seriously weird. Had something happened? Trey had been here. I'd bet my life on it. I grabbed my phone and called my dad as I ran back to my car. I had no idea where this Trey guy lived. My dad answered just as I was about to give up. I pulled out of the drive and sped back down the road. Dad, something's happened. I've just been to Jay's, and he's not there. The place is a mess. I think Trey's been there. I can't find Jay or Brookson, I said desperately as I floored the gas pedal. What? We need to go there. Where are you now? He asked. I'm going to Christopher's. I don't know where this guy lives. I'll pick up Christopher and I'll come and get you, I said, snapping the phone shut. This was bad. This was really bad. If Trey had Jay and Brookson, they were in serious danger from what Jay said he was threatening to do to them. But we needed to try. He was my best friend. I pulled up at Christopher's, praying he'd be home. Jaylar's POV. Say bye to Daddy, Brookson, Trey said, sneering at her as he raised the gun to point at Dom. She was looking at him, shocked. She didn't think he would do it. He looked around and shot Dom. The sound of the gun made me jump slightly, and I started thrashing in the chair again. Brookson screamed an agonizing scream that ripped my heart out. She was destroying me. Why did she not get in the car and drive away when I said, go? How could she make me watch this now? I looked around to see that Beth was pale and shaking. She was staring at Dom's lifeless body. I was thankful that his head had slumped forward so Brookson couldn't see his face. If by some miracle we lived through this, I didn't want her to see that when she closed her eyes. Why, Trey? Why would you do that? Brookson screamed, beating her fists against him, crying hysterically. Stop it, Shorty. He's going to hurt you again. Please stop. He turned and shoved her hard against the wall. My body went cold at the sound of the impact. She gasped and held her head. I squeezed my hands tight, trying again to shift. I could feel my wolf now, but I had no hold on it. I couldn't do anything. Because he gave away something that should have been mine. Baines Creek was supposed to be mine. You're supposed to be mine, he shouted at her, making her flinch. I was so angry that my whole body was shaking. I am yours, she said quietly. Please don't kiss him again, Shorty. Please, I can't see that again. He slammed his fist against the wall inches from her head, and I couldn't help but growl. It missed her by inches. I looked around the room. There were 5 other guys in here, and all of them looked formidable. These must be his high rankers. The one standing closest to Beth was more relaxed than the others. That meant he was ranked higher than them. He was probably Trey's second. I'd have to take him down quickly, too. He'd be a good fighter. If I could only shift. My wolf was getting closer with every second as the drugs left my system. You can't be mine if you're mated to someone else. Trey shouted, making her flinch again. Hey, why don't you just untie me, and we can sort this out ourselves? Or do you just like fighting girls because they can't fight back? I said angrily. If he could untie me, maybe I could keep him distracted long enough for the drugs to leave my system. Just shut up, Jaylar. Brookson screamed. What is she doing? Does she think she's actually getting somewhere, convincing him to let me go? He had no intention of letting me or her mother go. I think he wanted Brookson himself, though. I don't think he would kill her, but that wouldn't stop him from hurting her. Trey started to laugh. You tell him, baby, he said, brushing her hair away from her face. Trey, I'm not mated to JLR. It didn't work for me. It worked for him, but I don't feel anything for him. Maybe you should try again, she said, gripping her hand around the back of his head. Try again? What does that mean? Try what? It'll hurt you, he said, running his hands down her body, making me feel sick that he was touching my mate. I wanted to break every single bone in his hand so he'd never be able to touch her again. I don't care, Han. Please, please try again, she said, guiding his face to her neck. No. She wants him to try to mark her? No. I screamed, yanking and twisting my arms to try to get them free. I looked over to Beth to see if there was any way she could get free and untie me or something, but she had passed out. She was pale. I turned my attention back to Trey, whose face was inches from my angel's neck. She yelped and squeezed her eyes shut, gripping his shoulders hard as he bit her on the opposite side of her neck to my mark. He pulled back. Forget it, he shouted, punching and kicking the wall over and over again. It didn't work, he screamed angrily. He turned back to me, and I growled at the sight of her blood on his lips. He struck me over and over, taking his anger out on me. I clamped my jaw tight and tried not to make a sound. I didn't want Brookson to worry any more about me than she already was. I sucked in a ragged breath as I felt my ribs and nose snap. He was breathing heavily when he pulled away, and my eyes were stinging, pain shooting down my whole body, making it hard to breathe. Maybe I should kill him first, then try, he said to his second. I looked over at Brookson. She was sitting on the floor crying, with a mark on her neck from the bite. I saw red. I couldn't watch anymore. I didn't care if I couldn't shift. I was stopping Trey. I pushed my feet along the floor quickly, scooting my chair back to the wall. Then I stood up awkwardly and threw myself back at the wall, smashing the chair against it as hard as I could. I felt something hard dig into my back, piercing the skin, and I clamped my teeth tight. I moved forward and slammed back against the chair harder. It worked. One of the arms snapped off, so I could get my wrist free. This was going to work. I couldn't help but get excited. The broken chair was still tied to one of my arms. I glanced up in time to see 3 of the guys shift, including his second. All 6 of them were advancing on me. I didn't have time to free my other hand. One of the wolves launched themselves at me. I gripped the broken chair in my hand and swung it, hitting him hard in the face and sending him shooting back. I wrenched my arm free and picked up one of the metal chair legs. It was all I had. I tried to shift, but nothing. My wolf still wasn't close enough. You really are a tough one, Trey said, looking at me, shocked. Tough enough to stop you, I said honestly. But this wasn't a fight I could win. There were 2 other wolves, 3 shifters who were in human form, and the other wolf that I had hit with the chair was picking himself up off the floor. I couldn't win this fight. I had no chance at all. Trey nodded, and another of the wolves launched at me. I moved to the side, grabbing hold of his throat and slamming him against the wall. I heard a crack, and he slumped to the floor, incapacitated. I turned back too late. The one I had hit with the chair jumped on me, his teeth sinking into my arm, making me drop the only weapon I had. Blinding pain shot up my arm. His weight knocked me to the floor with him on top of me, his teeth snapping inches from my face as he tried to go for my throat. I reached my hand out, trying to grab the chair leg I'd dropped whilst trying to keep his mouth away from my body at the same time. My fingertips grazed it. Come on. I squeezed my eyes shut. I refused to go down before that traitor did. I shoved him hard off of me and rolled to grab the metal chair leg. As he lunged for my throat again, I thrust it up at the same time and drove it straight through his chest. He shifted back to his human body as he fell. I threw him off of me and jumped up just as Trey's body slammed into mine, knocking me back off my feet again. He hadn't shifted, which was a surprise. I would have thought that he would have used my lack of shifting to his advantage. I smiled. If he wasn't going to shift, this was going to be easier. I ducked my head to the side as he went to punch me in the face, making him hit the floor. I heard his hand crunch. I shoved him hard off of me and rolled so I was sitting on top of him, striking his face as hard as I could. Suddenly, I was on the floor again, another wolf on top of me. I was pinned on my front, unable to move. I felt his mouth go around my neck, his teeth about to sink in. This was it. Suddenly, he was gone. I shoved myself up, looking back to see a light 10 wolf locked in a fight with an almost black wolf. Scott. Thank goodness for that. Scott was here. He could get Brookson out of here. They were fairly evenly matched. I ran over to the body of the guy I had fought earlier, grabbing hold of the metal bar and pulling it free. I turned back to find Trey, but he wasn't there on the floor where I left him. I looked around wildly for him just as another wolf ran at me. I jumped to the side and smashed the bar into him. Where was the rest of the help? I needed to get to Brookson so I could keep her safe. Another wolf was advancing on me from the other side. I couldn't protect myself from both sides at the same time. I backed up, trying to get my back against a wall so they would have to approach from the front. I glanced up to see Scott fighting the black wolf. The sound of their fight was deafening. He pulled away quickly, and the black wolf slumped to the floor, shifting back to his human form, clutching at his throat as he fell. Scott turned back and ran towards me to help. There was a loud bang, and Scott fell to the floor mid-stride, blood seeping from his chest. I looked around to see Trey standing there with a gun. He'd shot Scott. I felt sick. The only sound I could hear was Brookson's scream. Chapter 23. Brookson's POV. Trey, I'm not mated to Jaylar. It didn't work for me. It worked for him, but I don't feel anything for him. Maybe you should try again, I lied, still desperately trying to think of a way out. He wasn't going to let Jaylar go. I was going to watch him end. I gripped my hand around the back of Trey's head. It'll hurt you, he said, his eyes raking over my face possessively as he ran his hands down my sides, making my skin crawl. I knew it would hurt. I remembered the last time he tried, but I didn't have a clue what he was doing then. I just thought he bit me. I pulled his head forward towards my neck. I don't care, Han. Please, please try again, I begged. I didn't want to be mated to him, but if it worked and he felt even half of what I felt for Jaylar, then I might be able to convince him to let him go. If I told him I needed him to do it for me, and if the bond was strong enough, he would do it. Scott said that male shifters would do anything for their mates. If this worked, I could make him let Jay and my mom go. No, Jaylar screamed. I could hear him struggling in his chair again. Please be quiet, Jay, please. I clenched my teeth and squeezed my eyes shut as I felt his lips touch my neck. Please work, please. His teeth sank into my neck, and blinding pain shot down my shoulder and up towards my ear. I could feel the blood, and I couldn't help but cry out a little. He pulled back slightly, his face murderously angry. It didn't work. He slammed his fist into the wall near my face, making me whimper slightly. Forget it, he shouted, getting angrier as he punched and kicked at the wall. It didn't work, he screamed. A small part of me was relieved that I wasn't mated to him, but most of me was so devastated that I could barely breathe. It would have been so much easier. I might have been able to save him. Trey turned away from me, and my legs wouldn't support me anymore. I slumped to the floor, my neck burning. Trey turned to Jay and started striking him over and over. My heart sank. This was it. This was where he was gone, and I couldn't even help him. Maybe I should end him first, then try, Trey said breathlessly as he turned to look at Daniel. I prayed that he would end me too. I didn't want to live without Jay. There was no life worth having if he wasn't in it. He was everything to me. I closed my eyes, crying silently. Suddenly, I heard a crash. I panicked and opened my eyes to see Jay throw himself at the wall on the other side of the room. The chair broke, and he got one of his arms free. What is he doing? I jumped up. Trey and his boys all started moving towards him. 3 of them shifted into their wolves, and I pressed against the wall, terrified. These things were huge, and I had only ever seen Jaylar and Trey when they were fighting. One of the wolves jumped towards him, and Jay struck him in the face with the chair. You really are a tough one, Trey said, a little shocked. Tough enough to stop you, Jay growled angrily, his face the picture of rage. I looked around wildly for help, but there was nothing. He was facing 6 of them on his own. Where did Trey leave his gun? I couldn't see it anywhere. He must still have it on him. I took the chance to run over to my mom's chair and frantically started to untie her arms. She'd passed out and was slumped in the chair, but I needed to untie her in case we could somehow make it out of here. I didn't see much chance of that happening. Jay couldn't fight 6 shifters on his own, and I was no use at all. Why did I have to be so helpless? I glanced over to see that Jay was now on his back with a wolf on top of him. He was struggling to reach something. I panicked as the wolf's teeth snapped inches from his beautiful face. Suddenly, he pushed up and rolled at the same time, grabbing what looked like a metal bar and driving it into the wolf's chest. My heart was crashing in my ears. Did he just end someone? The wolf shifted back, and I realized it was Edward. I felt sick as I saw him fall. 5 left. Come on, someone help us, please. Jay jumped to his feet, but Trey slammed into him, sending them both sprawling to the floor again. I saw Jay flip Trey over. His face was hard. He was so angry, he actually looked like a different person. He was winning. Trey was going to be beaten. I couldn't help but get my hopes up. My mom stirred, and I looked down at her. Mom, everything's gonna be okay. You need to be quiet, I whispered quickly as I looked around to see if anyone had seen me untie her. She looked at me, terrified, then looked at Dom and started crying again. Mom, I said, stroking her face reassuringly. I saw a black wolf move from the corner of my eye and was just about to shout for Jay when he launched at Jay's back, sending him sprawling to the floor. My breath caught in my throat as the wolf went for the back of his neck. I felt the scream about to rip itself out when a light 10 wolf shot past me and slammed into the black one. They were snarling and snapping at each other, and the sound was deafening. My mom was wailing again now. I was terrified. Who is the tan wolf, and why is he helping? Please tell me help is here. I was so focused on watching Jaylar push himself up, scanning his face and body for signs of injuries, that I didn't even notice Trey until he grabbed my arm and jerked me away from my mom. I winced at how tight his grip was on my arm. It felt like he was going to break it. I looked around wildly for Jay. He was backed against a wall with 2 wolves advancing on him. He still hadn't shifted. The drugs still stopped him from defending himself. All I could hear were growls and snarls. I saw Trey grab his gun from the waistband of his jeans. He sneered at me. "Now he dies," he said, pointing his gun at Jay. I squeezed my eyes shut. I was so angry. I had never been so angry in my life. I literally felt like my blood was boiling in my veins. It was almost painful. I heard the shot. Oh my God, Trey shot Jaylar. My anger doubled. I couldn't think of anything else other than destroying everyone. Suddenly, I felt like I was being overwhelmed by 1,000 sensations at once. I felt like my skin was on fire, like I was being submerged in heat. I had never felt any pain like this in my life. I screamed and clenched my hands into fists as my whole body shook. Suddenly, the pain was gone. I opened my eyes and looked over to Jay, expecting to see him lying there on the floor. Instead, he was staring at me with wide eyes. "Holy cow," I heard Trey say. I turned back to him, my anger still bursting over. He hadn't shot Jay, but I wouldn't give him the chance again. He'd missed, but he wouldn't get another shot. Trey looked down at me, horrified, a little scared. Suddenly, he shifted into a wolf, and I flinched back slightly. I heard Jay shouting at me to run, but I couldn't. I wouldn't let him get hurt. I didn't care if it ended me. I was going to do everything I could. All I could think about was stopping Trey. My mom was screaming. Jaylar's POV. Brookson was screaming. I looked over and saw her shaking, her eyes squeezed shut. She looked like she was in pain. What has he done to her? I'm gonna destroy him. I felt the growl ripping its way out of my throat. I could feel my wolf now trying to push his way out. Thank goodness. I was just about to shift when Brookson transformed into a wolf. What on earth? Oh my God, Brookson just shifted. How did this happen? Her head looked in my direction, and all I could do was stare at her. She was a little smaller than a normal female shifter, which must have been because she was half human. Her fur was a dark brown. Holy cow, Trey said, looking at her, shocked, the same as I was. Her head snapped around in his direction, a growl creeping from her lips. I was so proud of her I could burst. The 2 wolves were advancing closer, but I wasn't worried now. I could shift, the drugs finally gone from my system. This was going to be easy. Suddenly, Trey shifted. He was so close to Brookson. I started to panic. I needed to stop these 2 before I could get to her. "Brookson, run!" I shouted desperately. She didn't. Instead, she lunged at Trey. This is bad. I shifted and jumped towards the wolf closest to me, throwing my body against his, smashing him into the wall. The other one bit into my back hard, making pain shoot through me. I threw him off and turned towards him. I didn't have time to waste. I could hear growling and snarling coming from Brookson's direction, and I just prayed that Trey wouldn't hurt her. The wolf lunged at me. I moved to the side and gripped his shoulder, tearing through his defense. He whimpered and lay down, submitting. Weakling. I looked at the other one that I had slammed against the wall. He whined and shifted back to his human body. Please, please don't, he cried, holding his hands up innocently. I looked at him. He was lying on his side, his leg twisted and awkward. He wasn't a threat. I turned and looked for Brookson. She was backed up against a wall, her hackles up, snarling fiercely. I ran as fast as I could to her, putting my body in front of hers. She was still going mad behind me. I could smell that she was hurt. My wolf went crazy. All I could see was Trey. My pulse was drumming in my ears. I was so angry I thought it would consume me. I lunged for him, raking my claws down his face. He jumped back. I heard a commotion and another wolf came into the house. I glanced to the left to see another 10 wolf. It was Polio, Scott's father. He ran straight over to Scott, who was lying on the floor. He let out a howl, which distracted Trey for a split second. I lunged for him again, biting deep into his neck, pushing him down to the floor, pinning him there with my jaw clamped tight. He was yelping and trying to struggle free. I bit down slightly harder, ignoring the taste. I didn't want this to end too quickly. I didn't want him to get let off too easily. I wanted him to answer for how he made my mate suffer. I twisted my head slightly, making him yelp louder, his feet trying desperately to push me off. I heard Brookson starting to go crazy again. She was snarling and growling. She was probably scared. I needed to end him. I almost didn't want to. The fight was over way too quickly for my liking, but I needed to go to my mate. I squeezed my jaw tight, ending the threat, and pulled away as he went limp. I didn't even spare him a second glance as I turned back to Brookson. She had backed herself into a corner. A wolf that I recognized from my pack was walking towards her, stalking her. He was going to attack her. I ran and jumped in front of her, growling warningly at him. He stopped immediately and looked at me. I looked around the room. The two who had surrendered were still by the wall, in human form. Another wolf was against the other wall where I had slammed him earlier. He was probably mending his injuries. The black wolf that Scott was fighting was gone, and so was Trey. There were no others in here. Beth was leaning over a now-shifted Scott and was examining a hole in his chest that looked really bad. There was no danger to my mate here. I shifted back and held a hand out to the wolf in front of me. He shifted back too. It was Christopher. "Who's that?" he asked, looking behind me, confused and slightly angry that I wouldn't let him attack her. "That's Brookson." "Go watch those two," I said, nodding to the two guys who had backed out of the fight. Christopher's eyes went wide as he looked at her growling in the corner. "Brookson? Your mate?" he asked, shocked. I nodded. "Go watch them," I said again. I looked at Beth and Polio, desperately working on Scott. "Is he gonna be okay?" I asked quickly. Beth looked at me, her face grim. "I'm not sure. The bullet went into his lung, I think." "There's a lot of blood," she said, grimacing with tears in her eyes. There was nothing I could do. They would call for an ambulance and have him taken to West Bridge, a shifter hospital. I just prayed that he would be okay. I turned back to look at Brookson. She was terrified. Her hackles were raised, her teeth bared as she assessed my threat level. She was crouched slightly, ready to attack me. It was hard the first time you shifted. The wolf takes over, and because you don't know how to gain control, it can be hard to get back. Some shifters have lost themselves to their wolf. This is why the first shift is always controlled, why you learn how to do it before you do, so that you can get back to your human self. "Come on, Shorty, you can do this." "Shorty, it's okay," I said, taking a step towards her. She slapped her front feet on the floor, growling louder. "Careful, Jay," Polio warned behind me. I nodded and took another step. "Brookson, you need to calm down. Try to relax, Shorty." "Come on, you can do this," I said pleadingly. Please let her be able to do this. I didn't really want to spend the rest of my life as a wolf, but I would. I would do anything for her. If she couldn't shift back, then we'd have to go wolf full-time, I guess. I took another step, holding up my hands innocently. She lunged forward and snapped at my hand. I just jerked it back in time. I just needed to get close enough, but she wouldn't let me any closer. I shifted into my wolf too and jumped on her quickly, pinning her to the floor gently with my weight. She was snarling and snapping at me, trying to throw me off. Persuasion wasn't working. Maybe I needed to try something else. I was still an alpha male. Maybe I could make her calm down by establishing control. I felt terrible for doing this. I ignored her thrashing and wrapped my teeth around her throat, applying no pressure at all. I couldn't hurt her. She'd be able to end me before I could even hurt a hair on her head. But I was hoping that the warning would do the trick. I growled loudly as I pinned her to the ground with my mouth around her throat. She whimpered and stopped moving. It was working. I stayed there for a few seconds, letting her calm down and know that I was in control. I shifted back, still keeping her steady. "Calm down, Brookson." "Shift back," I ordered, trying to sound stern with her. She didn't move, just lay completely still under me. Maybe I was putting too much weight on her. I moved slightly, hovering above her. "Shift back, Shorty. Everything's fine now. You did great, but you need to shift back now. Please, for me." Can you do that for me? I begged. I stroked my hand down her side a couple of times. She couldn't do it. She was lost. I looked right into her beautiful brown eyes and resigned myself to the fact that I would never have another conversation with her, that we would never do anything human again. Suddenly, she shifted back. She looked at me, shocked and terrified. I gasped, "Thank goodness." I stroked her face. "It's okay, Shorty. Are you okay?" I asked. She was struggling to breathe. She nodded slightly. She made no moves to touch me or move. She must hate me for what I did to her. "I love you, Shorty. Please forgive me, please. I'm sorry. I just needed you to calm down. You wouldn't let me near you." "I'm so sorry," I whispered. Silent tears were falling down her face. "Jaylar," she whispered, wrapping her arms around my neck. I breathed a sigh of relief as I sat up, pulling her up with me, sitting her on my lap and rocking her gently. "You did so great." "I'm so proud of you," I said as I discreetly checked her. She had a cut on her upper leg, but it didn't look too bad. Her neck had stopped bleeding now, but looked sore. Now that she could shift, it wouldn't even leave a scar if she healed as a wolf. She tangled her hands into the back of my hair, pressing her whole body into mine as she sobbed onto my shoulder. I couldn't help it. "I'm so sorry," she said, her voice hitching as she cried harder. I pulled her closer to me, needing every inch of her to touch mine. "Couldn't help what, Shorty?" I asked, a little confused. "What did she have to be sorry about?" "I tried to hurt you. I wanted to stop you." "I couldn't stop," she cried, squeezing me tighter. "Shoo, Brookson, it's okay. That wasn't you, that was your wolf. It's okay, you just couldn't control it, that's all. You'll learn how." "I'll teach you," I said soothingly. She pulled away, shaking her head fiercely. "I don't ever want to do that again. Please don't make me, Jay, please," she begged. I cupped her face in my hands. "You don't have to, Shorty. It's your choice." "Shoo," I said softly. I looked at her beautiful face and ran my fingers through her hair. I was so scared I'd lost her. "I love you so much, Jay." I didn't mean what I said to Trey. "You know that, right?" she asked, looking at me pleadingly. I smiled and pressed my lips to hers. They tasted salty from her tear-streaked face. I kissed her deeply. I pulled out of the kiss and pressed my forehead to hers, looking into her eyes. "I know you love me, Shorty, don't worry," I said honestly. She smiled sadly, then looked at something over my shoulder. "Is that Scott?" she cried as she pushed herself out of my arms. "Yeah, he got shot," I said, trying to stand between her and the two male shifters, blocking her from view. "Is he gonna be okay?" she asked desperately, crying again now. "Your mom's looking at him, Shorty. Let's go get some clothes for everyone and let them help him, okay?" I asked, pulling her away. She nodded and made her way to the stairs in the hallway, her eyes not leaving Scott. I followed her upstairs to what I assume was Trey's bedroom. She went over to the dresser and started pulling out a pile of clothes and laid them on the bed. She pulled on a t-shirt and a pair of shorts. I pulled on a pair of his shorts and a t-shirt, grabbing extra stuff for Polio and Christopher. We didn't speak. I had no idea what to say. She'd just seen me and 3 people. Maybe she thought I was some kind of monster now. I grabbed the stuff from the bed and went to the door, waiting for her. She walked up to me and stopped. "I love you more than anything in the world, Jaylar," she whispered, melting my heart. I brushed my hand over her face lightly. "I love you too, Shorty," I said honestly. "Come on, let's get these clothes downstairs and see if we can help," I said, grabbing her hand and pulling her quickly down the stairs. Beth was still working on Scott, pressing on his chest, trying to stop the bleeding. He was unconscious and so pale, it didn't look good. Maybe once the bullet was out, if we could wake him up enough to shift back, he could start to heal. "Have you called the ambulance?" I asked, throwing the clothes to Christopher and Polio. "Yeah, it'll be here any minute," Polio said quietly. He looked so stressed. He and Scott were really close. This was probably destroying him inside. "I'll go wait outside for it," I said, needing a little fresh air. I grabbed Brookson's hand, not wanting any space between us. I couldn't let her out of my sight, not yet, not after that. I pulled her out of the front door with me and froze. Standing there on the front lawn were about 25 to 30 wolves from the Trident pack. This is bad. I yanked Brookson behind me and prepared myself to shift. Chapter 24. I took a couple of steps back, forcing her against the wall, keeping my body in front of hers. Polio, Christopher, I growled, my eyes not leaving the wolf standing closest to the house. He was obviously in charge of this group. I heard them move up behind me, one to either side. Brookson wrapped her arms around my waist, whimpering slightly. We don't want any trouble. You will stand down, I growled, using my full alpha command. The guy at the front shifted back and looked at me, his face stern. Where is Alpha Newton? He asked, trying to look past us into the house. Here comes the fight. I just need to push Brookson into the house, then take as many as I can. Polio was an awesome fighter. As long as they didn't come at us more than 2 or 3 at a time each, we should be okay. Your alpha is gone, I said, unwrapping Brookson's arms from my waist, letting my wolf come to the surface ready. The guy looked at the wolf next to him, who shifted back as well. What do you mean, gone? Who did it? Where are high rankers? He asked, looking a little nervous. I ended him. Most of his high rankers are gone too. 2 of them have surrendered, I said, not breaking eye contact with him. He looked at the other guy and then turned back to me. Well, who are you? He asked. I noticed a couple of the other wolves shift back, too. Brookson was gripping the back of my shirt for dear life, her whole body pressed against mine. I could feel she was shaking, so I put one hand back, rubbing her hip reassuringly. I'm Alpha Phillips of Baines Creek, I said sternly. It was the first time I had actually said anything like that out loud. It still felt a little weird. If you defeated our Alpha, then wouldn't you be Alpha of our pack too? The same guy asked. A few more shifted back, moving closer to each other, looking nervous and possibly a little excited. Why would they be excited? Are they glad he's gone? Wait, did that mean I was Alpha now too? I swallowed a groan and turned to Polio. He nodded slightly. 3 packs? Are you kidding me? Technically, as I've defeated your Alpha and you have no high rankers, I guess so, I said, trying not to show how annoyed I was at the moment. Maybe I should have said Polio did it. The 2 guys at the front spoke in whispers. I tried my best not to listen to them. Instead, I focused on the sound of Brookson's ragged breathing behind me. I can't believe this has happened. I didn't even want 1 pack, and now I have 3? The 2 guys at the front turned back to me and bent down on one knee. I hate it when people do that. The rest of the pack shifted back and went to their knee too. Polio chuckled slightly next to me, probably at my horrified expression. You can stand up, it's fine, I said calmly. Polio, go back to Scott, I said, slapping his shoulder gratefully. He nodded and disappeared back into the house quickly. We have an ambulance coming from Westbridge any minute. One of my pack is hurt, I announced as they all seemed to be standing there waiting for me to speak. I need to go to the hospital. My mate has been injured. Maybe we could arrange a meeting for tomorrow about Alpha, I suggested, looking at the 2 guys at the front in particular. They seemed to be in charge more than the others. One of them nodded eagerly. I'll arrange it. What time? He asked. I groaned internally. 3 packs were impossible. I couldn't have this one as well. In a year or so, I will have Willow Creek too. About 12, I said. I turned to Christopher. You can show me where the meeting site is, right? I asked. He nodded, grinning happily. He was probably happy that Trey was gone. He said that this pack hated their Alpha and the way the pack was run. He probably had a lot of friends who would benefit from him being gone. They were all standing around still. It'd be great if you could arrange that for me. I'll be at your meeting site tomorrow at 12. You should all go back to your homes. There's nothing more you can do here, I said sternly, ending the conversation. They all nodded. Some of them shifted back and ran off. Others walked off in groups, talking excitedly. Just then, 2 ambulances pulled up, and I prayed that they had arrived in time to save my best friend. The 2 guys jumped out of each one and ran towards us. He's in the house. He's been injured in the chest. The other 3 are barely injured, I said, still annoyed that I actually let them live. They breezed past me into the house. I turned and wrapped my arm around Brookson, pulling her close to me, pressing my face into her hair, breathing in her scent. I love you, Shorty, I whispered, silently thankful that she was safe. How we survived that, I don't know. She pulled back to look at me. Are you really alpha of this pack too? She asked, shocked. I nodded and cupped her face in my hands, kissing her nose. I don't want to be. I'll let them fight for it. I can step down and let them choose their own alpha through a competition, I said, shrugging. There was no way I would have this pack too. I wouldn't do that to Brookson. Not 3 packs. I didn't even want one. I was thinking I would step down as alpha of Baines Creek and just run my father's pack with Scott in a year or so, if he survived. Don't worry, Shorty. In a month or so, I'll step down as alpha of Baines Creek, and then it'll just be you and me for a year or so before I take over from my father, I said, smiling at the thought of us being able to do whatever we wanted. Maybe we'd wait until she finished school, or maybe she'd even want to finish college. My father could wait that long. Her breath caught in her throat, her eyes filled with tears. What did I say? I don't want you to step down, Jay. That was Dom's pack. He asked you to take it. He wanted, she said, trailing off, crying and hugging me tightly. I groaned internally. I didn't think about her dad. She'd just watched her father get killed, and now I was talking about shunning his pack. Nice one, Jay. Shorty, it was just an idea. I'm sorry, I don't want to upset you. I won't step down if you don't want me to, I said quietly. I hated to see her cry. I wiped her tears with my thumbs. I'm sorry about Dom. He was a really great guy, I whispered, holding her tight. She nodded. Yeah, at least he got to meet you. Approve of my choice, she said, pretending she was fine. I nodded. Yeah, I said, kissing her forehead. She obviously wasn't ready to deal with this right now. Maybe later, when we were on our own, she'd talk to me. The paramedics came out carrying Scott on a stretcher. Polio was walking helplessly behind. Is he gonna be okay? I asked desperately. The paramedics looked at me sadly, and I felt sick. He's lost a lot of blood. The bullet is still inside. It's touch and go. He'll need surgery, one of them said as they carried him to the ambulance. This is all my fault. There were 2 guys outside when we got here. I sent Scott in to help you. I shouldn't have let him go in alone, Polio said sadly. I gripped his shoulder. It's not your fault. This is Trey's fault. He's the one who did this. Scott saved my life, I said honestly. If he hadn't come in when he did, I would be gone, and that would have left Brookson either on her own with Trey or worse. Polio nodded, looking at his son getting loaded into the ambulance. I could tell he was proud. Go with him. I'll be there as soon as I can. I just need to sort out the 3 guys in there, I said, nodding back into the house. What are you going to do about them, Jay? Polio asked curiously. I'll see what they want to do. They surrendered well. 2 of them did anyway. Maybe they'll want to leave once they're healed. If they go back on their decision, I'll have to handle it, I said, shrugging. Polio nodded and turned to run to the ambulance. Beth walked out and hugged Brookson tightly. She looked tired and so sad. Dom had meant a lot to her. That was probably a lot for her to deal with. Christopher, come and watch Brookson for me, I called. He came out straight away, looking at them sadly. I kissed Brookson on the forehead. You okay, Beth? I asked, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. She nodded and hugged me back. I'll be fine. Go sort out what you need to, she said, looking at me knowingly. I smiled. Stay here, Shorty. I'll be a couple of minutes, I said, squeezing her hand gently. When I went into the house, I made sure to close the door behind me. The 2 paramedics from the other ambulance were working on the guy with the broken back. He still hadn't shifted to his human form. That was probably a good move. Let the healing process take over. I need to speak to them in private, I said sternly. The paramedics looked at me, a little shocked. We're still working on him, and the other guy's shoulder still needs treatment, one of them said. Your treatment might be unnecessary if I don't like what they say. I don't want to waste your time. I'll just be a few minutes, I said, opening the door and nodding for them to leave. They looked at each other, then stood up and left. The guy with the twisted leg started scooting away from me, pressing against the wall, looking terrified. Okay, well, he's not a threat. I looked at the other 2. I need to know your ranks, and I need to know what you want to happen. I'm alpha of the tridents now. I have no problem with ending you if I feel that any of my pack are in danger, I said, looking at each one in turn. The two that had shifted back were shaking their heads fiercely. My name's Micah. Well, I was Alpha's fifth, the one with the injured shoulder said. I nodded and looked at the other guy. Leland. I'm Alpha's seventh, and that's Jeremy. He's low rank, he said, nodding to the wolf who was whimpering on the ground near him. Right, and what's going to happen now? I asked, curious as to what they wanted. The guy called Micah looked at me confused. What do you mean? I thought you came here to take out all the high rankers? That you wanted this pack. That's why you're here, he said, frowning. I laughed. That's what Trey told them? Your alpha told you we wanted your pack? I asked, smiling. He really was a coward, couldn't even fight his own battles. Micah nodded, looking even more confused. Your alpha lied to you. He threatened my mate and me. He started all of this. It had nothing to do with your pack. All I wanted was Trey, I said honestly. They both looked at me shocked. He said it was a coup, that you were leading it, and that you wanted to remove all the high rankers and replace us with your own, he said, grimacing. I shook my head. That's not how it happened. So with that in mind, the fact that you felt you were in danger, is that why you chose to fight? I asked, watching intently for their reactions. They both nodded. If we'd have known it was just Trey, we would have stepped aside. He's not a good alpha, Micah said, looking at me apologetically. I nodded. I think you need to leave the pack. Go find somewhere else. I won't harm you unless you make me, I said warningly. They both nodded, looking at me gratefully. I nodded towards the wolf on the floor. If he's a low ranker, why was he fighting? I asked curiously. He wanted a promotion. He does a lot of odd jobs for Trey, Leland said. Right. Well, I'm going to the hospital. You can stay here until you heal, then leave and don't come back. If you do anything I don't like, I swear I will hunt you down, I warned. They both nodded gratefully. I pulled the door open and nodded for the paramedics to come back in. You can treat them. If they need to go to the hospital, take them. If not, then they're leaving as soon as they can, I said. I turned back to look at Dom tied to the chair. The pool of blood under his chair was starting to darken. I walked over and untied his arm restraints. He was a really good guy. He didn't deserve that. Brookson was right. He asked me to take his pack. He wanted me to keep it in his family, so I would. I wouldn't step down. Looks like I'll have 2 packs after all. Now I just needed to get rid of the tridents. Will you have someone come and look after Alpha, Logan? I asked one of the paramedics. He nodded, and I patted him on the shoulder gratefully as I walked out without a second glance at the 3 that surrendered. They weren't a threat. They were lied to and controlled by Trey, the same as the rest of this pack. I wrapped my arm around Brookson. Come on then, shorty. Let's go get your leg and neck looked at, okay? I said, smiling at her beautiful face as I led her and her mother over to Scott's car. I looked back and noticed 2 bodies in the front grass. Christopher, ask the paramedics to take care of the 2 that you and Polio stopped, I said quietly, not wanting Brookson or her mother to hear. He nodded and ran back to the house. I got in the car and held Brookson's hand tightly, waiting for him to come back so we could go to the hospital. I had a horrible feeling Scott wasn't going to make it. Brookson ended up having stitches on her leg, but her neck was already healing slightly, so they left it to close itself. We were now sitting outside the operating theater. Scott had been rushed in as apparently the bullet had damaged one of his lungs, and they couldn't control the bleeding. Brookson was sitting next to me quietly. She hadn't spoken much. I noticed her head fall forward where she kept dozing off. I smiled. Come here, shorty, I said, pulling her onto my lap and tucking her head into my neck, rocking her gently. She kissed the side of my neck. Love you, she mumbled sleepily, making my heart beat faster. I closed my eyes. I will never get used to those words coming out of her mouth. An hour later, they wheeled him out. We've got the bullet out and repaired the damage, the doctor said to Polio. He sighed and seemed to relax slightly. He looked like he'd aged 10 years in the last couple of hours. The damage was extensive. When he wakes up from the anesthetic, we'll try to get him to shift. If he can shift, he'll be fine, the doctor said, looking hopeful. I kissed Brookson's forehead. Thank goodness, he seemed to be okay. The only one that's been lost is Dom. Polio went into the room with Scott and Beth. I waited outside with Brookson to let her sleep for a little while longer. She seemed so peaceful. Maybe she'd sleep through the worry of whether or not Scott would be able to shift. She loved Scott. If he died, it would be worse than her losing Dom. After another hour, Beth came out and waved me over. He's waking up, she said, looking stressed. I swallowed. Please let him be okay. Brookson, wake up, shorty. Scott's waking up, I said, brushing her hair away from her face. He is? Is he okay? She asked hopefully. Let's go find out. We need to get him to shift, I said, easing her off my lap and holding her tightly as we walked to his room in case she was a little unsteady. He was still coming round and was a little groggy. They were trying to wake him up and encourage him to shift, but he wasn't responding. Beth and Polio were on either side, squeezing his hands, calling his name. Brookson burst into tears next to me, squeezing herself to me tightly. The doctor shook his head slightly, and I felt sick. Polio looked at me. Make him shift, Jay, make him, he cried desperately. Make him? How can I make him? I could try, I guess. I nodded to Brookson, and she let go of me, wrapping her arms around her mom, both of them crying. Scott was really pale. He didn't look good. Scott, it's Jay. You need to shift, I said. His eyes fluttered again, but nothing else. Scott, you need to shift, I said sternly. His hand moved slightly. If you don't shift, you're going to die. Now shift, I said, shaking him slightly. Come on, Scott, please. He opened his eyes and looked at me. He was trying. He couldn't do it. I could tell by his eyes. They were hopeless. He knew he was going to die. I refused to lose my best friend because of Trey. Scott Porter, you will shift right now. I commanded, using my full alpha command. His hands started to shake. He's doing it. It was almost impossible for a shifter not to submit to a full alpha command. He was born to be a second, so he had more control over his submission than other lower rankers, but it would still be strong. Shift now. I'm telling you to shift. Now do it. Do it now, I commanded. He squeezed his eyes shut, and a couple of seconds later exploded into his tan wolf with a small yelp. It worked, I cried excitedly, looking at Polio, who looked like he was about to pass out from stress. Brookson laughed, sounding relieved, and Polio grabbed me into a hug. Thank you, oh God, Jay, thank you, he said gratefully. I can't believe that worked. He was going to be fine. I breathed a sigh of relief and smiled as Brookson kissed Scott on the side of his snout. She really was amazing. Less than 2 weeks ago, she didn't even know what a shifter was, and now here she is kissing a wolf. I rubbed my hand down her back. Maybe we should let him rest. He'll need plenty of sleep. We can come back in the morning, I suggested, looking at Beth. She nodded and hugged Polio tightly. Brookson stepped away. I looked at him. I was so happy I could burst. Well done. Good job, and thanks for saving my life, I said, grinning. He whimpered slightly. I'll come back in the morning. Rest, recover. That's an order, I said sternly before hugging Polio. Is it okay if I take Scott's car? I'll drop the girls off at home, then come back to get you, I suggested. He shook his head. Raquel and Mel want to come to the hospital. I told them to wait at home. I'll call them. You take the car. I'll see you tomorrow. And Jay, if you need me to come to the meeting with you tomorrow, you let me know, okay? He said, smiling. I nodded. Polio was a really great guy and such a great dad. In a way, he had been a dad to me, too. He always treated me like one of the family when I was at Scott's. Thanks. I'll see you in the morning, I said, taking a last look at Scott, who was now asleep on his side. Come on then, shorty. Beth, let's go, I said, nodding to the door. I woke in the morning with my body wrapped protectively around Brookson's. She was still asleep. I brushed her hair away from her face and tried my best not to look at the healing marks on her neck. He was gone now. There was no point in my getting myself worked up about it again. I still can't believe Brookson shifted like that. Her dad would have been proud of her if he'd seen that. We were both just lucky that she was able to get back. I'd follow her anywhere and be happy whatever happened, but the thought of not seeing her face or hearing her voice wasn't something I ever wanted to go through. We hadn't spoken much since last night. By the time we got back to my house, she was exhausted and barely managed to climb into bed before she fell asleep. I loved waking up to her. It was the best thing that I could ever wish for. After an hour, she stirred and pressed her face into my chest. I know you're awake, Jaylar. You better not have been watching me sleep again, she mumbled against my skin. I laughed. Caught. She pulled back to look at me, smiling teasingly. Sorry, couldn't help myself, I said, shrugging. She laughed and shook her head as if I was being silly. She obviously wasn't over the hang-ups about her body quite yet. She kissed my chest, and I felt my wolf pushing me to be close to her. I sighed and wrapped my arms tighter around her. I didn't ever want to let go. Shorty, can we talk about something? I asked, swallowing my nerves. She nodded, looking at me tenderly as she ran her hand over my chest. I was wondering if now that everything's sorted and you've agreed to be my mate, whether you would move in with me, I said quietly, praying with every fiber of my body that she would say yes. She looked at me, a little shocked. Wow, that was unexpected, she said, looking uncomfortable. Great. Nice one, Jay. She's not ready. Way to go. It's okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. It's too soon for you. It's fine, I said, trying to sound like it wasn't hurting inside, thinking about not waking up with her every day for the rest of my life. We'll wait as long as you want. I just thought that. I started, but she put her hand over my mouth to stop my rambling. I'd love to, she said, smiling happily. Had she loved to? Is that a yes? She said yes. You would. I asked, rolling so I hovered above her, being careful to keep all of my weight off her. She laughed. Absolutely, I would, she said, pulling me down to kiss her. As soon as my lips touched hers, I felt a rush of emotion. Being mated was intense, and I knew I was in trouble in the best possible way. Chapter 25. When we finally left the house, we went to the hospital to visit Scott. Beth stayed at mine to pack up her stuff, as they had restrictions on the number of visitors at one time. She said she would go later instead. When we walked in, he was sitting up in the bed chatting to Mel. I grinned. He looked good. Well, you look terrible, Scott. Maybe you should have stage shifted, Brookson teased as she hugged him tightly, making him laugh. Thanks, Brookson. Nice to see you too, he said, shaking his head, amused. Brookson went over to hug Mel, so I sat on the edge of his bed. Hey man, how are you feeling? I asked. He smiled and nodded. Yeah, I'm good. They said I need to shift for an hour, then come back, then do another hour, so I don't heal too fast or something. I don't know, but I feel good actually, he said, shrugging. Scott, thank you so much for coming in as you did. If you hadn't shown up, I would have been gone and Brookson probably would have too. I owe you. Seriously, anything I can ever do for you, let me know, okay? I said honestly. He grinned. You don't owe me anything, Jay. If that was me, you would have done the same thing, right? He said, shrugging as if saving our lives was nothing. Yeah, of course I would have, but still, thanks, I said honestly. I would never be able to repay him for saving Brookson. If I died, she would either be with Trey, gone, or stuck shifted. So Brookson shifted, huh? Is she a pretty wolf? He asked, wiggling his eyebrows. I laughed. Beautiful, I said. On a serious note, though, my dad said you're alpha of the tridents. What's going on with that? I mean, are you gonna have 2 packs or what? He asked curiously. No way. I shook my head. No, I can't have 2. I'm gonna let them compete for it. There'll be some guys there that want it, I said, shrugging. There was no way I was having that pack too. He nodded. Yeah, probably for the best. I mean, you'll have Willow Creek soon, right? He said, laughing. Glad my life amuses you, I said sarcastically, making him laugh harder. My phone rang, and I stood up, grabbing it out of my pocket. It was my father. What could he want? Hello, I said, not really wanting to deal with him right now. Hi, Jaylar. I spoke to Polio early this morning about what happened yesterday with Alpha Newton, he said. Yeah, it's all sorted now. I just need to sort out his pack, I said, frowning. You mind if I come to the meeting with you? I mean, it would be better if there were a representative from both of the other packs in the area, he asked. I closed my eyes. I really didn't want to spend any time with him, but I guess it was better to have a representative from each pack there at the meeting. Yeah, sure. I'm going there for 12. I'll pick you up at 11:30 then, okay? I suggested. Great, see you then, he replied. I sighed and snapped my phone shut, watching Brookson talk and laugh with Scott and Mel. She was so beautiful. After an hour, I needed to go. Shorty, I need to go. Want me to drop you off at home? I asked, grinning at the word home, meaning my house that she was soon to be living in. She smiled happily, too. Maybe she was having the same thought. Can't I come with you? She asked, wrapping her arms around my waist. I shook my head fiercely. I didn't know what would happen at this meeting. I didn't think there would be any trouble, but just in case, I needed to know she was safely away. No, Shorty, I need to do this on my own, okay? I said, kissing her forehead. She sighed and pressed her face into my chest. I tangled my fingers into her silky hair and leaned down to kiss her, ignoring the intense connection that hit me as soon as my lips touched hers. Okay, I'll stay here then, and you can pick me up on the way through, she suggested, looking hopeful. I smiled and nodded. She'd like to stay here and gossip with Mel some more. Scott was due to shift again for another hour, so Mel wouldn't have anyone to talk to otherwise. Okay, Shorty, I love you, I said honestly, looking into her beautiful hazel eyes. She smiled. I love you too, Jaylar, she said, going up on tiptoes to kiss me. She still wasn't tall enough, so I bent my head slightly and pressed my lips to hers again. My wolf growled possessively, wanting to be close to her. I pulled back before I got distracted and looked at Scott. I'll see you in a bit then. You should shift again, Scott. Mel, look after my girl, I said, winking at her as I turned to leave. Good luck, Jay, Scott called as I walked out of the room. Yeah, good luck. I was probably going to need it. They weren't really going to like what I was going to say. I drove to my father's house and waited for him to come out. He would have heard the car pull up, so I didn't bother getting out. I watched him walk up to the car, seeming a little hesitant. He got in and smiled, looking at me but not quite meeting my eyes as a sign of respect. I swear I'll never get used to this. Hi, I said, nodding in greeting. Jaylar, how are you and your mate? He asked politely. I smiled, thinking of Brookson. We're good. She's a little sad. Did you know that Dominic Logan passed away? I asked, frowning. He nodded. Yeah, Polio told me. I'm sorry. He was a good guy, he said. Yeah, he was, I said quietly. We drove the rest of the way in awkward silence, stopping to pick up Christopher on the way. When we pulled up at the meeting site, there were cars everywhere. Wow, how big is this pack? I asked as we walked to the field. Christopher, how many shifters in the tridents? I asked. He shrugged. I would guess at 100, he said. 100? Great. This is just great. Well, I guess the competition will be fierce for Alpha with that many shifters. There's bound to be a lot of males of age that want it. I followed him to the top of the field to talk to the guy who was at Trey's yesterday, the one who arranged the meeting. Alpha Phillips, it's good to see you. The whole pack is here, he said, nodding respectfully. I held out a hand for him to shake. Thanks for arranging all of this. Sorry, I didn't ask your name yesterday, I said apologetically. I just had too much going on to worry about pleasantries when I spoke to him yesterday. He shook my hand excitedly. It's Alaric, he said, grinning. I smiled. Well then, Alaric, let's get this show on the road, shall we? I asked, nodding towards his pack, who were watching my every move. He nodded and stepped back, so I could step onto the little wooden platform used for meetings. Hi, I'm Alpha Phillips of Baines Creek. As you're probably already aware, your Alpha is gone, as are most of your high rankers. As the rules state, I defeated Alpha Newton. Therefore, I am the new Alpha of the Tridents, I said, looking over the sea of faces. They all started cheering and dropped down onto one knee. I stifled a sigh. It's fine, you can stand. I need to talk through some things with you. You might want to get comfortable, I said, sitting down on the wooden box. They all started whispering and sat down on the grass, looking at me like I was slightly crazy. So, I already have a pack that I have just taken over. Running 2 packs isn't something that's going to work out for me, I said honestly. The whispering started again, so I held up a hand to silence them. What I'm suggesting I do is step down as alpha and let you compete for it. Those males that are of age who would like to compete for it would enter into a competition, and the winner takes over as alpha. Obviously, I'll stay on as alpha long enough to oversee the competition so that the pack isn't left without a leader, I said, looking around at the shocked faces. They didn't look like they were going for this at all. So, seeing as we're all sitting down, it'll be easy to see who would like to compete. So if you would like a shot at alpha and are over 20, if you could stand up, I said. People started looking around at each other, curious to see who stood up, but no one had moved. Great. If you want a shot at alpha, stand now so we can see how big the competition will be, I said sternly, looking over at Alaric. He was sitting on the floor next to the platform I was sitting on. He shook his head firmly at me. I glanced at Christopher to see him sitting down too. Seriously? No one wants alpha? I asked, shocked. There were murmurs of no from the crowd. I glanced at my father, who shrugged. I didn't want this pack. Okay, well, as I'm stepping down as alpha and no one wants to take over, how about another suggestion? You have 2 pack representatives here. I'm here on behalf of my pack, and my father's here on behalf of Willow Creek, I said, waving a hand in my father's direction. So, if no one wants to take over, the only suggestion I can make is that the pack splits to join the 2 neighboring packs. We'll expand the territories to cover Trident territory too, I said, shrugging. There was no other option. There were cries of outrage and horror from the crowd. No, we can't split the pack, people were begging. I held up a hand to stop the noise. You don't want this pack to split. With a show of hands, who wants this pack to stay together? I said, looking over as almost every single hand shot into the air, making my heart sink. I looked at my father for help. He moved and sat on the platform next to me. You really can't run this pack too, he whispered. I shook my head. I can't do that to Brookson. She's still in school. I can't have 2 packs right now, and then there's Willow Creek too, I said. I turned back to the crowd. Have any of you reconsidered now and would like to stand for alpha? I asked hopefully. My question was met with blank stares and no movement at all. What would happen if the pack had no alpha? I asked my father quietly. He shook his head. This pack needs a leader. After Alpha Newton, they need stability. They're going to fall apart, he whispered. Can I choose someone? I asked hopefully. He shook his head. No, they have to be willing to take it, he said matter-of-factly. I closed my eyes. This was bad. I was going to be stuck with this pack if no one stepped up. Suddenly, I had a thought. But if they are willing to do it, I can step down and appoint someone else? I asked, hope rising in my chest. My father nodded. As long as there are no objections from the pack, he said, looking at me curiously. Okay, I have another suggestion. I know of someone who would make an excellent alpha. He's a really great guy. He's not of age for another month. He was born to be my second, but he is more than capable of running a pack. His name is Scott Porter, I said, looking over them slowly as that sank in. If I stepped down, I could appoint him as alpha if he was willing to take it, provided there were no objections from the pack, I said hopefully. I think Scott would go for this. He never wanted alpha before, but I think he probably never thought about it, as he was born to be a second. He would have never thought of challenging for it. If Scott is willing to take alpha, would there be any objections to my recommendation? I asked, standing up so I could see better. I glanced over to Alaric. He looked pleased with the idea, as did everyone else. I think they would take any solution that meant they got to stay together. They were all nodding enthusiastically. I grinned. I hope Scott goes for this. Okay, by a show of hands then, all in favor of Scott Porter taking over as alpha, provided he accepts, of course, I said. Every single hand shot into the air. I laughed with relief. Okay, well, like I said, Scott's not of age for another month, so I'll remain as alpha until that time, then I'll step down. If Scott is unwilling to take alpha, Then I really think we'll need to split the pack unless someone wants to step up, I said, feeling better than I had felt all morning. So I'll leave you my number, and we'll meet again next week. I need to go and speak to Scott. He's actually in the hospital recovering at the moment, but when we meet next week, I'll bring him to meet you all, I said, grinning now. Alaric, do you think you could arrange another meeting for Saturday? I asked. He nodded. Absolutely, Alpha Phillips, he said happily. Okay, guys, well, I'll pass my number to Alaric, and we'll meet again on Saturday. I'll go and speak to Scott right now, I said, heading over to Alaric and giving him my number. Thanks for arranging this for me. I appreciate it. I'll be sure to pass my recommendations on to Scott. He'll obviously need some high rankers, I said. He grinned and nodded. Thank you, Alpha Phillips, he said proudly. I patted him on the shoulder and went back to my father and Christopher, who were talking off to one side. This is okay, right? Christopher, you don't want to compete. I asked curiously. He shook his head. I'm not cut out for Alpha, he said sternly. Okay, well, I guess I had better go speak to my best friend and see if he's willing to help me out of this mess, I said, laughing. I dropped Christopher back at his place and drove to my father's house. When I pulled up, he didn't get out. He turned to me. Jaylar, I know we've never been close and that it's my fault, but I just want to go on record and say that I don't think you would have any problems running 3 packs. I think you'll make an excellent alpha, and any pack would be lucky to have you, he said, looking uncomfortable. I sat there in shock. This was the longest conversation we'd probably had without it being him lecturing me. I had no idea what to say, so I just sat there looking at him. I'm proud of you, son, he said, squeezing my shoulder before getting out of the car and walking off quickly. What was that? I shook my head, a little dazed, and pulled out to go to the hospital, praying that Scott would say yes. When I walked in, he was in human form again, which was awesome. Brookson hugged me as soon as I walked through the door, kissing me deeply. I held her close, fighting my wolf's need to claim her right there. We would have plenty of time for that later. I needed to sort out this pack situation. I pulled out of the kiss gently. Hey, shorty, I said breathlessly. I pulled her tighter against me, breathing in her scent. Hi, I missed you, she whispered as I nuzzled against her neck. She gripped her hands in my hair. Stop teasing me, Jay, she mumbled. I chuckled and pulled away. Shorty, Mel, I need to speak to Scott. Any chance we could have a couple of minutes? I asked hopefully. I actually wanted Brookson to stay, but I didn't want to put any extra pressure on Scott to say yes if he didn't want to. Brookson nodded and kissed me again softly before heading to the door with Mel following behind her. I waited until the door shut before sitting in the chair next to Scott. He was watching me curiously, looking tense. Scott, I need to talk to you about something, I said, unsure how to start. He nodded. What do you need, Jay? He asked. I forced a smile. Well, I couldn't step down as Alpha of the Tridents, as no one wanted to take over. They don't want the pack to split and join mine or my father's packs. They want to stay together, I said, running a hand through my hair nervously. He nodded, looking thoughtful. I guess they wouldn't want to split. I can understand that. If someone asked for Willow Creek to split, we wouldn't want to either, he said, shrugging. Yeah, I know. I understand, but no one wanted to step up for the alpha position. I spoke to my father, and apparently, if I suggest someone to take over and the pack doesn't object, then they can take alpha without competing if they want to, I said, skirting around the issue. He nodded, looking thoughtful again. What about Peter from Baines Creek? Or my father, he'd be a great alpha, he said proudly. I nodded. Yeah, he would. But I already had someone in mind, actually. I'm just not sure how he's going to feel about it, I said, watching his face. He laughed. Well, why wouldn't he want alpha? It's a great honor. Who are you thinking of? Someone from Baines Creek, he asked curiously. I laughed and shook my head. No, I was thinking of you, actually, I said, watching his face change to shock and astonishment. He didn't say anything. Well, what do you think? I asked after a minute of him just staring at me with wide eyes. He gulped. Me? Seriously? But I'm not even of age, he said, shaking his head. I'll wait for you to be of age if you want it, I said, trying to read his face. Really? You really think I could be an alpha? He asked quietly. I laughed. Scott, you could be alpha with both hands tied behind your back. I know you were born to be second, but I have no doubt in my mind that you could do this. But only if you want to, I said firmly. He frowned, looking deep in thought. It'd be a big responsibility. You'd have to change colleges and move back here, and you'd be running it on your own, I said, throwing in the negatives. If I took alpha, you'd help me through, right? I mean, I know you're new to this too, but we could kind of help each other, right? He asked hopefully. He's going to say yes. Absolutely. You know I would. But you need to think this through properly. Do you want to be alpha of the Tridents? I asked. He swallowed loudly and nodded. Yeah, okay, he said confidently. I laughed with relief. Awesome. Well, you'd better get yourself healed then, because we're meeting them again on Saturday. I'll run it until you're of age officially, but we'll start phasing you in before that. You'll need to set up a whole new high ranker system as there's literally no one, so I'll let you choose all of them, I said, grinning. When are they letting you out? I asked happily. Tomorrow. I just need to keep shifting in small bursts, but I feel fine now, he said, grinning proudly. Okay, well, I need to take my girl home. I'll come and see you tomorrow at yours, and we can sort out everything, Alpha Porter, I said, nodding respectfully. He grinned. That sounds really weird, he said, laughing. I nodded. You'll get used to it. We both will eventually. Thanks for this, Scott. You know you really are the best friend a guy could ask for, and the Trident Pack is lucky to have you, I said honestly. He smiled. Thanks, Jay, he said, looking at me gratefully. I'll see you tomorrow. No flirting with the nurses while you're in here, I joked as I made my way out of the door to find Brookson. I found her and Mel sitting in the corridor, reading a magazine and laughing about an article. Hey, we're all done, I said, sitting next to Brookson and wrapping my arm around her shoulder. What was that about, Jay? She asked, snuggling closer to me. I'll tell you later. Wanna go, shorty? I asked hopefully. I really just needed to hold her. I hadn't seen enough of her. We'd only been mated for a week, and in that time, so many things had happened. I just needed to spend the day with her glued to my side. I'm gonna go back in and see Scott. I'll see you guys tomorrow, Mel said, winking at Brookson as she left, obviously catching on that we needed some private time. Brookson smiled at me and wrapped her arms around my neck, gripping her hands into the back of my hair. I love you so much, Jaylar, she said, making my heart skip a beat. I love you too, shorty. More than anything, I said honestly as I bent my head and kissed the most perfect girl in the world. Everything was working out perfectly. I had one pack for now. My best friend was getting better every second, and he was going to be alpha, which would be awesome, as that meant the packs would be closer and run in harmony. And I had the girl of my dreams wrapped tightly in my arms. Let's go home, shorty, I whispered. Absolutely, Alpha Phillips, she murmured, making me smile. Thoughts ran through my mind. This girl really was amazing. Epilogue. Brookson's POV. Jaylar and I had been mated for 3 perfect years today. Jay had finally qualified as a lawyer, even though he hated doing it. He hadn't done one case since he qualified. At the same time, he qualified as a mechanic and has set up a little business for himself, which he loves. He buys run-down classic cars, fixes them up, and sells them. He does quite well for himself, too, but to be honest, even if he didn't earn any money at all, the smile on his face when he's talking about buying a car or something he's done would make everything worth it. I had finished college now, too, and was a book editor, which had always been my dream. I loved my job and actually worked from home most of the time, which was awesome as I got to see Jay every lunchtime when he came home. Scott was alpha of the Tridents and was doing an awesome job at it, too. It was hard for him at first. He encountered a lot of problems as the pack had been running wild under Trey for so long that he had trouble reining everyone back in again. He and Jay had managed to calm things down, and they were settled now, thankfully. The Tridents and Jay's 2 packs ran in harmony, and everything was great. Jay had taken Alpha of Willow Creek from his father just over 2 months ago. He was an awesome alpha, very well respected. No one ever doubted anything he said, and everyone looked to him for advice and guidance. I couldn't have been prouder of him. I stood there looking at myself in the mirror. I could feel the nerves bubbling up. There were over 300 people out there waiting. I could hear the hum of people talking, but I tried not to focus on them. Hey, Brookson, everything okay? It's about that time, you know, Polio Porter said as he held out his arm to me. I gulped and straightened my dress for the 100th time. Do I look okay? I asked, turning to face him. He grinned and nodded. You look beautiful. Don't be nervous, everything's fine. Just pretend no one else is there, he said, smiling at me reassuringly as he linked my arm through his, holding my hand tightly. I nodded and turned towards the door of the marquee that we had put up specifically for today. Is Mel out there already? I asked, feeling sick with nerves. He squeezed my hand. Stop panicking. Mel's exactly where she's supposed to be, he said, chuckling at me, obviously finding my nerves funny. Thanks for doing this, Polio. I really appreciate it. I just wish Dom were here, I said sadly. He looked at me proudly. I've always thought of you as a daughter, Brookson. It's my pleasure, honestly. I feel like a proud father right now, and I know that if Dom were still alive, he would be feeling just like I am right now, he said, kissing my cheek. I swallowed the lump in my throat, and he led me out of the little canvas door. As I stepped out into the field where we held our pack meetings, I noticed that it was a gorgeous, warm, sunny day. Not too hot, just perfect, and seemed to match my mood. I peeked around the corner of the marquee, looking up the field. All I could see was the back of people's heads sitting down on little wooden chairs in two sections with a carpet going up the middle. Each row of chairs had a bunch of red roses leading up to the front of the field. So many people, I mumbled nervously. Of course there is. That's 2 packs worth of shifters and a lot from the tridents, too, Polio said, grinning. I gulped and nodded, looking over at Mel. She looked beautiful in her red silk dress with her blonde hair all pinned up, leaving some loose ringlets around her face. She grinned and pointed, mouthing the words, "You ready?" to me. I nodded, and she walked to the corner of the marquee and waved. I heard the music start up, and I felt a little shaky. What if I forgot my words? What if I passed out or did something stupid and embarrassed myself in front of our packs? Come on then, Brookson. Let's get you married, Polio said, grinning. I smiled at the thought of being married. I had been looking forward to this for so long, but now that it was actually here, I just wanted to run, grab Jay, and jump on a plane and get married on a beach somewhere on our own. I let him tug me around the corner, and I tried not to pay attention to the murmurs and happy sounds people were making as I walked up the little carpeted aisle. I kept my eyes firmly on the officiant at the end, willing myself not to fall over. I saw movement in the front row. Jaylar stood up with Scott next to him and moved to stand at the front. He turned to look back at me and watched me walk to him. He was looking at me so lovingly that it made my heart ache. I wanted to marry him so much. I started moving a little faster, eager to get to him, and Polio gripped my hand tighter, keeping me by his side as we walked to the pace of the music. Was it this slow in rehearsals? It was taking forever to get to him. When I finally got to the front, I couldn't keep the smile off my face. He looked so handsome in his black suit. Polio kissed my cheek and placed my hand in Jay's. Hi, Shorty, he whispered, looking at me with the biggest, most beautiful smile, his eyes shining with love as he looked me over in my white silk dress. Hi, soon-to-be husband, I whispered back. He laughed and pulled us forward slightly, so we were in front of the officiant. I tried really hard to listen to what the officiant was saying, but I just couldn't concentrate. I couldn't keep my eyes off Jaylar. I watched his hair ruffle slightly in the wind, how his green eyes sparkled slightly, how the material of his suit jacket moved as he took a breath, how the proud smile on his face didn't once leave his perfect mouth. He was going to flip when I told him about my wedding gift. I couldn't wait. Honestly, it had been so hard keeping it secret until today. I almost couldn't do it. A few times, I almost told him about it. Jay squeezed my hand slightly and nodded his head towards the officiant. I reluctantly dragged my eyes from him for the first time since I saw him and looked at the man standing there. He was looking at me expectantly. What is he looking at me like that for? He smiled, and Jay chuckled slightly next to me. Okay, you're nervous. It's fine. This happens a lot, the officiant said, smiling, looking amused. Had I missed something? Just repeat after me, he said happily. I gulped. This was the bit that I was worried about. Please don't let me stumble over my words. I, Brookson Logan Mills, take you, Jaylar Richard Phillips, to be my lawful wedded husband, to have and to hold, for richer, for poorer, for better and for worse, from this day forward as long as we both shall live, I repeated quietly. It didn't really matter how loud I spoke. All the shifters would be able to hear me anyway. Jay was beaming at me. When he said his lines, he looked me right in the eyes and said them loudly and clearly with his confidence. I loved those words coming out of his mouth. He pushed a beautiful gold wedding band onto my ring finger, and I knew that the words he had asked to be engraved on the inside would always stay against my skin. All my love forever and always had been engraved inside my ring as per his request. After we had exchanged rings, the officiant said the words that made my insides dance with happiness. I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride, he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jaylar let out a happy sound and grabbed me, kissing me with force. I wrapped my arms around his neck and kissed him back. My husband. I wouldn't get used to that in a hurry. He pulled back, grinning, and I realized people were clapping and cheering, but all I could see were his eyes. I love you, Mrs. Phillips, he whispered, pulling me closer to him. I grinned. I love you too, Jaylar, I said honestly. He kissed me again, and the music started back up, making him smile as he pulled away from me. Come on then, Mrs. Phillips. Let's get the party over with so I can take you home, he whispered, chuckling as he kissed my neck. I nodded, and he took hold of my hand, leading us back up the aisle towards the huge marquee where there was food, a little bar, and music set up ready for the reception. People were congratulating us and kissing and hugging me. Everyone was shaking Jay's hand, looking really pleased for us. Scott came over and hugged me. Hey, best man, I said teasingly as I straightened his tie for him. Hey, married woman, he replied, making me laugh. That was seriously going to take some time getting used to. Where's Jenny? I whispered, looking around slyly. He groaned and looked around too, uncomfortably. She's not here. Alaric didn't want her to come. Probably for the best, I guess, he said, looking relieved and slightly annoyed at the same time. You need to talk to him and sort this out, I whispered. He nodded and closed his eyes. I know, we can't keep putting it off, he said, looking defeated and stressed. Jay slapped him on the shoulder. Alpha Porter, excuse me while I take my wife for our first dance, he said, grinning happily as he took my hand. I laughed at his enthusiasm and let him lead me to the dance floor area that they had set up. He pulled me close and wrapped his arms around me and pressed his forehead to mine, making everyone else disappear. I tangled my hand into his hair and guided his mouth to mine again, eager for the second kiss from my new husband. I ignored the clicks from the cameras. After about an hour, I couldn't hold it anymore. I needed to give Jay his wedding gift. I smiled over at him. He was chatting to a couple of friends from Baines Creek. I caught his attention and waved him over. He immediately apologized to his friends and made his way over to me, wrapping his arm around my waist. What's up, shorty? He asked, catching a stray hair and winding it back into my twist for me. I have a present for you, and I want to give it to you now, I said happily. He grinned and pulled me closer. Oh, really? Well, I definitely like whatever you give me, he said. I laughed. Jay, you really have a one-track mind, you know, I said, trying to suppress my giggle. He nodded. I know. I'm not going to apologize for it, he said, shrugging. I laughed. Come on then, let's go outside, I said, taking his hand. He smiled and led us through the marquee, dodging through the huge crowd before anyone could stop us to offer yet more congratulations. When we got outside, we walked hand in hand away from the marquee towards the trees. Jay slipped off his jacket and held it out for me to put on. He is so adorable. I stopped by a big tree and leaned against it, pulling him close to me. He immediately started kissing me, obviously thinking I had brought him out here for some privacy. I giggled and pushed him back. Jaylar, stop. I need to give you your gift, I said, trying to sound stern. He groaned and pulled back slightly. Okay, shorty, sorry, he said, looking at me expectantly. I could feel the excitement bubbling up inside. Well, I wanted to get you something you could keep and that you would love, I started. He nodded and stood close to me. So, what did you get me, Mrs. Phillips? He asked teasingly as he took my hand, rolling my new wedding ring around my finger. I couldn't stop smiling. A baby, I said, watching his face. His mouth dropped open in shock as he took in what I said. A baby? Seriously, he asked with wide eyes. I smiled and nodded. Oh wow, he mumbled, letting go of my hand to place his hand on my stomach lightly. Really? Like a real baby? I'm gonna be a daddy, he asked, his face getting more and more excited with each second. Yes, like a real baby. I'm 6 weeks pregnant. I came off the pill a couple of months ago. I wanted to surprise you, I said, laughing. He grinned. Well, I'm surprised, he said as he bent his head and kissed me gently, still not taking his hand off my stomach. Good surprise, I hope, I whispered against his lips. He brushed his hand down the side of my face. The best surprise ever. Thank you, shorty. I love you so much, and I swear I'll be the best husband and father in the world, he said, looking at me like I had just given him a winning lottery ticket. My heart was thumping in my chest at how excited and pleased he was about this. Jaylar had been wanting a baby since we first mated, but he never once brought up the subject, waiting patiently while I finished school, then went to college. But I was ready now, and I loved the little baby growing in my stomach just as much as I loved its daddy, and I could tell by his face that he felt the same. Oh man, I hope it's a boy, Jay said suddenly. I smiled. To take over as alpha? I asked teasingly. He shook his head and bent down and kissed my stomach softly, rubbing his hands over it lightly. No, that's not the reason. I was just thinking if we have a little girl, she's going to have me wrapped around her little finger just like her mama has, and my life will be 10 times harder. Plus, if she looks anything like you, I'll have to keep all the boys in my packs away when they look her way, he said, shrugging. I laughed at his serious face. He wasn't joking, he was genuinely worried. Boys are easier. If it's a little girl in there, then I'm in real trouble, he said, standing up and kissing me, stealing my breath and making my heart beat faster. Thank you, Mrs. Phillips, he said, looking at me gratefully. I smiled. You are most welcome, Alpha Phillips, I said, kissing him again. Everything had worked out perfectly. It was like some sort of fairy tale, like I was living someone else's life. I never thought in my wildest dreams that it was possible to be as happy as I am right now, being mated to the best man in the world and expecting our first baby. Life couldn't get any better than this.